sequel to the Ship Errant, RC 54497, BR 11174, Carialle and Keff, who originally discovered and befriended the intelligent globe frogs on Osran, are now responsible for returning them to Osran. In the process, they learn the globe frogs may just have been the ones who caused Carialle so much pain. 1996. From the book jacket. Carialle and Keff were the Brain, Ship and Brawn crew who were lucky enough and smart enough to discover intelligent life on the planet Osran, the first such discovery in years. Amazingly enough, they survived to tell the story. But that's not enough for Inspector General Senate Maxwell Corey. Screwball teams like Carialle and Keff don't fill in the forms right. Worse, they named the new alien race globe frogs. Well, they looked like frogs and they travelled in globes. A sense of humour has no place in Maxwell Corey's universe. Moreover, the Inspector General has it in for Carialle. He is sure that she was hopelessly damaged in her very first mission when her brawn was killed by a planted bomb, and she was left derelict in space for weeks, suffering the special nightmare for a brain ship, total sensory deprivation. During her time so very alone, Carialle became convinced that someone was trying to dismantle her, salvage bits and pieces off the wreck. To a brain ship, that's like being vivisected, but there was never any proof of this, and it's just another clip in the file as far as the Inspector General is concerned. More evidence, if any were needed, that Carialle ought to be sidelined. But with Keff's loving help, Maxwell Corey has been foiled for now, and she's gotten over the trauma. Until, that is, she and Keff serve as couriers for the globe frogs, good friends now, taking them back to their home planet, which just happens to be in the same sector as Carialle's early trauma. Now, a message device, illegally implanted on Carialle, has informed the Inspector General of a momentary but disabling anxiety attack Carialle suffered on learning of her destination. Keff is furious. He wants to get Maxwell Corey. More, he'd like to be able to get the slime who caused Carialle such pain in the first place. There's only one problem. That slime may well have been those very globe frogs he's just become friends with. About the author. Jodie Lynn Nye is the author of the Mythology 101 series of humorous fantasies. She has collaborated with Anne McCaffrey on The Ship Errant, The Death of Sleep, A Planet Pirates novel, and The Dragon Lover's Guide to Pern. She lives outside Chicago, Illinois, with her husband and their 2 cats. To Val and Rick with love. Preface. To Dr. Senate Maxwell Corey, Inspector General, Central Worlds Administration. From Commander Lavan Muller-Danes, Alien Outreach Department. A transmission has been received by this office from RNJ 599, known locally as Osran, requesting transportation of representatives of its government to its home world. I have before me your memo asking me to inform you if such an eventuality arose. While the CK-963 Brain Brawn team is, to say the least, unorthodox in its methods, it is effective. Furthermore, they did discover the globe frogs, as they call the aliens, and they speak the local language, which none of our other personnel do. Though the CK-963 would not have been my personal choice to undertake this mission, I bow to pressures from above that dictate we should not antagonize the Osranians in any way, lest that jeopardize future cooperation. Furthermore, the Osranians have particularly requested that the same scout ship team convey them to their homeworld. Unfortunately, due to discovery of the Reichsy species a few months later, and the press of budget and time considerations since then, the Osran file was placed at the bottom of Alien Outreach's agenda. As a result, no secondary contact team had been dispatched to the colony world to make further contact with the amphibioid population as was originally planned. The Osranians prefer to deal only with humans who are familiar to them, and insist on Carialle and Keff. I gave orders that the team be pulled from its current assignment. It was a routine courier mission that did not specifically call for the talents of a brain ship, and has been reassigned to another available crew. In reply to your insistence that we immediately remove CK-963 from the Osran return mission, I am taking the opportunity to acquaint you with the details of the original mission. In view of the outstanding success of the first contact, it is AOD's opinion that there is no apparent need to take this action. While I have reviewed the voluminous file you forwarded, there is no event among the 46 incidents listed that would warrant an immediate recall of the Brawn team. If at some future date you produce evidence of instability on a level as to interfere with the mission, we will then follow your recommendation and replace the CK-963 with a group of experts now being assembled for the follow-up mission to Osran. Those specialists should be on the station designated SSS-900C within a month. I have simplified the technical material so as to make it understandable by the members of your department. AOD Mission CK-963-5458.89 OZ0001. Initial observation 2 years ago of indigenous life on planet RNJ-599 revealed that there were 2, possibly 3, species of tool-using beings resident there. All 3 groups were soft-skinned, bilaterally symmetrical, upright bipeds. 2 of them, very humanoid in appearance, had skin colors in the beige to dark brown range. One group of these appeared more intelligent and advanced than the others. Their manipulative extremities had 5 digits, arranged as a human's would be, with 4 fingers and an opposable thumb. They used a sophisticated system of power manipulation that was so advanced in its technology that it could be used to make the user fly, teleport solid objects, or even change the weather. The second species of humanoid bipeds had only 4 digits on each manipulative extremity and had hairy pelts. These beings served as the first group's trainable workforce. The Osran majors and majesses, gender-specific reference, had an extremely complex social hierarchy and used without comprehension the scientific technology they possessed. Because it was so easy to use by beings with a high level of telepathy, certain magesses were able to access an amulet's power more readily than others, hence the stratification of society. Because it was easier to use the conductor units than to accomplish a task by hand, over time the humans pushed the gigantic generator almost to destruction. By the time Keff and Carialle landed, the system was disintegrating dangerously, and Osran society was in a downward spiral. The third species, observed only casually, was a race of much smaller bipeds with skins in the green part of the spectrum. These lived a marginal existence in the meagre swamps and marshlands of the arid continents. Further observation revealed that both of the larger species were of the same race, and not native to Osran. In fact, they were human beings. The 4-fingered hands of the workforce were not the result of mutation, but mutilation. These majors and magesses mutilated the others to prevent the system being used by anyone not considered to belong to the intellectual elite. The servitors were kept tractable with the use of drugs by the 5-fingered controllers. Upon investigation, the humans proved to be a colony of the Central Worlds, who had landed on Osran 10 centuries ago. Ancient records of the initial overfly of the planet showed it to be a plum for settlers, with a fortunate climate, arable land and potable water, nitrox-mix atmosphere, suitably balanced gravity, moons to produce tides, and generally non-toxic plant life. Over time, they entirely lost contact with the colonization department. These humans had not invented the power system, but rather had inherited it from a race that had temporarily inhabited the planet. It was this unknown race of aliens that had stolen the power system from its inventors. They passed it on to the human settlers, then died out without telling them its source. The contact team discovered that the creators of the fabulous power control system turned out to be the small green creatures, called by the scout team globe frogs, also found not to be native to Osran. The humans had dismissed the globe frogs as mere swamp animals, failing to observe the signs of intelligence and civilization the beings displayed. It took special intervention by the Brainship team to restore the technology to its inventors before the neglect of centuries caused a planetary cataclysm. Access to the power conductor units was sharply restricted, although not entirely removed from use by the mages and magesses. Before the team left, they saw the beginnings of an attempt to establish a system of government shared equally by humans and globe frogs. This amphibioid species, while not indigenous to Osran, is of unusual interest to many sections of the Central World's government, not the least of which is this one. Such interest centers mainly around this scientific breakthrough reported by the initial contact team, the device which makes possible the remote manipulation of matter. Empirical observation suggests that those humans who use it have inbred a tendency towards telepathy, which is necessary to operate the system. Science research seems to think that it is possible to develop a variation of the power amulet that will allow anyone to make use of the Osranian generators. As a result, we are all anxious to cooperate in any way the Osrans require to retain access to this important scientific breakthrough. Other departments that have requested more information are science research, linguistics, and economic development. The location of the Cridi, globe frog, homeworld, has been pinpointed as closely as possible by Exploration's astronavigators. Assisted by Carialle, who also translated the globe frog's extant charts, a program designed to roll back celestial movement to where the stars lay 1,000 years ago, approximately the time the globe frogs lost touch with their homeworld. Two possibilities have emerged. Two dwarf yellow stars in binary combination. The CK-963 team is to try the nearer star first. We have complied as promptly as possible with the amphibioids' request for the CK-963 to escort them to their homeworld. Central Worlds Administration pictures the globe frogs as partners not only on the colony world of Osran, but in the greater task of exploring the universe at large. We regret that the preliminary diplomatic and fact-finding mission to the globe frog's homeworld of Cridi also failed to materialize, but it is now too late either for regrets or a hasty dispatch of seasoned ambassadors. We are having to settle for Carialle and Keff going in cold. I would like to assure you that both Carialle and Keff have been thoroughly briefed on the importance of this assignment, and have been cautioned under penalty to keep the contact on an absolutely professional level. I again thank you for your interest in this department's function, and suggest that since we have come to terms with the immutable situation, you should do so as well. I feel it is unwise to anticipate failure. Sincerely, Lavan Muller-Danes, Commander, Alien Outreach. Chapter 1. En route to the Cridi system. "What say you, good Sir Frog?" Keff asked, peering over the head of the small green bipedal amphibioid at the pieces of the three-dimensional puzzle spinning in mid-air at the entrance of the great hall of Castle Arg. The green being glanced up at him. He gestured toward the conundrum, then flicked the tip of his unnaturally long forefinger against his knobby temple. "Not difficult," Tall Eyebrow signed. Swiftly he pointed from one piece to another, indicating which edges fit against one another. As he made each match, the pieces flew together until there was only one object spinning before them. Keff studied it, "The Mask of Malhavy," he said, awed.
"What is this Mask of Malhavy?"
the globe frog asked, combining sign language with the unfamiliar standard words voiced in the high-pitched peep of his kind.
"Is this an important artifact in your culture?"
"Just a pretend artifact, T.E., Keff said, as a quick aside. Carialle made it up for the game. Stay with it."
"Ah, make-believe."
Tall Eyebrow nodded and threw a self-deprecating gesture toward his host.
"Forgive me. I forget this is but myths and legends."
His signs grew more theatrical, in imitation of the human male.
"What does this mean?"
"I know not, my lord," Keff said, replying in both frog sign language and standard. "Perhaps if we looked through the eye-holes we would see a wonder." "He's altogether too good at theoretical and combination spatial relations," Carialle said over the central room speaker, as the two adventurers bent to see through the apertures of her creation. They made a curious picture. The man, of medium height for a human, had a broad chest, muscular arms and legs. He was dressed in a garment that reached to mid-thigh, not unlike a medieval tunic, over trousers and boots. His usual gentle countenance wore a watchful, inquiring skull. Around his waist a sword-belt held a glow-tipped épée ready to hand. His companion stood less than a metre high, had shiny green skin, a short narrow body, and beady black eyes. His hands and feet were almost as large as those of the human beside him, the fingers of almost equal length to one another. He wore a beret, a short cape, and a belt around his small middle, its buckle a large gold boss with 5 indentations in it that looked made for the fingertips to slide into. "Better than I am, my lady," Keff laughed, shaking his head. "I give up, T.E. You tell me what you think we need to do with it." The game they were playing was myths and legends. Among the grounders who occupied the safe and settled planets, it was a children's game. Keff had learned it in primary school, and had introduced it to his brain partner, Carialle, as a means of occupying the infinitely long intervals of space travel. To Keff, it gave life a certain special meaning, to accomplish points of honor, to lay successes at the feet of his lady fair. He was a born knight-errant. His private aim, ever since he had been a child, had been to do good, a goal that had gotten him into more than a few playground fights with schoolmates who lacked his natural devotion to the greater concept of truth. To Carialle, it provided an outlet for the creative bent that was so often lacking in the technical jobs given to shell people, even brain ships. And it was fun. Over time it had simply worked its way into their everyday lifestyle, to the despair of the exploration arm of Central Worlds. To exploration and alien outreach, Keff's globe frog playmate was Tall Eyebrow, ambassador and representative from a shared colony world known to the humans who lived there as Osran. To the knight and his lady, he was also occasionally the Frog Prince. Tall Eyebrow gestured to Keff to look through the eye-holes. Carialle was amused when her Brawn had to crouch down on the floor to put his head at the same level as the globe frogs. "It should have taken longer for him to solve that jigsaw," she said. "I'm going to have to make the puzzles harder. These little chappies have surprisingly deep minds. I am continually having to re-evaluate my judgment of their ability to learn." "Well, you've already surpassed my understanding, Carrie," Keff said cheerfully, rising from his haunches with his hands on his thighs. He turned toward the titanium pillar that contained and protected her physical body and winked. The 2 years that had passed since they had first met the globe frogs had lightened a few more hairs on his curly head, and possibly slowed down his reactions by milliseconds, but hadn't taken a whit of his boundless good nature or enthusiasm. His muscle tone continued to be excellent, Carialle was pleased to note, and the bright blue eyes in his mild, bull-like face were clear and alert. Respiration and pulse up a little, but that had to do with excitement over the game rather than exertion. He stretched his arms out and rotated his broad torso from side to side to ease his back. Actually, I'm enjoying being T.E.'s sidekick, if I allow the truth to be known. After adventuring on my own for so many years, a change is nice.
I, too, am enjoying it, Tall Eyebrow signed quickly. Too much reality for so long. To strive without fear is high fun.
Keff grinned. Well, that's why we do it. Yoicks! Carialle had chosen that moment to activate the next peril in the ongoing game. The human jumped back as the holographic stone wall beside them slid back to reveal 4 villains armed with chains and machetes. He felt for the light-tipped sword at his side and was soon engaged in healthy battle with his computer-generated adversaries. The enemy was only a holograph, but Carialle had made them look utterly real, using a combination of projective cameras like the ones that drove her navigation screen tank. The setting, complete with cobwebs and rats, could have been any pre-industrial village instead of the cabin of a sophisticated starship. The brain behind it was as clever as the swordplay of the villain facing him. Completely into his part once again, Keff slashed his blade overhand and thwacked the scarred villain in the arm. The man dropped his guard, giving Keff a chance to fling himself forward with a thrust to quart. The glowing cursor went home, and the villain collapsed to the floor with a wail. Keff threw back his head with a feral laugh. "Come on, who's next? Together we cannot be beaten." Another adversary stepped forward over the body of his fallen chief, saber flashing in the candlelight. The globe frog emitted an alarmed squeak.
"What are those?"
he signed, pointing at the sparks like fireflies that poured out of the dark hall after the human villains. "Some foul, unknown peril," Keff called over his shoulder, not taking time to sign. "Catch them!" The sparks flitted all over the room. Keff ducked a squadron of the small glows, then skillfully parried a chop from one of the hoods wielding a machete. The globe frog took a moment, translating standard human language to his own, then his small brow rose in comprehension. He bounded up to clap his hand against the wall next to Keff's head, trapping a firefly. "That's 1, Carialle said. 15 to go." "You're letting them get away," Keff cried. He was cornered between 2 of the foe, who stood tossing their weapons from hand to hand. One of them fainted, and Keff parried, sweating. Tall Eyebrow ran toward another elusive spark.
"I will assist,"
cried Small Spot. He was the more impetuous of the 2 aides who had accompanied Tall Eyebrow from Osran. Small Spot, in spite of his diminutive-sounding name, was large, as the amphibioids went. The spot was a lighter greenish patch in the center of his forehead. Unlike most of his species, his hide had a smooth color all over but for that. He sprang up from where he had been sitting on Keff's weight bench to aid his prince. The fingers of one hand slid into the 5 long grooves of his power amulet, and he rose 5 meters in the air to capture a firefly that had slipped Tall Eyebrow's grasp. He floated down from the ceiling, looking sheepishly at his empty palm. He glanced up at the other shyly.
"I forget. There is nothing there to touch."
His companion, Longhand, an older and more cautious female, perched out of the way of the action on the console, emitting the high-pitched creaking that meant one of their species was laughing. Small Spot returned to his place, skinny knees bent to show embarrassment.
"I do not understand human games,"
he admitted, small face set in a self-deprecatory grimace.
"It is one more cultural oddity to which we must adapt."
"Relax, Small Spot," Carialle said. She made the image of a globe frog appear on the wall at their level and addressed him in sign. "There's no disgrace in being fooled by a good illusion. One of my better ones, I must say." "She gets better all the time," Keff panted, dancing away from an enemy whose skill matched his own.
"I had not been observing properly,"
Smallspot said. In shame, he flapped one of his big flat hands away from his face, not looking at her simulacrum. To distract him, Carialle showed him a different hologram, a piece of technological schematic she had adapted from her observation of the core of Osran, the gigantic power complex that supplied the amphibioid's amulets. The mechanism connected each user to the core by means of high-frequency transmission. For the journey to the globe frog's homeworld, Carialle had installed a similar but much smaller system to serve their needs while they were aboard. Their delicate skins needed to be kept moist. With the amulets, they could maintain an electrostatic charge that clothed them with a film of water all over except the palms of their hands and the soles of their feet. It put a tremendous strain on her engines, but she and Keff felt it was necessary to allow them to have freedom of movement, and so not everything on this groundbreaking trip would be strange. It was enough that they were the first of their kind to leave their planet for the first time in 1,000 years. Carialle felt it was her duty to put the nervous amphibioids at their ease. "Maybe you can help me," she said to Smallspot. "I felt another odd surge, another sonic feedback, when you used your amulet just now. If I've adjusted the receptors correctly, you should be able to draw power from my engines without this much signal noise. I think the problem comes from here." A portion of the diagram enlarged, bulging out from the rest as if under a magnifying glass.
"Let me see,"
Smallspot signed, gesturing it closer, clearly grateful for the chance to save face. Longhand bounded down from the console with leggy grace and trotted over to help. In no time at all, the two were signing away energetically over the faulty circuit diagram. At the other end of the room, Keff and Tall Eyebrow had moved on to the next part of the game, where they had to figure out the mystery that the Mask of Mulhavey was concealing, in spite of other pretend perils that occasionally distracted them. Tall Eyebrow grinned as Carialle responded to his questions, showing some of the hidden map and key as he answered each one correctly. Though make-believe was an unfamiliar concept to his species, Tall Eyebrow was embracing it as if he'd been brought up to it. In fact, the small aliens had adapted with remarkable speed to space travel, too. The amphibioids, whom Keff and Carialle had dubbed globe frogs for their mode of transportation, clear plastic bubbles partly filled with water, and their resemblance to Earth amphibians, had a very flexible outlook indeed. To ascend as they had, from a marginal, swamp-bound existence where computer technology and particle science were taught in theory on clay tablets for lack of equipment, in the lonely dream that one day they'd be able to use their handed-down education, to an equal partnership with technically capable but theoretically ignorant humans, was a certifiable miracle. To then bring their shared planet forward centuries in only 2 standard years was a more than respectable achievement. A human autocracy had been replaced by a republic governed by representatives of both races, human and globe frog. When conditions had improved to a point where Tall Eyebrow and his conclave decided that the combined society would prosper without constant supervision, they sent a message to the Central Worlds and asked for transportation to their native planet Cridi, particularly requesting the CK-963 as their escort. The team had been called home with a message coded urgent. They were briefed and re-briefed and re-re-briefed as to what to say and how to behave to the homeworld amphibioids. Carialle knew they weren't Alien Outreach Department's favorite team. The upper brass considered them too odd, too idiosyncratic to be good representatives of humanity and the Central World. Still, it had been the CK-963, and not a more traditional team, that had discovered, and reinstated the globe frogs, and it was the CK-963 who must convey the visiting party from Osran to Cridi. Carialle preferred to call their peculiarity imagination rather than idiosyncrasy. But looking at it from the perspective of people who ate pureed mush of unreconstructed proteins and carbs for lunch, lest they be troubled by form, colour, and texture, she supposed she and Keff must be as strange as, well, another alien race. Several departments of CW had carefully examined all the tapes Keff and Carialle had made, and they wanted the power control technology. The team had warned that a high level of telepathic ability was necessary to operate it, and that unlimited use was destructive to the environment. But all the brass could see was effortless, remote manipulation of solid objects. Credit balances of high digits followed by endless zeros danced before their eyes. Whatever obstacles needed to be overcome would be examined after the power control system was in their hands. Surely the Central Worlds had much they could offer in exchange. Carialle and Keff were to bend over backward and whistle, if that was what was needed, to ensure diplomatic ties with this fully mature, space-ready race of intelligent beings. Nothing must come between humanity and the Cridi's wonderful scientific advances. The diplomatic arm warned the team to behave themselves, and put dozens of strictures upon them, punishable by fines and penalties too horrible to name. The brass weren't going to be best pleased that the odd couple had polluted the minds of the visiting party of frogs, teaching them their fantasy game to while away the long voyages. The slack cut for the CK-963, because of their big discovery, would only go so far. Silly folderol would not be tolerated. Carialle didn't care, and she knew Keff didn't either. All they wanted was the opportunity to revisit Osran, and they got it. They had been amazed at the difference after only a 2-year absence. The almost desert world of Osran had become lush. Verdant cropland burgeoned, thousands of young trees sprouted, and the skies rained. Keff had found it dreary, but all Osrans, shades of green and brown alike, stared up at the grey thunderclouds with expressions of bliss. It all depended upon your outlook, Carialle thought. Tall Eyebrow had succeeded in trapping all the dragonflies, and Keff was out of swordsman to kill, so Carialle slowly shifted the holographic view forward, engulfing them in the darkness of the Great Hall. "Great suns, the lights are disappearing," Keff complained. Worried cheeps erupted from the 2 globe frogs at the far side of the cabin, whose sole light source now was the hovering circuit diagram.
"Malheavy!"
a tiny voice peeped. Carialle smiled to herself. Tall Eyebrow had amazing powers of observation. On infrared she watched his skinny form lope towards the spinning mask. He bent to look through it. It allowed you to see in the dark. He followed the floating hologram, grabbing Keff on the way to 3 doors concealed behind a tapestry at the end of the room.
"Bend down,"
T.E. chirped in Standard, since his sign language was useless in the dark. He prodded Keff to look through the eye-holes at the 3 doors. They started a low discussion about which door to choose. Carialle left them to it, and made a cross-check of her systems, and took a look at the long-range monitors. Number 3 engine was running a trifle too hot. She damped down the carburation filter until all 5 engines were running in harmony. Tall Eyebrow and his people had been out of touch with their home world ever since the advent of the second alien race. Carialle reviewed the combination sign the Osran globe frogs had for these others, one hand with 2 fingers pointed downward like legs, but with the knees facing backward, and the other stretching the eyelids of one eye wide. No verbal name existed.
The Crookneys learned how the power system worked, commandeered all the power units in one single lightning grab, then moved their population base into the mountains, far out of reach of the Cridi. Without their devices, the globe frogs were helpless. They couldn't range far from water, and had grown too dependent upon using their amulets to know how to survive without them. But 1,000 years of subsistence living had taught them everything there was to know about making use of natural resources. Vulnerable to every hazard and large animal on the planet, sensitive to the atmosphere, and deprived of even basic luxuries, they were forced to use the only resource left to them, their intellect. They lived virtually without waste, made use of all available resources, and appreciated every benefit that came their way. Carialle thought that such an admirable attitude would be a better import for the Central Worlds than the amulets. The adventurers in her cabin passed through the correct doorway and found themselves in a torchlit corridor which in normal use was the passageway that led to Keff's quarters, the spare cabin, and the lift down to the storage bay. T.E., letting the mask hologram float off, put his hand up flat to his face with the 3 middle fingers bunched together, and the long pinky and almost equally long thumb slightly apart from the others, so his round black eyes could peep through. It was his symbol for Carialle, the one who watches from behind the wall. "Yes?" Carialle asked at once.
"We have succeeded to the next stage. Food and water now?"
the globe frog asked, his small face plaintive. "How thoughtless of me! Keff, you can go on for days without sustenance, and I have my own feeding systems, of course." "Certainly, T.E." To keep within the context of the game, she had a floating globe appear that led the 2 adventurers toward the food synthesizer at the end of the cabin, near the weight bench, and the other 2 globe frogs. "I'd have just left the castle and gone to find a pub," Keff said apologetically. "Sorry, T.E. You're not familiar with the conventions." The hatch opened to disgorge in succession a bowl of succulent marsh greens, a glass of water, a glass of beer, some amorphous proteins shaped like Osran grubs, and a plate containing one of Keff's favourite set lunches. Travelling with the globe frogs was good, not only for Keff, but for her as well. She had a chance to stretch her synthesizer's repertoire.
"There is not a strong enough resistor here,"
Smallspot said, pointing to the schematic. Carialle, distracted from her musings, noted his correction, tested it, found it good, and directed her internal mechanisms to make the adjustment. "All right, try floating again," she instructed Smallspot. Obediently, the amphibioid put his fingertips into the niches on his amulet and took to the air. But monitoring the game, meals, and the schematic took only a small portion of Carialle's attention. She had an oil painting in process, a globe frog paddling its way across the dusty fields of Osran, the way they were when she and Keff had first seen them 2 years earlier. The canvas was meant to be a gift to the new joint government, to remind them of what they had left behind them. Her custom painting equipment took up as much space at one end of the cabin as Keff's exerciser did at the other. Critically, she examined each pixel she had done so far of the special microfiber cell canvas, and with the greatest of care flooded 10 more cells of the thin, porous surface with medium green and 5 with dark green, creating a minute stripe and highlight along a globe frog's back. The result looked like a brush stroke with a very fine sable brush, exactly as she wanted it to. She ought to be finished with the painting by the time they returned to Osran. Carialle also gave her own hardware a good going-over to make certain the boffins in the repair bay at SSS 900C, the last space station they had visited, hadn't left any screws untightened when they had examined her innards to install a ton of new memory. It appeared nothing had shaken loose since her last diagnostic. Their friend Simeon, the Shell Person's station manager, ran a tight ship. But Carialle liked to look after her own innards. It was a wonder that the human race hadn't met the amphibioid race, at least in passing. The coordinates that T.E. had given Carialle for his homeworld weren't far from P sector, where Carialle herself had travelled many years before. Had no bored scientist with a radio-digital telescope ever swung it toward that system and picked up the traces of RF transmission? There could be 1,000 explanations for failing to spot Cridi, but the result was, Carialle thought smugly, that she and Keff would be the first to meet the frogs, and the credit would be all theirs. Score 2 for the screwball crew, Carialle thought, her attention passing lightly over a cluster of unused memory cells. Alien Outreach didn't want a bite of possibly useful information about humankind's newest neighbour sacrificed for lack of space. They'd loaded her with new chips and controllers along every available circuit. Carialle felt that if she coughed, she would rattle. She scanned space around her. P sector had only begun to be opened up in the last 30 years or so by exploration teams. It contained numerous spatial anomalies that frightened commercial shippers as much as it intrigued them as to what sailable wonders might lie upon some of those as yet undiscovered planets circling the only just charted stars. When she herself had visited part of P sector years ago, it was in the course of an investigation with her first Brawn, Fanine Takajima Morrow. The mission had ended disastrously. A bomb, planted by saboteurs in Carialle's fuel tank, exploded, killing Fanine Takajima Morrow and leaving Carialle floating derelict, to wait weeks for rescue. She had survived, only narrowly avoiding the madness that haunts sensory deprivation. It was right near here, in fact. Something long buried in her memory nudged her that she was passing within a few 100,000 clicks of the exact spot. She did not even need to check the coordinates to know that that was true. How could she not have taken that into her calculations when she was planning the course to the Cridi system? Her thought processes must have been taken up with other things. Still, a navigation program must have observed details about their route. Undoubtedly her subconscious had told her she had old business to deal with, and steered her this way. Keff would have warned her to avoid the spot if he had known. Bad luck, or some other soft-shell notion. But she wasn't superstitious. Shell people weren't. Luck had little bearing on their situations. Considerable thought went into every facet of their lives, from prenatal survival to the last hookup in their shells. Carialle's own disability had been diagnosed while she was still in her mother's womb, and she had been enshelled at once to save her life. So why did she feel, as they said in the old saw Keff had once dug up in his linguistical research, as if a goose had walked over her grave? Could there be leftover psychic vibration in a place where a trauma had occurred? That had to be a myth, and yet she began to experience the anxieties she had suffered when she was marooned here. These were the last stars she had seen before the bomb in her fuel tank exploded, destroying her first ship and killing Fanine. Adrenaline surged through her system. Frozen, Carialle felt panic rise, not stopping it as it turned her nerves to barbed wire. It could happen again. Frantically she ran a safety check on the fuel mix in her tanks, measuring carbon levels, looking for the telltales that might indicate the presence of foreign substances. "Carrie!" A millisecond passed before she recognized the voice and responded. "Kev?" "Carrie, what happened? The game hollows are gone. Why did you fire off a message probe? What's wrong?" That question brought her immediately back to the present. The cabin had indeed lost its veneer of medieval neglect. Keff and Tall Eyebrow stood in the centre of the plain enamel-painted room, looking incongruous in tunics and sword-belts. Keff stared at her pillar. "Are you all right?" "What message probe?" she demanded, then checked her own thermometry. Sure enough, one of her small emergency rockets was streaking away into endless night, following a vector that would take it toward their last point of contact with the central worlds. Carialle searched the chips which supplied her with hard drive storage, found nothing, and extended the search to her other components. "I didn't do that on purpose," Carialle said crossly. "It must have been a malfunction caused by a bad connection. Darn it! And I was certain they'd checked everything in dry dock." Frantically she traced the circuits leading back from the controller in the rocket port. "No, wait. Somebody planted a post-hypnotic suggestion on me." Keff shook his head. "You can't be hypnotized, Carrie." "It's the shell person equivalent," Carialle said, her voice becoming crisp and cold. "Programming has been inserted into my circuits to respond to certain stimuli under certain very precise conditions, with the results you have just observed. There are microfilaments inserted into my nutrient storage tanks. They are probably there to monitor unusual demand for brain chemicals and carbos in a combination that approximates paranoid hysteria with pseudo-psychotic overtones, a condition that I admit I submitted to momentarily just now." "Who?" Keff asked, his face setting into a grim mask. "Who do you think?" Carialle countered. "Who's been trying to Section 8 me for the last 20 years? Who thinks I'm a flying emotional time bomb who should be relegated to controlling traffic on a Central Worlds ground station? Maxwell Corey, of course. That after-burning, fardling collection of random neural firings. Inspector General." "Are you sure?" Keff asked. "Who else would Rube Goldberg me without my knowledge?" Her blood pressure rose, so she adjusted slightly her intake of saline and gave herself 5 micrograms of a mood leveler. The panic attack had left behind its debris of epinephrines and excess gastric acids that were fast disappearing down the blood-cleansing apparatus. "He doesn't trust me. He never has." "This is harassment," Keff said, all his protective tendencies coming out at once. "We should report it to SPRIM and MM." SPRIM was the Society for the Protection of the Rights of Intelligent Minorities, and MM, Mutant Minorities, 2 agencies that spoke up on behalf of shell people who ran into difficulties with unshelled bureaucracy. Dr. Sennett Maxwell Corey, a psychiatrist by training and a nuisance by avocation, was a particular bugbear to both of them. But he had a special animus toward Carialle. He had never been convinced she had recovered from being marooned. The fact that she and Keff took a light-hearted view toward the naming of the indigenous species they encountered on their missions for exploration, and their devotion to playing myths and legends, made her sanity all the more suspect to the unimaginative bureaucrat. "I am composing something scathing right now," Carialle said, "while I destroy the implant with extreme prejudice." Her self-repair facilities, micro-machines of various designs, crawled along the electronic neural extenders and yanked the filaments out of her tanks and filled in the drill marks. Others traced down the filaments to the control boxes carefully hidden in deadware like the bottom of her waste tanks. "Don't send the message without my input," Keff insisted. He got up from his chair and paced back and forth in front of her pillar. "I have something to say about imperiling my partner's well-being, and I want to tell them just what I think of his big brotherism." He smacked one fist into the other palm. Tall Eyebrow and the other 2 globe frogs jumped away from him. He was sorry to frighten them, but he was unspeakably angry. "Why did it happen?" he asked, stopping short and looking up into her nearest camera eye. We're in P sector, Carialle said flatly. Keff's eyes went wide. He knew all about her history, and always had been extremely supportive in helping her heal from her traumatic experience. Are we there? Yes. Keff noticed the emergency lights on the console board and went to shut off the alarms. Are you all right now? Yes. Carialle's voice was thin with anger. Damn him. I passed my last 6 psych tests, 2 of them, 2, since our trip to Osran. I feel violated. There's a message box in my memory with all kinds of circumventions to make certain I couldn't detect it. Planted among the microdioids at the same time as the uninitialized chips. Nowhere near the new stuff, which the wily bastard knew would be the first things I'd suspect. It's a custom job, too. Keff interrupted. But why would you have reacted like that? Why would you have set it off at all? I know every inch of this parsec, Carialle said unhappily. I spent an eternity here, Keff. Not that far from here is where my fuel tanks blew up. There. A hollow view of the sector appeared, with their path indicated in blue. A red X blossomed at a distance from their present location and floated toward them, crossing the blue line and passing toward a cluster of stars to their starboard stern. She squared up their current location on the tank, and Keff looked at it solemnly. I was disabled here for weeks, and just for a moment I was reliving that experience. I was counting the seconds to keep from going insane. Then I remember feeling those footsteps on my hull, feeling those hands dismembering my components, stripping what they must have thought was a wreck, and hearing myself screaming, "Who are you?" she wailed. Keff shuddered and covered his ears. But it's been almost 20 years, Carrie. You know what my memory is capable of. The sensation is as clear and intense as if it was just this minute for me. I was desperately afraid those unknowns would break open my shell and leave me to die in space. I was helpless. It affected me so deeply that no matter how well I think I am, subconsciously I have never gotten over it. I never found out who was performing salvage on my skin. The head shrinkers still don't believe that there was anyone there. MC still must think I had a psychotic episode, dreamed the whole thing. That's why he has been dogging me all these years. He's been so sure I would flip out, and he made doubly sure I would launch a message probe to him if ever I did, so he could drag me out of my ship and lock me in a padded room. I wonder what else is buried in there, she added bitterly. Nothing, Keff said firmly. He's not that imaginative. There won't even be a backup mechanism in case that failed. Look, Lady Fair. Sheathing his light sword, he stepped forward to plant both palms earnestly on her pillar. He looked up at the nearest camera eye. When this is over, we'll find an independent, trustworthy memory doctor and have you scoped for other intruders. I'll stay there the whole time if you want, I promise. I thank you for your courtesy, good Sir Knight. The lady's face appeared and smiled at him, but the image wavered slightly. Carialle's heart wasn't in it. Keff's insides twisted with sympathy. We'll find those bastards one day, he promised her.
Game is ended?
Tall Eyebrow piped up from behind him.
Enjoy games? Interruptedness?
The little alien stood in the passage opening, looking disappointed. Keff gave his forgotten playmate a rueful grin. Sorry, T.E., Keff said. He moved away from the pillar, but kept an eye on it, wishing there was something he could do for her. I apologize, Carialle said contritely. I didn't mean to let everything drop. Computer malfunction. Minor. It won't happen again. In a moment the castle corridor rose around Keff again, and a three-dimensional letter puzzle appeared between them. Tall Eyebrow happily waddled over to it. As he moved his finger through the image of each 2- or 3-lettered piece, it enunciated its sound. Some of them were syllables, and some were just noises, thrown in by Carialle for fun. With a delighted chuckle, the globe frog began to construct standard words out of the assorted noises, touching them again and again.
Ook, hind, honk, eeuw, bee, auga, die, lu, ding, ook, lu, ook,
emerged from the audible babble as Tall Eyebrow found a match. Keff grinned. "When all this is over, let's go find the parasites who are hacking you up, Carrie," Keff said, making use of the sublingual implant in his jaw so the others couldn't hear him. "What with the bonuses from Osran still in the bank, and the booty from this trip, we can afford to take even a year off." "I hope the answers are still there to find," Carialle said in his oral implant.
Look behind you,
Tall Eyebrow spelled out aloud.
look behind you.
He signed suddenly to Keff. He spun in a circle, clutching his amulet in his long fingers. "He's good," Carialle said. 28 seconds, and it's not his native language." More villains began to pour into the newly reconstructed Great Hall. Some were humans, brandishing weapons at Keff. Some were waist-high foes, snarling as they sought to surround Tall Eyebrow. Keff drew his sword, then hesitated, blade in mid-air. T.E. stood gazing curiously at Keff, wondering why the man wasn't charging. The Brawn looked at him, feeling as if he had seen them just now for the first time. "I just had a horrible thought," Keff said subvocally to Carialle. "What if it was T.E.'s people, the Cridi, who were the ones stealing your components?" "Don't think it hasn't occurred to me," Carialle said, a voice crisp in his ear. "I hope not. I'm going to be watching them like a bank guard every minute. But I so hope not." "I hope not, too. I wouldn't be able to behave the same towards them if they almost killed you, inadvertently or not." "I refuse to theorize in advance of the facts, as someone once said," Carialle stated firmly. "Right now, the important thing is to get T.E. and his party safely to Cridi. When this is over, we'll go and find out the truth." "When you will and where you will, my lady," Keff said, swallowing his concern. His partner was under control again. If he pushed for more details, he might risk making her relive her ordeal. He raised his sword before his face in salute, and with a gallant bow toward her holographic image, charged into the fray. "Well, come on, T.E., he shouted at the surprised globe frog. "You're on the threshold of your first big battle. Hop to it." Chapter 2. A few days later, Carialle interrupted the game and darkened the room to fill all the walls with views from her external sensors. The bright yellow-white, blue-white, and dull-red dots of stars glimmered into view. Subtly, a white grid of low intensity divided the blackness into cubes. "Gentlemen and amphibians," she announced brightly. "Best visuals coming up. You see overhead on Y-vector the border between sectors P and R. Imaginary, of course, visible only on benchmarking programs, but enhanced for your viewing pleasure. Beside us to starboard is a pentary of 5 stars known to Central Worlds as the Ring, a source of infernal radio interference to all space travelers hereabout. Below and to port, other constellations, brought in at tremendous expense to the management. No shoving, please. Move along in an orderly fashion. And the entity ahead of us, frogs and sir, is star PLE 329JK5, half of a binary otherwise known as your home system. And there, in that spot, she highlighted a single dim yellow dot, 2/3 of the way around the ecliptic from them, is your first real view of the planet Cridi. Welcome home, my friends. Hallelujah, Keff caroled, picking up data sheets and throwing them in the air. Tall Eyebrow and Longhand did a joyous dance together in mid-air around Keff's head. Small Spot bounded lightly from weight bench to wall to console and to Carialle's rack of paintings and back again, narrowly missing everyone else. They were all laughing in their shrill voices. "How long until we make planet for, Carrie?" Keff called. He couldn't force himself to stop grinning. The corners of his mouth stayed glued up near his ears. He slapped his small friends on the back and shook their hands. "A while yet," Carialle said. "I'm dumping velocity so I can drop into orbit at under 1,000 kilometers per hour. In the meantime, take a good look, folks. We made it!" The globe frogs peeped and chirped to one another in high excitement, gesturing frantically at the holographic display.
"It is different from Osran,"
Longhand signed.
"Orbit much wider. Cold?" "Not recorded. We shall cope,"
Small Spot said.
"See how warm the sun is? How lovely gold red? Who shall we meet? Who indeed?"
Tall Eyebrow looked up at Keff in despair.
"What shall we say to one another? How different will we be from them?" he signed. "How will we interact?"
"Well," Carialle said thoughtfully, "you've had a very small and limited gene pool to work with for 10 centuries. I wouldn't be surprised if there hasn't been the beginnings of a genetic shift, but it's unlikely to make any real difference. At worst, you might need artificial assistance to interbreed with the majority population. We could offer Central World's expertise in that department. Our scientists have no trouble fitting Tab A into Slot B, particularly with our knowledge of the confluent species that resembles yours in our biosphere. On the other hand, if you're just worried about your past experiences differing, I'd suggest you just be yourselves. They won't be expecting identical lines of development." "Carialle," Keff said in exasperation. Once a scientist, always a scientist. He turned to the aliens. "They'll just be glad to see you, T.E."
"I do not know,"
Tall Eyebrow said, seeming dazed, staring at the tank.
"It was not real until now."
"Well, it certainly is real," Keff said. He spotted an artifact ahead of them in the holoview. Its surface was too smooth to be natural. "What's that, Carrie? Tracking stations? Signal beacon?" "A little of each, I'd say. I'm getting a scan from it. Lots of subspace transmissions. I am recording them and attempting to translate." "Feed it to me when you get something, please." Keff sat down in the crash seat before the console and stared at the screen. He drummed his fingers on the console and tapped his toes in anticipation, feeling perfectly happy. This was a bonus, on top of the payoff for finding the civilizations on Osran. To be able to observe an anthropological phenomenon heretofore unknown in human history, the first meeting of 2 different groups of the same race, divided for over a millennium. The linguistic diversity alone would provide him with the material for at least one blockbuster academic paper. Tall Eyebrow waddled over and hopped up to perch on the chair arm to watch with him. "Anything yet?" Keff asked Carialle. "How about particle scans? How much activity is their spaceport seeing?" "Patience, please. All I am seeing out there is a little debris and some very old ion trails," Carialle said. The screen lit up with an overlay of green dust streaks that were scattered and stretched by the orbits of the planets in between. "I'd say no one's come through here in a long while."
"Always underfunded,"
Tall Eyebrow offered, with his hands turned slightly upward to show apology.
"It is in the records. Resources small offered, metal scarce. Volunteer work never enough. Raw materials always short. Mission to Osran, one of 3 major projects to be funded in 10 revolutions around the sun, when my many times ancestors had prepared for the journey to Osran.
Bureaucracy never changes anywhere, said Keff sympathetically. Then he sat up straighter. You don't mean you have memos dating from 1,000 years back?
For every day, said the Frog Prince with a satisfied gesture. In all our troubles, that was never neglected. We have brought them with us for the perusal of the Cridi government.
Keff felt his jaw drop. The globe frogs had loaded only a few containers into the cargo hold, and most had contained gifts. In those little boxes you have 1,000 years of records.
Communication system is kept frugally,
Tall Eyebrow signed. I'm impressed with your systems, Carialle said. So am I, Keff said, with a whistle, promising himself a good rootle through the boxes when they were offloaded. Talk about micro-storage. Aha, Carialle announced. It's sensed us. I'm receiving a hail from the orbiters. She ran the data patterns through digital analysis, dividing the sum of on-not-on pulses by a range of prime numbers, formulae and logarithms, until she came up with a coherent 1028 unit-wide digital signal. It wasn't a computer program, but a video transmission of an amphibioid wearing a glittering silver collar. Take a look at this, she said, and relayed it to the cabin screens. Keff was fascinated, but the 3 Osranian globe frogs were dumb with amazement. Not much obvious genetic difference, Carrie, Keff said, staring at the image, looking at every detail. Thank goodness for that. The camera was centered on the Cridi's hands rather than its face, which remained expressionless, and still staring at the video pickup with fixed black eyes. The long hands snapped out signs in a quick sequence, then repeated it over and over again. I can read that. Identify yourself, Keff translated. Do not proceed further. There's a spoken language too, Carialle said, transmitted on either sideband of each copy of this signal on every frequency I tune into. Wideband, narrowband, microwave, data squirt, even a form of tight beam. Very thorough. They want to make certain you don't miss it. Very musical, too. Listen. She put the sounds over the cabin speakers. A pattern of peeps, creaks, chirps, and trills repeated over and over again. Keff squinted with concentration as he listened to the rhythmic squeaking. I bet it says exactly the same thing as the hand jive. Keff's eyes gleamed. Record it, please, Carrie, and run it through the IT. Keff's intentional translator program had been of assistance in learning the Cridi's sign language back on Osran. He was constantly updating the system, which theoretically contained full grammar and vocabulary for every alien language that the Central Worlds had yet discovered. The program functioned with indifferent success most of the time. It rarely provided them with the key to an alien language when an explorer needed it. More often someone found a key first, then used IT to build up a translation system from collected data. The IT was still full of bugs, Carialle thought cynically, but Keff never seemed to be bothered by them. Still, he had been improving its interpretation of the Cridi signs.
Ah!
Tall Eyebrow signed, his black eyes shining.
The language of science! We have all but forgotten its use in the arid atmosphere of Osran. The waters and the globes prevent sound from carrying, and we have had no amulets to broadcast it, so we let it drop except infrequently in conclave.
Interesting cultural redundancy, said Keff. Not at all. It makes sense for a technologically advanced race to develop some kind of oral language, Carialle said thoughtfully. Having to manipulate starship controls while signing home to mission control Seemed to me like a difficult combination. But they had created remote power control, Keff protested. Carialle's voice was sugared with sweet and insufferable reason. What did they do before the amulets came along?
Sign is older,
Longhand explained, waving her hands for attention and interrupting the argument.
It was our first true trait of civilization.
The small voice, here her hands went to her throat and indicated diminution with a finger and thumb,
does not carry as well as long sight. It came useful when science reached us, but not during our earliest years. Silence was essential to hunting together in the earliest days. We have good eyes and poor ears. The wild food animals had good ears, but bad eyes. We must show silently to one another our intent. To us it meant survival. To which condition we were reduced on Osran, put in Tall Eyebrow. It has been so many generations since we did anything but survive. I am glad to see in the last year we have not forgotten how to think, how to invent with our hands. I shall not be ashamed to face my ancestors' other descendants.
But the Frog Prince looked nervous all the same. But can you translate it? Keff asked, almost bouncing with excitement. He gestured toward the screen where the silver-talked amphibioid was still signing his message.
If it has not changed since the mission to settle Osran, Tall Eyebrow signed, we may be able to.
His hand waggled sideways to show uncertainty. This is a job for my all-purpose handy-dandy translating program. Keff flew to his console and opened the file. He sat listening avidly to the excerpt, keying in notes. But that trick never works, Carialle protested. Sure it does, Keff said with high good humour, purposefully ignoring her insult. Especially because this time I can cheat. I have a native speaker with me. T.E., will you tell me what each of these sounds means? He touched a control. I'll slow it down, and you tell me where each phrase starts and stops, and then translate it for me.
If I can,
T.E. signed nervously. He slid his hand into his amulet to hover at the human's eye level. They went through the recorded message together. Keff listened with his teeth clenched as the slowed-down chirrups grated through the speakers like chains being dragged up a gravel road. At the Frog Prince's signal, he tapped a computer key, designating the end of a word or phrase. It seems to be linear, he said to Carialle. The IT is already beginning to cross-match similarities between phrases on the tape. Multiple overlay of meaning beyond tense or gender would be more difficult to distinguish. Now, T.E., what do they mean? Tall Eyebrow tried to translate each phrase into sign for them. He listened carefully, signing to Keff to replay each several times.
The first is formula for diminishing forward velocity to 0 or halt,
he said, holding up a skinny palm.
These next 4 I do not know. Some familiarity, but not enough. The first 3 are in command tense, but with certainty I cannot tell you their meanings.
So there has been some linguistic shift, Keff said, nodding to Carialle's Lady Fair image on the wall. It moves a lot faster than genetic or geographic alterations. Your ancestors might have used a more complex, extended phrase to mean whatever these do. The Globe Frog nodded and tilted his head again to listen to the tape.
This is X equals N. Identify. 3 unknowns. This is the formula for no forward motion, not proceed, a command. More unknowns.
Keff watched the small aliens hopefully as the tape ran out. Well, that's enough to go on, Carialle said. It's very much what I comprehended from the visual portion of the signal. Stop. Tell us who you are before you proceed.
Precisely what you'd expect from one of our own security beacons. Expressed entirely in mathematical concepts, Keff said. Very interesting. T.E., will you sing me the numerical sequence and all the variables for IT?
With pleasure, the amphibioid said, still bobbing lightly on the air. But what to do now about message heard?
Well, then, we reply as best we can, Keff said. T.E., do you want to do the honours? He made way before the communications console and courteously bowed the globe frog into his own chair. It's your home.
I do not know what to do, the small alien said, looking up at Keff uncertainly. What does one say to one's cousins after 1,000 years?
Take one step at a time, Keff said. Tell them who you are, where you're coming from, and ask permission to land. Mention us as your friends and allies. We don't want to have to explain anything more complicated than that at these long-distance rates. I'll stand behind you so they can see me. We'll answer their other questions when we arrive. Following Keff's instructions, Tall Eyebrow made a brief translation. Carialle could see on close magnification that the small green male's hands were trembling, but his signing was perfectly clear and precise as he identified himself. The long part, the explanation of his people's long absence from Cridi, he alluded to with some quick symbols and a few chirps, mentioning Keff and Carialle as their rescuers and allies. At the end, he asked for instructions. "Good, T.E., good," Keff said soothingly, patting the globe frog on the shoulder as soon as the camera went off. Tall Eyebrow's shoulders collapsed inward with relief. His two companions crowded in to comfort him.
"It is difficult," he signed.
"Good job." "It's going to be a big day for you," Carialle said, signing through her globe frog image. "That was just fine."
"And now what?"
Tall Eyebrow asked, stepping out into the air from Keff's chair, which was a metre too high for him. "And now we wait," Keff said, reclaiming his seat and throwing himself back with his hands behind his head. "Remember, they said halt and not proceed. In the meantime, you can sing me the symbols for each number, sign, and modifier." They didn't have long to wait. Within a few hours, Carialle picked up a new transmission from the beacon. A harried-looking frog, not the silver-talked one, appeared with a new message, which consisted of a single short trill, and the screen went blank. "What was that?" Carialle asked, replaying the transmission. "Welcome? Go away?" Tall Eyebrow's hands flew.
"It means proceed to the second planet from the sun, listen on this frequency for beacon, and follow in great circle equatorial orbit for landing procedure. It would seem procedure does not change."
"That little ding-a-lingle meant all that," Keff laughed. No stranger than a beeper-beeper, Carialle imitated the communication line busy signal, which means the party to whom you wish to speak is engaged on the line. Please disconnect and try again later. "True," Keff said, his eyebrows raised in amusement.
"It is an abbreviation," T.E. acknowledged. "Such a sign is phonetically recorded in our archives. I am surprised to hear that it really does sound like it is written."
"It's a pity you didn't continue the use of your verbal language on Osran," Carialle said. "Humans are geared towards spoken dialects. The majors might have realized sooner that you were sentient." "Things might have gone faster with us, too," Keff agreed. "My IT program is geared more toward oral reception and translation."
"Yet, inside our globes," Tall Eyebrow said gravely, "no one could have heard us cry out."
The second planet from the sun, behind a scorched clay rock and an insignificant asteroid belt where an unstable planet used to be, was large and beautiful and wet. As she swept into orbit above the equator,
Carialle read her spectroanalysis monitors and discovered high relative humidity due to a respectably thick and variable cloud cover in a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere. "I'll have mold galore and possibly rust in my drawers when I lift off." "Don't worry, lady," Keff said cheerfully. "If T.E.'s cousins have the magic technology, they can keep you as dry as you want." "Oh, I want, Carialle said. "That's one application of the technology I would look forward to using." Within minutes, Carialle had picked up the signal from the landing beacon on the largest landmass in the planetary northern hemisphere. She oriented herself to it, following a great circular route that would pass directly over it. Beneath them, peeping through the cloud cover, half a dozen small continents floated on the surface of a vast blue-green ocean. Small blue ice caps appeared, then fell off to either side of the globe as Carialle descended. As the clouds parted, they could see how very green the low-lying lands were. Smallspot and Longhand looked positively awed. They had never imagined the existence of so much water. Hazel-brown islands dotted the seas like freckles. Carialle opened megachip memory to record every detail and gave full visuals to those in the control room. There was some minor particulate matter in the atmosphere, probably a sign of industrial activity, and creating a beautiful sunset half a world behind them. She caught the occasional sunspark as tiny airborne craft speeding below her reflected the yellow star's light. The whole scene reminded her of any one of hundreds of the central worlds, but everything was in such small scale compared to those in a human settlement. Her senses told her that the flyers were only a metre square by less than 2 meters in length. How could we not have known they were here? She wondered aloud. Keff, never moving his eyes from the screen, shook his head slowly from side to side and clicked his tongue in agreement. "This is the race, all right," Keff said happily. The partner's dream had always been to discover a sentient race equal to humanity in technological advancement and social development. There was no doubt about the well-established civilization below them, and their guests were living proof of the culture's prowess in space exploration. The globe frogs became agitated as the ship neared the stratosphere. Carialle picked up signals that were almost certainly what was arousing their senses. "Take a look at the readings for the enormous power source down there," she told Keff, "much larger than the core of Osran. The frequency hash is even greater. I'm reading controller codes in tiny bandwidths that I doubt could sustain what's necessary for one of the older amulets. Your machines will undoubtedly need tuning," she told Tall Eyebrow.
"It is true," he said,
placing his long fingers on his belt buckle.
"I can feel the great power source, but I cannot focus in on it to draw from it. My amulet frequency is already in use here."
"Well, you can stay on my engines for the time being," Carialle said. "Our host should give you a guest frequency when we land." "But where are we going to land?" Keff asked. "The instructions didn't give a location." As if in answer, the ship shuddered. Carialle felt a force field surround her firmly but gently, like a velvet envelope. She tried to accelerate out of its grasp, but it was everywhere. It swept her out of her orbital path and rerouted her, drawing her into a side-to-side sine curve path that led toward the surface. Her passengers were thrown off their feet. The surprised globe frogs missed slamming into the wall only by swift use of their amulets. Keff, without technological assistance, was knocked to the floor. He grabbed for the base of the control chair as he slid towards the bulkhead and hoisted himself up toward the seat. The 3 hovering amphibioids looked down at him sympathetically. "That's why," Carialle said simply. "They're going to put us down on the landing pad themselves. Damn it! I hate being frog-handled, when I'm perfectly capable of doing this myself." Do you mean you didn't make that course adjustment? Keff asked, pulling himself up to his feet by grasping the arms of his crash couch. He sat down and pulled the impact straps around his body.
Look, Ma, no hands,
Carialle said, feeling somewhat bitter, but at the same time admiring the expertise and technology required to take over her landing. You know I don't drive that badly. They've taken complete control of my vector and speed. I could shut off my engines right now and probably land very nicely, thank you, but I don't trust strangers that easily. They're holding us like an egg, Keff said, looking at the exterior pressure monitors. It doesn't hurt, does it?
No,
Carialle admitted, with the sound she used for a sigh. However much I despise it, I have to admit they're doing a competent job. The Cridi are light years beyond the skills of the mages of Osran. It's more like a pillow than pincers. Chamel the Silver and the other mages could only pin me down with their controllers. They couldn't catch me in flight. Lucky for us, Keff said with a nod.
And for us,
Tall Eyebrow added, staring at the screen that monitored the continents over which they were flying.
Else we would not be returning home now.
I'm shutting down thrusters, Carialle informed them. At the same time the force was guiding her downward through the troposphere, Carialle had the sense she was being probed. The mind penetrated her hull, through her shielding, into and around her engines, her memory banks, the cabins and cargo hold, and into the shell which held her body. She stilled all life support activity, except for respiration, wondering if she would be interfered with by curious technicians. But the touch passed on and out of her ship. She forced her circulatory system to excrete the unnecessary adrenaline produced by her anxiety, and added nutrients and serotonin from her protein and carbohydrate tanks. She disliked being out of control of her functions, but at least this time she could see everything and to a minor extent move herself slightly in the soft, invisible grasp. I will not panic, she told herself firmly. I will not panic. I am in control. I can veer upward out of here at any time. I can. Of all the soft shells in her cabin, only Keff was unaware of the scan. The frogs, whether through latent telepathic sensitivity or the offices of their amulets, knew someone was examining them. Tall Eyebrow put his hand to his face with his fingers parted, a question to her. Yes, I feel it, she said verbally, and with sign through her frog image. We're being given the look-see to find out who we really are.
We come in peace,
Tall Eyebrow said worriedly. They must know that, Carialle commented, or they could have dashed us all over the scenery by now.
They may still,
said Longhand cynically.
Are they waiting until we are over a certain point to pull us down?
The velvet envelope absorbed the inertia as it slowed Carialle's velocity down to about a third. Gradually she dumped more speed as her course destination became more evident. The northern continent appeared over the rim of the planet. The ship was whisked over jungles and rivers and a network of small cities, all looming larger and larger as they dropped. End of side 1. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 2. The Ship Errant by Jody Lynn Nye. Continuing on page 40. Carialle focused in tightly on the terrain, judging by the angle of descent and speed where the invisible hand would eventually set them down. The data file she'd gathered of Cridi geography during her spiral told her that ahead on the eastern edge was a broad, flat plain. Most likely the spaceport lay there. Travelling at only a few thousand kilometers per hour, Carialle had time to record more detail of the land below, as well as speculate on the welcoming committee.
Most definitely the Cridi held all the reins on access and communication. Keff was looking forward to airing his sign language and the smatterings he'd already picked up of cheeps and twitters. Carialle just hoped that she wouldn't have to face one of her worst fears, seeing parts of her original hull being used by humanity's newest allies as chip and dip trays. The land dished upward into low, rounded, green-backed mountain ranges as a broad river valley spread out beneath her. Carialle's aesthetic sense was pleased by the cities she could see now in greater detail, integrated fully with the rainforests that covered most of the continent. Blue and bronze metal skyscrapers poked up through clumps of trees that were like giant date palms. Tributaries that eventually led to the great river wound among residential areas, passing under innumerable small bridges. Much of the broad green plains were uninhabited. Carialle guessed that the Cridi preferred to live in a jungle environment and leave the open spaces to the ruminants. It was all unimaginably pretty. "Brace yourselves," Carialle announced, feeling the restraint around her tighten. Tall Eyebrow and his two companions buckled themselves into the second crash couch, their staring eyes grim as the ship seemed to skim right over the tops of the trees. Carialle widened the view out to give them an accurate picture of their descent. They were actually still hundreds of kilometers above the ground. Now she could see a landing strip appearing in the extreme range of her senses. The huge open field was lined with rows of low buildings. Ragged heaps of undifferentiated junk, half grown over with vegetation, lay at the edges of the field. But two nearly complete spacecraft stood proudly on the wide green plain. Perfect miniatures, the graceful spires measured about a sixth of Carialle's height. "Not much current use," Keff commented. "I guess what Tall Eyebrow said about sparse government funding holds true even 10 centuries later." Their speed lessened again, this time sharply. The passengers surged forward in their crash seats. Keff clutched the arms of his couch and ground his molars together. Forward propulsion was down to a few 100 kilometers per minute, then a few tens, then diminished entirely. Keff had an uncomfortable feeling of weightlessness for a moment. "I'm upending," Carialle said. And she began to drop. Keff felt his heart slide upward to his throat. He gulped. The frogs, lifted momentarily upward against their straps, exchanged nervous glances among themselves, but none made a sound. The ship fell like a stone. "If they drop us now, we're scattered components," Carialle said. "I couldn't ignite to full burners in time to save us." Groaning against the gravity force upthrust, Keff huddled back in his impact couch against the thrust, his heart racing. "The question of the day," Carialle said in Keff's ear, her voice sounding sharp with panic regardless of her calm choice of words, "would a culture with a technology this advanced be reduced to performing manual salvage on a space-marooned hulk?" "Doubt it," Keff gritted, trying to keep his stomach from forcing its way up his throat and out of his mouth. His heart was in the way, and they'd all come out at once. He tried to sound definite. "Hope not." He closed his eyes and clutched harder, his fingers denting the upholstery of his crash couch, hoping the chair wouldn't have to live up to its name. The red-painted ship descended gracelessly from the high atmosphere onto the junk-strewn Thalerian plain. It landed with a boom that echoed into the surrounding mountains like a bark of divine laughter, and sent yellow dust swirling up toward the hot golden-white sun. Thunderstorm and Sunset waited until the roar of the engines died away, then approached the cylindrical tower.
"Almost a temple,"
Sunset said, unable to keep the awe out of his voice. He was very young. Thunderstorm smiled, his bifurcated upper lip parting to show the upper row of his fiercely pointed teeth.
"But the Godhead is served by strange priests, Sunset," he warned. "Remember that."
A final deafening blast of fire spread out from under the tail of the red ship, making Sunset jump. Then the engines shut down. Heat haze spread out from the hull, obscuring the tall cylinder in a shimmer. A tongue-shaped portion of the ship's wall separated and swung down on hinges until the tip touched the ground. A ramp, Sunset thought, trying out the human's word in his mind. Figures appeared in the opening. Sunset would have run ahead to meet the descending aliens, but Thunderstorm rattled a wingtip at him.
"With dignity, youngster."
Chastened, Sunset dropped behind to follow his elder. 3 upright figures walked down the ramp. 2 of them stopped a half-dozen body lengths short, but the tallest one came up within a single length.
"Greetings, honored ones,"
Thunderstorm said. He bowed low, then introduced himself, his assistants, and Sunset.
"As always, we are pleased to have you here, Visman. To what do we owe the pleasure?" So, these were humans, Sunset thought, very excited.
The tallest alien, whose V-shaped torso lacked mammary protuberances, meaning that it was a male, grinned, meaning the corners of its mouth were lifted, but the lip did not part in the center. What hair it had was mixed black and white. Its bare face was a narrow wedge point down. Its mouth showed flat, white teeth like those of a rodent. He wore a smooth, slightly shiny tunic over thin covers that concealed his abdomen and limbs. Around his neck was a chain bearing many strange devices, among them a curly piece of metal with a sharpened point mounted at a perpendicular angle on a short stick, a bulbous construction mainly consisting of white glass, with a shiny grey metal screw-shaped end, and a rectangular plate with characters on it in the human tongue. Sunset leaned a little closer to read it, and jumped back when the tall male made an impatient sign with his manipulative extremity, his hand. "It's Bizman, damn it, Thunder. But after all these years I ought to know you still can't say your B's. Sunset, glad to meet you. This is Marina and Zonzalo, Don, brother and sister. My partner and her younger sibling. We bring you more parts, Thunder. Is this the apprentice you promised us?"
"Yes, sir."
The younger male approached only a few paces and looked down at Sunset haughtily. "Does he know his stuff?" Zonzalo asked. Thunderstorm nudged Sunset forward. He answered in the biped's language, carefully rehearsed for this moment.
"I have memorized every component in the manuals. I know how to repair each one according to its right. I obey orders."
"Very good," Marina said with a smile for Sunset. She was slightly wider in frame than her brother, and she had the proper protuberances both front and side of a human female. Sunset was glad. He'd been afraid he wouldn't be able to tell, and Thunderstorm had been firm about the etiquette of addressing humans correctly.
"Thank you, ma'am,"
Sunset said, which won him another smile from Marina. Sunset noticed with a shock that the human had eyes of 2 colors, arranged concentrically with the pupil a round dot in the center. How incredibly strange! Yet her eyes were the color of loamy soil, a warm light brown, with a black ring separating the tan from the white. And her teeth, though flat, were very white. Sunset ducked his head to keep from staring. Humans were not so unattractive after all, even though they lacked proper haunches, tails, and wings. "Has he taken the oath?" the younger male asked. He had. Thunderstorm had administered it himself. Sunset remembered all the grand-sounding phrases. They came to his mind as he stood, waiting as his elders discussed him over his head. Obedience, silence, competence, humility, striving towards perfection in all things, and always keeping oriented to the center of Thaliri.
"Yes,"
he piped up, realizing that Zonzalo expected him to say something.
"Do you know what it means to be a member of the Mélange?" Bisman asked Sunset, for the first time looking him square in the eyes. That strange round stare was disconcerting. The younger Thaleri nodded several times to recover himself.
"I do. Humans and Thaleri together form the basis of trust. Since we are different, we may blend together only those things sacred and invisible, such as trust and knowledge. But in that partnership we are indissoluble, and must remain loyal to one another throughout all time. Where our travels may lead us is a test of that trust."
It was practically quoting the manuals, but the human didn't seem to mind. He nodded, bobbing his small round head up and down. "Good. Well, there's no time like the present. Come on, lad," Bisman said.
"Now?"
Bisman glanced at Thunderstorm with an expression that Sunset could not translate. "Yes, now. We haven't got all day. My people are ready to unload and go as soon as we're refueled. Do you want a chance to serve or not?"
"Of course I do,"
Sunset said, realizing he had made a mistake.
"I am eager to serve. My skills are ready, and my center is sure."
That must have been the appropriate response, because the adults turned away from him then and chattered low among themselves. Bisman tapped himself on the manipulative extremity and spoke into his wrist. From the red ship a crew of bipeds emerged. Part of the hull peeled away to reveal a huge storage bay full of containers. At Thunderstorm's signal, many Thaleri came forward with the heavy lifting equipment they brought from the capital city. The human crew unloaded all the goods onto the pad, well away from where the fire would lick out and consume them when it departed. The cargo consisted of spaceship parts, and Sunset recognized all of them. Only the largest one, which had to be hoisted by derrick onto a flat car, he had never seen except in the manuals. It was a primary space drive, probably the first one on Thaleri in many years. Each one was numbered, he had been told, in over 100 places on each of its many components. So interested was he that he didn't hear the final transaction between the elders. Thunderstorm spoke on behalf of the Thaleri, and Bisman, the spokeshuman. "Come on, lad," Bisman said, coming over to tap Sunset on the wing joint above his vestigial hand. "As a member of the Mélange, you've got to prove yourself now. This is your quest. We're looking at another opportunity to build onto your people's space fleet, but it takes time to get to where we're going to get more parts. Can't spend time jawing." He looked at the Thaleri and their white faces. "You've got plenty of that." It seemed to be a joke. At least all the humans laughed. Sunset attempted to emulate the grin, keeping the centers of his lip together. He followed his new captains toward the ship. Sunset stared at it in fascination, seeing the joints of each part interlocked with the ones on every side, and within, the components working together in harmony like the Mélange. All was as he had studied for the last 3 years. On the side of the great red ship were hieroglyphs of the human tongue. Sunset couldn't quite make out all of them, but he recognized the word central. He extended his wing-tip to Thunderstorm to ask him what they were, and touched no one. Startled, he looked back over his shoulder to see his elder standing at the side of the field, not moving. Sunset opened his great wings and glided back. It was almost the last time he'd be able to do that for a while, so he enjoyed the sensation of air under his pinions.
"Come on,"
he urged his mentor.
"I am not coming, youngster," Thunderstorm said with a shake of his great head.
"Why not?"
The older Thaleri reared back onto his muscular haunches and touched Sunset with a foreclaw.
"My reaving days are over, lad. Go with good grace. Come back with honor."
Chapter 3. "In 10, everybody. 10, 9, 8...
When Carialle's tail fins touched the ground, the passengers and Keff felt hardly a bump. 2, 1. Welcome to Cridi. And thank you for flying Air Carialle. Please wait until the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign before debarking. Keff, who had been worried about her mental state when the Cridi took control of their flight path, was relieved at her flippancy. He took off his crash straps and stretched. "Completely painless," Keff said to Tall Eyebrow, who timidly followed his host's lead. "No wonder your people have such a successful space program. No chance of breakup on re-entry." "No chance of missing the launch pad either," Carialle said, activating one of her exterior cameras and tilting it downward. She had landed exactly in the middle of a round pavement, surrounded by a pattern of lights laid out on the ground like a snowflake, illumination marching inward from the points. Tall Eyebrow saluted Carialle for the safe landing. "None of my doing, T.E.," she said. She noticed that his thin hands were still shaking, and made her frog image appear on the wall opposite him. "Don't worry," she sang to him. "They'll be glad to see you."
"If only I can be certain,"
the Frog Prince signed back. He shook his head, a gesture of uncertainty that his people shared with humans. "Here comes security," Keff said. "The party's beginning." The first sight Keff had of the inhabitants of Tall Eyebrow's homeworld was the tops of helmeted and visored heads sticking out of an open vehicle that was plainly meant as field security. The flattened, moulded, bulbous shape of the craft would force any missile, from thrown rocks to laser beams, to bounce upward or outward away from it. If there was anything aloft that looked more like the ancient myth of the flying saucer, Keff had yet to see it. How appropriate, when the inhabitants were verily little green men. The thin pipes protruding from sockets in the vehicle's upper shell had to be weapons. He couldn't focus quickly enough on the moving craft to estimate whether the pipe shot solid projectiles or some other deterrent. "I wish we could tell them we're unarmed," Keff said worriedly. "They know," Carialle said, feeling the light sensation fluttering over all her senses once more, this time lingering at the ends of her neural synapses. "We're being scanned again. Phew, that was thorough. Good thing I'm not ticklish. They probably also know your age, your shoe size, and how much you weigh." "If they can do that, then why the heavy armament?" Keff wondered. Through her audio monitors, Carialle also received the frequency signatures of half a dozen frog devices, plus the quasi-telepathic communications that the system both required and made possible. Since the messages were in high-pitched cheeps and arpeggios, she couldn't understand until the IT got more data on the language of Cridi science, but at least she understood the drill. It was carried out on every planet, spaceport, and asteroid in the civilized galaxy. "Trust but verify," Carialle replied. Another burst of high-pitched music issued from the speakers, a mathematical sequence that Tall Eyebrow quickly translated for them.
"Sigma is greater than 0, x equals 0, y equals 0, xy equals infinity."
"Very interesting," Carialle said. "To the rest of us folks it means, come to a stop, don't move, don't attempt to lift off. Any efforts will result in disintegration into uncountable particles. Not that I can move. They've got me held as tightly as a fly in amber." The frustration in her voice was not lost on Keff. "Give them a moment to get to know us, Carrie. We haven't sent out a herald yet." Carialle's Lady Fair image appeared on the wall beside him and made a face. Keff grinned. The security vehicle made one more sweep, zooming close to Carialle's dorsal hull. Then there was a hash of static, as several controller-based broadcasts collided in mid-frequency. Tall Eyebrow looked at Keff and shook his head. He couldn't translate any of that either. IT's vocabulary base gathered dozens of new syllables and put them on a hold in the data stream.
From the buildings at the field's edge, a party of frogs emerged and began to make their way across the field. Instead of walking, they glided a few centimetres over most of the beautiful greensward. Suspicious, Carialle did a scan of her own. "Do you realize that these landing pads are almost the only dry land in sight?" she said, showing them a map of her surroundings. "That bright verdure covers either mud or marsh, depending on where you step." "I bet only the poor folks on this planet live on dry land," Keff said. "Water is rich as around here." "Then everyone's rich," Carialle said. The welcoming committee came within half a kilometre and stopped. Keff counted 8 frogs he would classify as dignitaries, and twice that many who were hangers-on, aides, and, to judge by the number of devices hovering in the air near them, reporters. Around them and the ship, the hovering security vehicles described slow circles. The 3 Osranians stared at the images of their long-lost cousins, hands flying as they speculated on relationships.
"They are just like us,"
Longhand said, with great interest. "That's as far as they're going to come to meet us. You 3 had better make an appearance," Keff said.
"If,"
Longhand said, hands twitching nervously. She held on to her usual composure.
"If they do not disapprove our coming."
"You won't know until you try," Carialle said, trying to lighten the situation. "But I know that our government would be thrilled beyond words to rediscover a long-lost colony. Go on." At once, all 3 started to make a hasty toilette. Tall Eyebrow divested himself of his beret, sword belt, and cape. Small Spot checked his immaculate hide for dust or smudges. Longhand dashed for the sonic shower and cleaned herself all over. They resumed their controller units on elastic belts around their chests. Tall Eyebrow already had his on from the game. Keff thought that they did it more for moral support than for use. Once out of the range of Carialle's engines, the ancient amulets would be of little use, even for keeping the skin of water around their bodies. The leader must have sensed Keff's thoughts, for even as he was fitting his long fingers into the 5 depressions on the bronzed surface of what once had been a lady's belt-buckle, he gave a nervous smile.
"For luck only,"
he signed, crossing his 2 first fingers.
"Since they cannot work here, we must go without globes as well as the protective slip of water. I will return to our people's birthplace, standing tall and with dignity, ignoring inconvenience and discomfort."
Small Spot looked unhappy about his leader's last statement, but he too stood tall and strode with what dignity he had toward the airlock.
"If we can do it without losing our pride,"
Longhand said more practically,
"I will ask our cousins how to adapt the amulets to their system."
Carialle opened a tiny panel in her outer hull. A balloon pump took a 15 cubic centimetre sample of the oxygen, which she ran through a barrage of tests for gas density, humidity, and chemical impurities. It confirmed what she had already guessed. "The atmosphere's safe for all of you," she said. "Good, healthy nitrox mix. Few harmful impurities, apart from a trace of predictable industrial pollution. More particulates than you 3 are used to, but not bad. If you want breathing filters, just ask." Tall Eyebrow signed a polite refusal. He stared straight ahead of him as Keff moved to the controls for the airlock. Keff stayed behind and out of sight as the ramp lowered and grounded with a squish. The Osranians hung back a moment, reluctant to leave the surroundings that were, if not home, then safe and familiar. "Go on," Keff urged them. "I'll be right behind you." The amphibioids looked out across the field. Keff tried to picture himself in their place, to be the first to bridge the gap of 1,000-year silence, and was overwhelmed by the urgency of explaining, the enormity of understanding.
Keff realized he had forgotten to breathe for a moment. Their feelings must have been shared by the party of dignitaries. The small party of dignitaries had pushed forward ahead of the crowd and were looking expectantly at the ship's hatch. There was no perceptible physical difference between them and the 3 Osran-born Cridi. Seeing no movement, the party surged forward again. "It's your turn," Keff said, straightening up. "Are you ready?"
"No," Tall Eyebrow signed. "But yes, come."
With dignity, the small alien turned and walked out of the main cabin. Longhand and Small Spot followed his example, straightening their spines and tilting their heads slightly upward. Together, they marched through the corridor and into the airlock. Carialle slid the inner door shut and the outer door open. Keff, right behind them in the shadows, heard shrill cheers as the crowd caught the first glimpse of the 3 Osranians in the starship's airlock. In silhouette, against the bright daylight outside, Keff could see Tall Eyebrow's knees begin to tremble. Small Spot, overwhelmed by the sound, edged backward until he bumped into Keff's legs. "You can do it," he urged them. "Go on. Take that one last step. Just march forward. Count to 100. Don't think about anything but the numbers. Go on."
1,
T.E. counted out loud in Standard.
2, 3, 4.
The other 2 marched behind them, out of the airlock, down the ramp, and into the sunshine. The crowd went wild, throwing flowers and sheaves of green plants into the air. Keff stayed behind to watch. He counted their footsteps. 100 paces took the 3 visitors about half the way to the party of dignitaries on the edge of the field. There they hesitated, and the Cridi government officials took their cue at once. Dignified but clearly excited, they glided across the swampy ground to alight in front of Tall Eyebrow and his companions. "Go get 'em, frogs! Yeah!" he whispered. "I'm all choked up," Carialle said in his ear. Keff squinted, bringing the magnifying lens in his left eye to full telescopy, and listened to Carialle's amplified audio. He could see the expressions on the faces of the dignitaries, amusement, kindness, curiosity, but no hostility. The globe frogs had come home.
"Who are you?"
signed the leader of the Cridi delegation, an elderly male whose once smooth skin wrinkled into a million tiny folds around his wide mouth. A narrow cape of ornately braided strips hung to the ground from the nape of his neck. It was held there by a hammered bronze band that stretched across the top of his back and sprouted into filigree coils over his shoulders.
"Where do you come from? We have seen the message sent to the beacon, and we do not know what to think."
Another Cridi, a slender female, wearing a slim silver torque with matching bracelets and anklets, piped an enthusiastic
"B equals B,"
and signed,
"We agree. Since we received your transmission, all has been a flurry of excitement. Where do you come from?"
Tall Eyebrow identified himself and his companions.
"We return to you from a colony world known as Osran."
The final name emerged as a buzz and a honk.
"Osran?"
one self-important frog repeated, bellying up to stand before the landing party. Of all the Cridi present, he was the largest, broad, round, and tall. His yellow-green skin was mottled, reflecting a choleric nature.
"What is this name, Osran?" he peeped indignantly. "Not a Cridi name?"
Keff chuckled to himself. It wasn't easy for a whistle to sound dignified.
"Big Voice is impatient, but he asks a question all of the conclave have,"
said the elder. He brushed the palm of one hand lightly over the other and touched a delicate fingertip to his chest.
"I am Smooth Hand," he said. "In our ancestors' records, our world is designated as Sky Clear."
Tall Eyebrow executed 2 symbols quickly, and vocalized a long, complex trill. Keff's oral implant barked out a long string of numbers punctuated with signs and symbols. He recognized the resultant formula as spatial coordinates, though naturally not those used by the Central Worlds. Without changing expression, the self-important frog leaned back on his heels and waved a single finger. One of the aides came running up to the leaders with a flat board to show them his notation. The 8 leaders gathered around, emitting exclamations of disbelief and amazement. The aide moved back into the crowd, signing in an apparent aside to a friend. Everyone within range observed the gist of his statement and passed it on. Word went around, catching fire within the group, until everyone was speculating about the data on the screen.
"How is this possible?"
the senior Cridi said, looking up from the small board with delight.
"We thought that colony had died. It was mourned many hundreds of years past. So many of our world's offshoots have failed. We thought that Skyclear was just one more." "We lost touch with the Cridi through no fault of our own," Tall Eyebrow said. "It is a story of treachery, survival, and lastly friendship with beings like Keff."
He turned to look expectantly back at the ship. "My cue," Keff said, pulling down his tunic hem to make certain it was straight. "I should say so," Carialle said. "Final subvocal check, please." "If the folks back at SSS 900C could see me now," Keff pronounced into his oral implant as he stepped out into the airlock and walked down the ramp. "You'd be the handsome prince from the fairy tale," Carialle said, amused. "Don't let anyone kiss you, or you'll turn back into a frog, too. Watch your step." The high humidity of the air outside slapped him in the face like a wet fish. Keff felt almost as if he were walking through a curtain of water, and highly unsavory swamp water at that. Phew! What he'd imagined looked like smooth, rolling fields was a level and endless pool of watery mud with petal-like plants growing on top, giving only an impression of solidity. He'd go floundering if he chanced to step off the solid base of the landing pad. No wonder nothing was ever built out on these open spaces. The atmosphere was breathable and flavoured with smelly esters from abundant plant decay. Good photosynthesis action, that meant, resulting in the cyclic exchange of carbon dioxide. No wonder their explorers had chosen Osran. The Cridi wanted the same things humans did in a colony. The xenobiologists were going to have a picnic here, as long as they didn't spread their cloth out on the green. Keff moved slowly and cautiously, holding his hands away from his body to show that he was harmless. But there was no way to lessen the impact of his appearance on the crowd. As soon as they saw him, some of the Cridi scattered and ran away shrieking. The rest stood rigid, staring and pointing, rows upon rows of pairs of beady black eyes and long green digits like accusatory asparagus. He raised his arms to his waist to sign, "We come in peace." His hands fluttered through the motions, then froze in the air by his belly. He tugged, trying to free himself from the invisible force. Nothing doing. The shock of his appearance had delayed security's reaction, but they were in command again. Cridi amulet power surrounded him with a rock-hard shell of invisible force, clamping him in place and forcing his arms down against his sides. He gasped, but not because of the jungle heat. The force field was just a little too tight around his chest. If it closed down any harder, he'd pass out. Giddily he wondered if he would remain erect. A host of helmeted frogs all but materialized at his side, preparing to defend against him should he move at all, as if he could. "T.E., tell them I'm your friend," Keff gritted, willing his lips to move. Black spots danced in front of his eyes at the strain. He wasn't sure if he could be heard over the screaming, but T.E. was a superlative lip-reader. The Osranian turned to sign at his hosts. "Release him, please," Tall Eyebrow said, making energetic gestures at the 8 leaders.
"These are my friends, and the representatives of a great government, here to be our friends."
He trotted back across the field and placed himself between Keff and the guards.
"You must not treat them like animals or enemies."
The members of the conclave peered at Keff from a safe distance, and Keff could feel his restraints ease off slightly. The youngest one took a step forward, thought better of it, and retreated to the far side of the solid platform. Smooth Hand, he of the ribbon cape, tilted his head to one side.
"Well, they are strange to us," he said apologetically. "So large, such an odd color in the face. And there is another one on board the ship. Why will it not come out and show itself?" "Because she cannot,"
T.E. said, emphasizing the feminine pronoun.
"She lives within the walls and never moves. Keff and Carialle are my friends, and have been our defenders on the colony world of Osran." "Skyclear,"
the self-important one corrected him imperiously.
"Why have you changed the name?" "It is the name by which the joint colony of people like Keff and our own race is known," Longhand added. "Humans live on the world with us. When the homeworld lost touch with Skyclear, there were none but Cridi there,"
Smoothhand said, referring to the datapad, which was held for him by a female in a red cloak.
"It would take long to explain by hand," T.E. said,
looking back at his own aides.
"We have archives to give you."
Smallspot, smiting himself in the head to show abashment for his forgetfulness, ran back into the ship to get the boxes of records. Carialle, guessing what he wanted, had thoughtfully rolled out one of her small servo drones, and the excited globe frog loaded the boxes aboard its flat back. The boxy robot followed him out to the waiting crowd, trundling stoutly over the soggy ground.
"We present to you the complete records for the life of our colony,"
Tall Eyebrows signed proudly. He stood back from the drone and allowed some of the guards to remove the boxes from its platform. Carialle recalled her robot, ordering it to spin its treads at the bottom of the ramp to avoid trudging mud over her decks.
"A magnificent gift,"
said the female in silver bangles. She pried open one of the containers and lifted out one of the tightly wound spools of plastic inside.
"Unlooked-for treasure. It will make interesting reading. Scholars will vie for the honor of transcribing."
The elder statesman held up his hands to get the attention of the whole crowd.
"We welcome you home, cousins, and look forward to writing joint history from now on," said Smoothhand. "Perhaps together we will discover the well-being of other lost children of Cridi."
The old one stretched out his arms toward Tall Eyebrow, palms out. The Osranian stepped forward and laid his large hands against those of the elder. The crowd cheered again and surrounded the 3 travelers. The senior Cridi beckoned.
"We all have much to discuss. But come, you are our honored guests. You shall have the finest accommodations, sample the best foods, visit sites of our history and of our future."
He put an arm around Tall Eyebrow's back and led him toward the spaceport building surrounded by the chirping horde. Suddenly he looked back, an afterthought occurring to him.
"Oh, bring the giant, too."
A guard waved his hand, and Keff stumbled forward. "Depot in range," said Glashton, the pilot, over his shoulder. "I'm keeping that string of asteroids between us and their sensors." "Good." Marina Don paced back and forth behind the pilot's couches, peering at the computer construction of the asteroid-bound repair facility. Old, but well supplied, if their scout's report was anything to go by. And they'd recently had a delivery that interested the melange. "Notify Bisman." The young Saleri in the co-pilot seat threw off his straps and arose, prepared to run aft. Marina caught him by a wing joint and turned him back. "No, Sunset, use the intercom."
"Yes, madam,"
he said, his slit-like pupils wide. He scrambled back into his padded couch and reached out one skinny wing hand to activate the communications channel, at the same time keeping track of the ship's progress. He lay rather than sat in the couch, his mighty haunches curled up behind, leaving free clawed forelegs and wing fingers, so that his head was between two agile pairs of hands. The boffins told her that with their long eyes they could watch both sets at once. He glanced back at her eagerly.
"He is on his way."
Marina shook her head. So young, so heartbreakingly anxious to please. Some of the Thaleri never got over their initial awe of humans, never stopped seeing them as benevolent gods whose bidding must be done no matter how perilous. Not even after their first missions, when the humans proved themselves to be thieves and pirates. The Thaleri just kept on trusting them, even against the evidence. Their ethical culture told them that a person was what he said he was, even if he wasn't. That made them jam for the dishonest beings in the galaxy like the Mélange. Marina felt responsible for all the Thaleri they enrolled. She suffered nightmares when one of them got injured or killed, and still dreamed about the first time she had had to take the body of an apprentice back to its home world. As guilty as she was, the alien family didn't blame her. They trusted humans, not realizing that they were as mortal as Thaleri, with no special powers to save anyone, or any special wisdom to keep them from falling into danger. They thought everything humans did was wonderful. It never occurred to them that the ships the humans flew were old, cobbled together out of spare parts and baling wire. They never saw that the couches had been mended a dozen times, nor that the equipment in the control room came from a dozen different derelict ships, and failed as often as it worked. She'd once been told by a suitor that she had fine eyes. The mirror in her cramped little cabin let her know that the strain of the last years had put a hard quality into them that frightened her, and would have put off that long-gone beau. That tough shell protected what was left of her soul, because business was business. The presence of the Thaleri was essential to the success of her venture. There'd have been far more bloodshed and much more loss of life if she couldn't rely upon their unique talent. Even to herself she admitted that she minimized the danger in every way possible. She didn't want anyone else to die. Anyone. "Close in," she said, leaning over Glashton's shoulder. "Plot us in, staying as close to the asteroids as possible till the last minute. I don't want them to have time to push the panic button." "Can you see the parts depot?" "Aye, sir." Bisman came striding up. He had on an armoured pressure suit, the helmet held under one arm. His grizzled hair was hidden under the protective hood, and his sharp dark eyes were calm. "Boarding party ready," he said shortly. "Stand by," Marina said, turning back to the view tank. "How long to the drop?" Sunset ran through one of those instantaneous mental calculations that seemed so effortless for his people.
8 minutes, madam."
"Don't call me madam," Marina snapped, yanked back with annoyance from her planning.
"Sorry again," he said contritely. "Thunderstorm told me always to use titles of respect."
Marina felt the corners of her mouth start to turn upward in an unwilling smile. "My name will do, thank you. Stand by." "At least he isn't calling you Holy One any more," her brother called from the engineer's seat, where he was waiting to operate the airlock and grapple controls. Sunset glanced up at the human male, then hastily ducked his head. Bisman smirked at the young Thaleri, his narrow jaws drawn upward. Marina glared at her co-leader. "Isn't anyone else here thinking of business?" "On my way," he said, fending off the evil eye with an uplifted hand. "Wait a minute, Aldon," Marina said as he turned to go. "Remember, just grab those containers and go. No killing." "That's the idea, lady," he said, offhandedly, holding his helmet up over his head and shaking it to free the hanging tabs.
Strike hard so they don't know where you're coming from, then move out. But I'm not going to stand helpless and let them tickle me. My people will use self-defense as needed."
Marina moved to place herself in his path. "Disarm and disable only. Those are my orders. Just take the stuff and go." He paid no attention as he clamped the headpiece into place. The seals whistled a diminishing scale as he sidestepped her and stalked away down the corridor toward the airlock. Marina stared after him, feeling fury rising fit to choke her. There wasn't time to lecture him again, and she was beginning to feel like she was losing control of him. She'd turned this operation around into a profit-making enterprise. He and his miserable little group had only 3 pathetically archaic ships when she met him 8 years ago. Now they had 60, and more under construction. She'd been confirmed as the leader by a majority of the vote. But there were some people who couldn't take direction from anyone, especially from not a former government spacer like her. Bisman had been raiding for 30 years, had started under his father, who'd owned the original 3 ships. Anyone who'd survived that long deserved respect, just for sheer longevity. But damn it, it was bad for crew morale to have him defy her every single order. She snatched up her remote communications headset and clamped it down on her head. Zonzalo sat in the engineer's seat, snickering. Marina rounded on him. "What are you laughing at? You couldn't survive in a planet-side shopping centre." "Hey," he held up helpless hands. "I didn't say anything. It just reminds me of Mom and Dad, how you two carry on." "I suppose I asked for that," Marina said, feeling her cheeks burn. "But I want him to remember what I say." "It won't help," Zonzalo said. "It never does. I don't know why you keep trying." Marina shook her head. She and Bisman had had an affair when she first shipped with them 8 standard years before. He was 20 years older than she. She was attracted by his maturity, by his long, lean looks, daredevil attitude and hard-driving determination. He liked her clear-sighted organizational bent, and he complimented her on her figure, saying he liked a curvy armful. They'd broken off the physical side of their relationship when they found they couldn't work together and be lovers. He thought she was compulsive. She hated his collections of little knickknacks and his untidy way of thinking. He'd said she was too bossy. She'd known his recklessness would get them all killed. At almost any cost, Marina wanted to stay in space. But serving under a hot dog who thought he was Jean Lafitte or Jacques Millier was just out of her price range. Bisman was too casual about killing. Marina wasn't a complete innocent. She had been involved with, or rather felt responsible for, the death of one so dear to her she'd never recovered from it. Marina never wanted to feel like that again. But she was exposed to the possibility over and over, every time their ship went reeving. So, at the risk of having Bisman mutiny and strand her and Zonzalo somewhere out of frustration, she kept on his back about safety and minimum use of force.
"You are just like my teacher Thunderstorm," Sunset said, in his resonant voice, glancing up as his 4 hands performed his tasks. "He tells and tells, but I make my mistakes all the same."
Zonzalo laughed. He'd become friends with the Thaleri, partly because they were the youngest beings on board, and partly because he thought Sunset's innocent pronouncements hilarious.
"She is just exactly like a thunderstorm in space, isn't she?" Zonzalo said. "Uh-oh, the clouds are moving toward me."
Marina advanced upon him, and glared down. Zonzalo pretended to cower, his shoulders hunched. Marina swatted him lightly across the back. "Act like adults," she snapped. "In case you weren't listening, some of our spacers are going down there. Their safety depends on you, too. Pay attention to your boards." The 2 young males exchanged humorous glances, then concentrated on their screens. "Approach final. Attacking speed," Glashton said, not looking up from his console. "Grapples away." On the main tank, The background of stars shimmered as the force fields locked onto 5 points surrounding the space station. The engines filled the ship with the scream of abused metal as the Reaver dumped velocity, using the grapple anchors to halt forward momentum. On external camera, Marina watched as the flexible white tube shot outward from the side of her ship to cover the airlock of the repair port and sucked closed. Bulbous headed shadows inside it, Bisman's raiders in armor, bounded downward. There was an actinic flash from which everyone in the cockpit automatically shielded his or her eyes. Then Glashton switched video and audio input to a suit-mounted cam on the uniform of one of the raiders. The crew plunged ahead into the darkness of the landing bay. Narrow beams of light slashed through the black tunnel, picking out steel-riveted walls, signs, and directions etched in enamel next to huge louvered doors and at intersections. 2 raiders found a communication circuit box and blasted it with slugs and energy weapons. That should have cut off external communications, but it also caused the inhabitants of the station to take notice. Sirens wailed in the distance. Blurred figures, bleached white by the raiders' searchlights, cannoned into view, weapons leveled. Bisman's people were ready. Marina watched arms being raised, saw the spark of muzzle flash. The defenders fell, arms splayed. A few of the raiders ran forward to collect their guns. Bisman's voice barked hoarsely. "They'll only be out for about 20 minutes. Find the control room. Find the lights. Move it!" Marina held her breath as the camera eye followed the bobbing forms deeper into the repair facility. Someone found the control for the lights. The white blurs coalesced into armored backs and armloads of equipment. The siren's discordance chewed away at her nerves until she was tapping her foot with impatience, mentally urging Bisman to hurry and get out of there. The louvered doors flapped up one by one, revealing empty bays. Suddenly a door rolled up, and the hoped-for containers were right in front of the video pickup. The inventory numbers for ion drive engine parts were printed on the side and top of each case. Zonzalo and Glashton cheered. Marina pointed at the corral of heavy loaders in the foreground of the screen and snapped an order into the headset mic. Bisman had seen them too. His hands appeared in the lens, making an OK symbol. "All right, children, start loading 'em up." The triumph in Bisman's voice came through the plasteel bubble helmet. Marina felt smug too. Even if they only sold half and kept the rest for running repairs and trade with the Thaleri, those engine parts should bring in enough to keep her fleet in space for another 6 months at least. "Hold it! Drop your weapons!" A commanding voice boomed out of the walls. The raiders looked around. His arms held up from the elbows, Marina's video carrier turned slowly to face a squad of guards in dark blue uniforms. At their head was a tall, thin woman with silver hair. Her tunic was trimmed with more silver, including rows of medal flashes. From the confident manner with which she held her long-barreled slug-thrower, Marina guessed that some of the medals were for marksmanship. Some of Bisman's crew began to comply, bending over to set their guns on the ground. The raiders were outnumbered, at least 2 to 1. Marina bit her lip. She dreaded what would surely follow. "Slowly," the woman said in a calm voice. "Slowly. Good. Now, hands above your heads." "Now!" Bisman shouted. As one, the raiders dropped flat on the floor. The screen went blank. "Fire!" Marina could tell by the sounds they were spraying the defenders with energy bolts. Shouts, then screams erupted, followed by the noise of scuffling. Individual cries rose above the noise. "What's happening?" Zonzalo asked. He had joined his sister to hang over the view screen. Marina felt her blood drain away toward her feet. She swayed a little. "It's all going wrong," she said, and turned to Glashton. "Shake 'em up. Give Bisman and the others a chance to get out." The pilot nodded sharply, the muscles in his jaw twitching. He clawed at a series of controls, activating their secret weapon, the slime ball. The ship shuddered under their feet as it lit thrusters and pulled against the grapples. Always steering outward, so the return motion wouldn't yank the asteroid into their hull, Glashton zigzagged from one thruster to another. The effect, as seen on the screen, was frightening. The raider wearing the camera was now lying on his back. The ceiling shook, and the giant plates seemed to rub against one another. Marina wondered if they would crack apart and fall. The crates of parts were vibrating too, with every thrust of the ship. Inside their padding, the components were undoubtedly safe from impact damage, even if they fell over. But if one landed on a human, there was nothing left to do but hold the funeral. While those in the ship had suffered a temporary loss of visuals, Bisman and his crew had regained their weapons. Between surges, the raiders managed to round up most of the defenders. A few blue shirts lay, heads aloll, on the floor, unconscious. Marina hoped. Bisman and two of the others, kneeling, held the rest at gunpoint, while the raiders mounted heavy loaders and lifted stacks of the valuable crates. The station-master made one attempt to protest. Bisman nodded to one of his gunners, who ratcheted her weapon to a higher setting, and with one sweep slagged the metal floor in front of the silver-haired woman. The others gasped as the woman nearly stumbled forward into the red-hot mass. She stopped protesting, her hands in the air, but her eyes flashed hatred at Bisman. The loaders trundled out of the storeroom. Zonzelo ran to his station to open the cargo bay to receive the coming crates. He cackled to himself over each load as it passed the cameras. "Thruster modules," he said over his shoulder to the others. "Energy reburner pods. My God, do you know what those are worth? 1 new fuel tank, 2, 3. Too bad there aren't a few more." "They'll all put oxygen in the tanks," Marina said distantly. She was watching Bisman, worrying whether he would make some violent gesture at the end to keep the defenders from following. Glashton spoke over the helmet communication link, letting the raiders know that the violent jerking was over. The ship still swayed lightly from side to side from inertia, but everyone could stand up again. "Marina, do not those boxes belong to the humans of the station asteroid?" "They did," Marina said tersely. "Now they are ours. We need them more. Your people need them to keep your space program running. Those humans would have refused to give them to us. This was the only way." But she had the picture in her mind of the uniformed men and women on the floor. Something about the ragdoll quality of the way they lay shouted at her that they were not unconscious, but dead. Bisman had overdone it again. Instead of a simple snatch and grab, they had more murders on their souls, not to mention their growing rat sheets in the Central World's computer bank. Glashton, responding to a triumphant cry from Zonzelo that the last of the heavy loaders was on board, and the raiding crew with it, sealed airlocks and blasted away. He gave an OK to Marina, who yanked off her headset and squeezed herself with difficulty between the pilot's couches against the thrust of the engines. Her flesh flattened against her bones, and she shut her eyes. "God, who'd ever have thought I'd come to this?" she mused, wriggling her body down farther to avoid somersaulting out into the corridor. Fair-haired child of the Corps, ace pilot, partner of... Damn it, stop thinking of him. She turned her concentration to the star tank, drilling the hologram with her gaze. The star around which the asteroid circled shrank swiftly until it was just another undistinguished dot of light on the scope, just like all the other stars around which orbited facilities, planets, and ships they'd robbed for goods to keep them going. "Shall I not go out there some day on a gathering mission?" Sunset asked Marina, once they were clear of the heliopause. "No," she said shortly, pulling her attention away from the star tank. "Never. You must be kept safe in the ship." But nothing," Marina interrupted him. She levelled a finger at his weird, striped eyes. "You don't understand your place in the schematic. You're the backup,
we count on in case of emergency. If we lose every system but drives and life support, you can get us home again, even if our navicomp is a slagged ruin. You're the last line of defense we have. I'm not letting you go out there and risk your neck, not when 30 other lives are depending on you.
Oh. The young Salieri pulled himself up, looking important and nervous and proud all at the same time. Marina bit her tongue at having to tell him a lie, since sooner or later he'd meet up with others of his race who had joined the raiding parties after they'd apprenticed on the navigation board. But he was too young now. He'd be a liability to himself and the raiding crew.
"My center is sure," he told her.
"Good," Marina sighed. "Keep it that way." Bisman handed his way into the control room. His armoured suit, now dusty, bore the black streak of a laser shot that impacted over the sternum and skidded upward toward his left ear. He grinned triumphantly.
"A mega credit run at least," he crowed.
"Is everybody back on board?" Marina asked.
"Yeah, Simborn and Meding bought it. They're cooling in the cargo bay with the containers."
"How many injured?"
"Not too many," Bisman said offhandedly. "Fewer than the blue shirts, that's for sure."
"How many?" Marina asked, and he knew she wasn't asking for the list of wounded. Bisman pursed his lips and shrugged.
"How many?"
5, 6 or 7 at the most."
"What?"
she gasped. "What were you doing? Why did there have to be casualties?" Sunset glanced up, then hurriedly ducked his head behind his wing to avoid the leader's glare. He was shocked at how angry she was.
"But you wanted those parts," Bisman complained. "They wouldn't give them up. What were we supposed to do?"
"That electroshock weapon of yours has more than one setting, doesn't it?" Marina asked nastily, stepping up to the big male. Bisman retreated a pace out of surprise.
"He was going to pull an alarm. I had to stop him quick. Damn, I'm tired of your jawing, Miri. We're partners, right? I make some of the decisions, right?"
Marina's brown and white eyes filled with water, tears, and she said huskily, "I had a partner once. He died. I don't want to hear about partners. We're co-leaders. They owe us the stuff, right?" she said, mocking him. "They owe us, but they don't owe us their lives." What she said made sense to Sunset, but Bisman appeared ready to disagree with her. Humans' flat faces were full of emotion, easy to read. Bisman's cheeks turned red and his eyes stood out. Sunset thought for a moment he would strike Marina, but he clenched his hands and left the room. Marina's round face was set. She stared after the male, then closed her eyes. Sunset could see a slight vibration shake her body.
"There's enough in this shipment, Miri," Sonzalo spoke up softly from his station. "We could settle down somewhere on our share. CW would never find us. How about the nice place we stopped before we were on base 15 the last time? We're heading back that way. We could scope out a place, buy some land."
"No," Marina said, opening her eyes. "I can't settle. I hate being ground-bound. I prefer to be out here in the blackness, away from people." Sunset spread the shoulder pinions of his wings in acknowledgment. He had caught her many times just staring out into the void, communing. Space spoke to her in a way he had always believed it did to the blessed ones. That was no doubt why she was so cross when he interrupted her. Sonzalo was easier to befriend. Marina turned suddenly to him, and the young Salieri jumped, wondering if she could read his thoughts. "Which way's your world, Sunset?" she asked. Without hesitation he pointed towards his center, and she sighted along his wing finger. "We count on you, you know that," she said wearily. Sunset nodded. "Good. Go take a rest."
"You should too, Marina."
Then he dropped on all fours and hurried out of the control room,
surprised by his own boldness. The woman stared after him. Zonzalo waved at his sister and pointed at a light on his control board. "Message coming in," he said. Marina stood over his shoulder and watched the brief transmission. "Wrote it to Bisman," she said at once. "He has to hear this." The co-leader was in the control room almost at once. "A ship penetrated the other P sector system near Base 8. We have to send word to have the others destroy it." "We can't," Marina said. "It's landed on the second planet. It's protected. Listen to this all the way through." She signalled to Zonzalo to play it back again. "The reptiles," Bisman said, exasperated. "The slime. Damn it, I thought we had them bottled." He recorded a return message to their base. "Keep an eye out. If anything else happens, take appropriate action and notify us at once." "Appropriate action," he repeated, with heavy emphasis, and one eye on Marina. She glared at him, but held her tongue. Chapter 4. For an interminable third day, Keff sat cross-legged on the floor of the Cridi assembly hall. He sat with his chin braced on one palm, elbow on knee, his wrist held to one side so Carialle could see everything that was going on from the miniaturized video pickup on his shirt front. "Another day of flapping lips and hands in the main bog," Keff murmured behind his hand. "I feel like Gulliver in Lilliput." The humidity was so uncomfortable that, in direct countermand of orders from Central Worlds, Keff had stopped wearing uniforms. Instead, he was clad in his least disreputable exercise clothes, fabric made for sweating in. His hair had wound itself into curls, as it always did when it was damp, and he smelled musty. No one else seemed to notice the odour. Perhaps his host simply couldn't distinguish it in the swamp miasma that hung over everything on this soggy world. Nor did the Cridi pay any attention to the drops running down his face. Like Tall Eyebrow and the others in the ship, some of them made a practice of wearing a film of water to keep their delicate skins from drying out. Others just counted on the ambient humidity, which, Keff thought, was more than sufficient. The room's decor reflected the possibility of wet delegates. The ceiling rolled back as easily to allow a passing downpour into the chamber as the view of a sunset or a rainbow. Low, comfortable seats, shaped for either sitting upright, crouching, or lounging, had soft, water-repellent covers. Bright white light came from thick, enclosed bubbles hanging overhead. Wooden tables were sealed in plastic, or perhaps made of a naturally resinous wood. Kev hadn't had a chance yet to examine one closely. Every time he approached a sitting group, perforce on hands and knees in the low-ceilinged room, stone-faced security frogs came out of the woodwork and herded him back to his spot. "At least they're allowing you to stay," Carialle said. "It's a foot in the door. You could be stuck out here with me watching the swamp gurgle and listening to the security guards babble formulae at each other." "I'm getting no forwarder in advancing the cause of the Central Worlds," Keff said forlornly, watching Tall Eyebrow and the others, separated among three huge groups of Cridi, answering questions. Longhand was perched in one of the chairs, waving her hands to get the attention of a pair of natives, who were squabbling in high-pitched voices. "All during that muddy tour yesterday and the day before, I kept trying to tell them about the Central Worlds, but Big Voice over there kept saying the Conclave hadn't yet discussed whether to allow input from an outworlder that would result in any kind of social engineering, when they've never met an outworlder before. Once they've discussed the topic, we have to wait until they've had input from every other city on the planet before proceeding. The final decision rests with the Council of 8. I'm not allowed to influence anyone, particularly not with the fact of my being an alien. It's a bureaucracy. Our mission? To encounter strange new hold-ups and fascinating new ways to tie red tape where no frog has gone before."
Isn't anyone talking to you? Oh, yes, on and off, but more out of curiosity than diplomatic interest, I think, Keff said, smiling and making a seated bow to a passing delegate. I'm serving a function all the same. The Cridi are learning not to be afraid of us. That's good. If they see me as a clown, I just have to coddle my own ego. The problem is they treat me rather like a talking dog, a non-sentient that is a wonder because it can pronounce recognizable words. I would be most concerned that they wouldn't take the Central World seriously enough. There's no future alliance possible without respect. Respect comes with knowledge. They are getting used to you. They've never seen anything like you, or me. As with humans, it sounds like they've run into very few, if any, sentient species beside their own. It would be like one of their dogs starting to talk, if they have dogs. So far I've only seen those blobbies and lizardings they keep for pets. In time they'll get used to the idea that you do think for yourself. Be thankful that they don't think you're a monster. I was a little worried after that first group took off screaming. They could have burned out Frankenstein and his castle with core power. So they could. Keff shifted uncomfortably, pulling the folds of his sweatshirt away from his back. I'd just prefer to be in the midst of things instead of merely observing. It looks like Tall Eyebrow could use my help. He glanced over at the group surrounding the Osranian frog prince. Cridi. Look, they're friendly. You're getting an unprecedented privilege to have the first peep at an entirely new world, something anyone in Xena would kill for. Keff brightened, sitting up straighter, ignoring the smell and the sog. That's true. Alien Outreach chose us. It's us, partner, first and foremost, no matter what. I want to see everything, and I need to look sharp. I keep missing details. Well, that's what I'm here for, Carialle said complacently. My drives haven't stopped humming for the last 80 hours. Just ask your friendly neighborhood shell person for a free money-back guaranteed review. Keff grinned. If only it was that easy. It has to be in my head, too. I wish I had extended memory banks. There was so much that was different in the way the Cridi lived on their homeworld than on Osrant. Isolated as he was, he felt as if he was only one more fact away from sensory overload. At first he had wondered if the Cridian amphibioids had abandoned their amulet power system, since no amulets were in evidence. Carialle had been the first to point out the circuits like fine gold filigree that were either worn on or bonded to the ends of the Cridi's long fingers. It was a tremendous advancement in the technology. To access core power, the user merely positioned his or her hand as if inserting the fingertips into the niches on a device, the way humans would use a virtual reality glove, and they were in touch, so to speak, with the core. Keff knew that Tall Eyebrow and the other Osranian visitors were uncomfortable using their antique amulets in front of the homeworlders, but he'd assured them that they should be proud to display them, as symbols if nothing else. The amulets represented hard-won equality after years of deprivation. Besides, their race had a natural predilection for telekinesis, unlike their newfound allies, the humans. That was an advantage that no archaic equipment could devalue. It didn't dispel the Osranians' discomfort entirely, but it helped. Keff would have given anything to be able to use an amulet, archaic or no, to be dry just for an hour. His boots were beginning to smell mouldy. He considered hiking back to the ship through the rain to get a pair of sandals. Carialle broke into his reverie. Oh, look, company's coming. One of the 8 Great. Keff glanced up. One of the dignitaries from the Cridi delegation made her way through the crowd and stopped before Keff. She wore a red cloak that was secured at her throat and wrists with gold bands instead of the silver bangle she had worn to meet the ship. Keff guessed from his limited knowledge of Cridi biology that she was fairly young, but still considered an adult. He tried to straighten the crumples out of his shirt. The hands moved swiftly.
Can your mind reach me?
Keff responded. I sign your language, gentle female. She gestured a little impatiently.
Why you here?
To make a bridge between your world and ours. To make friends with another race who has its own science, its own space system. We have met many new peoples, but have always had to help them develop. He would have gone on, but he sensed that the female was getting bored. What's wrong? He asked.
Too long, she replied emphatically. Old, like 3.
She swung around to point at the Osranian delegates in turn, lingering briefly on Tall Eyebrow. She turned again and fixed her beady gaze on him.
Old.
Old? How would she know how old I... Keff repeated, bewildered, then was enlightened. Ah, you mean the language we are using is old, antiquated. The concept was just out of the reach of his Cridi hand vocabulary, so he had to reach for it. Encouragingly, the female frog watched him struggle with his explanation, nodding when he made sense to her. We sound like ancestors to you. She tipped her little face up and stretched her neck slightly 3 times, like she was bobbing her head against something from underneath. Yes. Phew, so that's the problem, Keff said, running his hand back through his hair, and remembering just in time that the gesture wasn't going to offend the Cridi, having a neutral meaning like low ceiling. Hey, Carrie, that's wonderful. Ah, she said sardonically, you're not a monster, you're just dull. Yes, but think of it. This would be just the same as if I went back to old Earth and addressed them in Latin. But you see, he continued, dropping back into Cridi for the female, that is what I learned from Tall Eyebrow, and his society has had none of the global changes of your people. You must help us to learn the new way of speaking. We are willing. His visitor launched into a flurry of hand signals that Keff could tell had been abbreviated from the ones he knew, plus complicated overtones in the language of science. He was glad he'd learned the long form first, or he'd never have recognized some of the subtleties. He prayed that his translation program was picking up all of her spoken words. Later he'd commune with the intentional translator and see what it would make of all the murmurs, squeaks, chirps, and trills.
Ah, see,
she signed in her clipped style. The trills translated to a formula for condensing large numbers into small.
I apologize, but it boring watch the long forms. That is why none speaks you.
That tells me something, Carialle said quietly in his ear. It means that the Cridi weren't as dependent upon the power controller system when T.E.'s progenitors left for Osran. Otherwise, they'd have had more voice and less hands then, too, the easier to communicate over remote frequencies. I predict that in another 1,000 years their language will be all verbal. Hand sign will just be a topic for some doctoral dissertation. I'd love to take you up on a bet, Lady Fair, Keff said wryly. You'll just have to remember to check in another millennium for me. Ah, Sir Knight, I shall. Carialle's voice was tender.
Who speak to?
Big Eyes asked. To Carialle, he said. She's my partner. She lives in the ship that brought us here.
Curious, she said. Have scanned. Life support absolute?
Yes, very efficient, too.
Interested in engineering. Agreed.
Really? What branch? Keff was starting to get the hang of her abbreviated conversation.
Aerospace,
said her hands, and she added a long vocal trill. IT translated it as a complex navigation formula. There's luck, Carialle said in Keff's ear. I'll say. You must be the person we've been waiting for. Tell me about Cridi's space program, Keff said eagerly. Big Eyes waved away his request nonchalantly.
"None talk right now," she said.
"Won't she talk about it, or isn't there anything going on?" Carialle asked. "I don't know," Keff said. "Listen to IT babbling about two potential meanings. Could it be another one of those don't tell the alien subjects?" He broached this suggestion gently to Big Eyes, who openly ignored the question. In fact, she seemed impatient.
"Not now. I must tell. Father. Much else to see now, I know."
She pointed at Longhand, who was giving a dissertation on the farming techniques used on Osran.
"Observe. You asked I help. Cut middles,"
she signed to him, lifting an imaginary section out of something with her flattened hands held parallel. Big Eyes repeated key phrases with sign language, and interspersed them with verbal signs that tightened up the long strings of symbolism to the few necessary. Keff had thought the Osranian version of Cridi sign language was terse and to the point. Big Eyes reduced it still further to the essence of meaning. "Very efficient," Keff said, trying to match her gestures. "Carrie, I can reprogram IT to give me two choices of expression, dialects, if you will, depending on which planet I'm on, Cridi or Osran. This is worth at least one paper for Scientific Galactican or Linguistics Today." "If Zeno will let you declassify this data so soon. Remember, we're the diplomatic advanced scout. You'll probably have to teach the combination languages to the reps yet to come." "All part of the service." He glanced over at Tall Eyebrow again, who was trying to answer questions from 3 delegates at once, all of whom were clamoring for his sole attention. "He looks as confused as I feel." He turned to Big Eyes. "Excuse me. Talk to my friend."
"Stay,"
she said, with an urgent gesture and a high-pitched peep that indicated an exponent of urgency.
"Elders."
Keff looked around. 2 more of the 8, Smooth Hand and Big Voice, were making their way toward him, followed by the usual entourage of aides and flunkies. Like Big Eyes, they wore modified capes of various colors and lengths, attached at throat and wrists.
"You are here already,"
Smooth Hand said to Big Eyes.
"Have you broached discussion with him yet?" "No," Big Eyes said briefly. "We acquaint."
"Good," Smooth Hand sighed.
"Here are 6 of the 8 members of the Conclave Council representatives, so our discussion may be of significance."
"Now's your big chance to impress them," Carialle said. "Maybe they've made a decision on joining Central Worlds," Keff said, wishing he'd sacrificed comfort for dignity and worn the uniform after all. "How serve, gentle ones?" he asked, keeping the signs as short as he could. The young female up-nodded encouragingly toward him. Always a quick study, but unwilling to sacrifice courtesy for speed, Keff tried to incorporate his new friend's lessons in his hand speech. Working from discussions he had had with Tall Eyebrow about traditional protocol, he gave Smooth Hand the respect due the oldest member of the conclave, then greeted the others, ending with Big Eyes. She gave him a quick gesture of approval with joined thumb and long forefinger. "That was a hash," Keff murmured to Carialle without moving his lips. "The minute waltz in 8 seconds." "Looked fine from here," Carialle said, "and they seem happy." "In return," Smooth Hand said, "we greet you." Keff bowed his head as deeply as he could and waited. As usual, Big Voice took the lead in the discussion. The stout amphibioid pushed forward to the center of the group and glared at Keff, who glanced at Smooth Hand for direction. Instead of attempting to overbear the pompous counsellor, the old one stood back with an air of indulgence. Keff assumed an air of respectful attention that made Big Eyes' eponymous features twinkle with amusement. Big Voice began his dissertation with exaggerated movements of his elbows, designed to clear away anyone standing within half a meter of him. Everyone edged away. Keff carefully pulled in his knees.
Stranger to this world, we are grateful that you returned to us, lost descendants of our ancestors.
Big Voice gestured hugely.
From the far reaches of the void they come, never thought to have been seen again.
The language of diplomacy appeared to be rooted in both the new and old forms, comprising more sign than was used by Big Eyes, which bored her and the other young members of the council, and more verbiage than Keff's version, which confused the Brawn. Keff paused and nodded and smiled in between the flowery statements, waiting for IT to cycle back translations to him, utilizing the growing catalogue it was picking up of the spoken language. Keff hoped that he would look thoughtful rather than lost. His brief and polite replies, made when Big Voice stopped for breath, seemed to please his audience.
And that is how our cousin's journey ended here on beautiful Cridi.
We are grateful for your welcome of us.
You say that you did not know of the Cridi who inhabited Skyclear?
No, Keff said. We had lost track of some of our own people many hundreds of years ago. They settled on Skyclear, and thereafter dropped out of communication with us, as it was with your ancestors.
So, they have been self-governing all this time?
Big Voice asked.
Without the approval of your central worlds?
Well, not without the approval of the government, but certainly without its knowledge. We lost touch, you see. Keff tried the phrase a couple of ways and hoped they understood.
So, it is not your central worlds who holds the half of Skyclear?
Big Voice asked. Not precisely, Keff said carefully, settling in for a long explanation. Our people, descendants of my ancestors, who set out many hundreds of years ago, settled the world alongside yours. To encounter them, we, and they, were as surprised to see one another as you are to meet Tall Eyebrow and his companions.
But they did not sit down upon this world at the same time, nor before the Cridi?
He's going somewhere, Carialle said, in between sound bites from IT and Keff's oral implant. I don't like what I think he's getting at. Neither do I, not to my knowledge, Keff said out loud, sensing he was treading on tricky ground. The humans who live on Skyclear were not as good record-keepers as the Cridi. Mentally he crossed his fingers, knowing he was eliding the truth. The early settlers had kept good tape archives of their settlement, and none of it included references to the Cridi, except as a curious life form they thought was indigenous to Osran.
Are we to understand that you came to our world only to convey our lost children?
Smoothhand inquired, interrupting Big Voice by standing in front of him. Keff was grateful to have a respite from Big Voice's pointed questioning. That, and to ask your people to join the great conclave of planets and beings we call the Central Worlds. Keff had worked out a set of hand signs he found symbolic of those concepts of unity and cooperation. The elder picked it up without a demur and repeated it to the others. End of side 2. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 3. The Ship Errant by Jody Lynn Nye, continuing on page 82. This organization boasts members from many species besides humanity. We are proud of our diversity. I am instructed to convey the compliments of our government, and say that they and we would be delighted if you would join.
Beginning to think no intelligent life existed outside our own,
Smoothhand said with dry humor.
How many are there?
Thousands of inhabited planets, hundreds of intelligent species with uncounted subgroups, millions of non-sentient protected species in various stages of development, Keff said, hoping he was placing the exponents correctly in his voiced phrases.
Most impressive.
Smoothhand gestured thoughtfully. The other councillors chattered formally at one another, speculating on the size of Central World's sphere. Keff waved politely for attention. "I can give you star charts if you want."
"Yes. Occasional talk of ships passing through our system," Big Eye said, describing the decline of an arc across the sky. "Believed to be myths, not know. You?"
"Maybe," Keff said. "Maybe another race. There are countless others out there that we've never met. You might even have neighbors and not know it." "Maybe the salvage squad," Carialle sputtered in his ear.
"Not in system," Big Voice protested. "That known of old." "Meteors or myths," the elder said indulgently. "If not myths, why not land before now? Why were they not curious? All ground control has ever retrieved is rocks. Fly-by sources are mythical. System has very strange and strong anomalies."
"You can say that again," Carialle said. "That trash heap at the binary end of the heliopause. Phew." "Shh, Carrie," Keff said softly, nodding and smiling at the delegates. Big Voice hovered above everyone's head and waved for attention. "The presence of so many other worlds containing humans shall then pose no difficulty in moving those off Skyclear in favor of Cridi." "Aha!" Carialle said. "What?" Keff sputtered. "This is a long-established society, sir. It might have been different if you had made such a demand within, say, 3 years of the discovery. Not after 1,000 years. That's like saying that dinosaurs have a permanent claim on Burbank, California, on old Earth, just because some of their relatives are buried in the La Brea tar pits." Big Voice paid no attention to his simile.
"Yes, after 1,000 years. If you want the approval of the conclave to join your central worlds, you will cede Skyclear to the Cridi. We have prior landing rights. You have said so yourself."
Keff wouldn't have believed it, but Big Voice's shrill cheeping did manage to sound menacing. 2 of the 6 council members present, and a few among the entourage, bobbed up their heads in agreement. "That's blackmail," Carialle said. "I wonder how much power he really holds in the conclave. Smooth Hand looks a little shocked at the tactics." "We can't afford to find out," Keff said sublingually. "If, good sir, you would care to examine the records, you would see that when humans landed on Osran, or Skyclear, if you prefer," he corrected himself, seeing that Big Voice was swelling fit to pop, "they were unaware of the presence of the Cridi, owing to the subterfuge of the others. See here, do not ask only me. Tall Eyebrow himself will explain that the current generation of Cridi have no objections to sharing the planet with humans. Small Spot is the archivist. He can direct you to the correct records." Another male, wearing a green cape, pushed forward to get the Conclave Council's attention.
"I withhold approval because I still do not believe in this story of a lost colony. These 3 Cridi must come from another part of our own world. This is a hoax, a ship built in secret."
A chorus of agreement, plus wild signing, came from a portion of the group, obviously this male's supporters. "Uh-oh," Carialle said. "Shades of Osran."
"Snap fingers, your data is faulty,"
Smooth Hand said patiently, shaking his head. "I would suggest," Keff signed patiently, "that the internal evidence in the archives, added to the fact that we humans are here with the Skyclear delegation, will prove otherwise."
"Fabricated." "But the aliens,"
Smooth Hand began with a glance at Keff.
"Random chance met." "But where?"
Big Eyes asked innocently.
"When no whole ship has come in or out of atmosphere for 50 years.
Big Voice glared fiercely at her. 50 years? Carialle repeated. Why hasn't their space program been active for 50 years? Keff tried to interrupt the argument to ask, but no one was paying attention to him. The air was full of Cridi. The male in the green cape tapped Smooth Hand's shoulder and flung angry gestures in the old one's face. Big Voice addressed Big Eyes and snapped fingers alternately, spinning to confront each of them in turn. Creaking broke out all over, making the group sound like a marsh pond in mating season. In spite of the seriousness of the subject, Keff had to try hard not to smile. He hoped fervently that the recording mechanism in IT would be able to distinguish between 30 different Cridi voices when it tried to translate this mess. Big Voice interrupted with a shrill whistle, ordering them to diminish volume.
"No decision can be made now. It will take much time for all the archives to be read," he signed.
"Then please read them," Keff said, sitting up very tall so they had to look up at him. "No decision of any importance should be made in haste." There was general approval for such a wise suggestion. Big Voice looked upset, as if Keff had stolen his thunder by being reasonable.
"We shall read them, you may be assured,"
he signed, his face grim.
"In the meantime, no assurances can be made for or against membership. I shall withhold approval until then myself."
"As you will, gentle male," Keff said, describing a sitting bow with the flourishes born of long practice. "Phew," said Carialle, at once thrust into the fire and pulled out of it again by the same fog.
"Hot air,"
sighed Big Eyes merrily.
"I am in favor of membership. Many advantages." "Brash youngster," Smooth Hand said fondly. "Do not decide without all facts." "That's dull," Big Eyes said. "Still should like to see Osran."
She glanced over toward Tall Eyebrow with an approving look. Keff made a mental note to mention the young female's interest to his friend. Then she stood up on her toes and whistled a shrill signal as a tall, thin frog with a mottled skin of a pleasant brownish green entered the big chamber. Keff could see that he was very old, but he still walked upright. He saw Big Eyes and waved back.
"My father,"
Big Eyes signed as the male joined the group.
"Narrow Leg the First, 7th offspring,"
Big Eyes offered, presenting the human and the Cridi to one another. 70th? Keff asked, singing the number carefully in the highest voice he could muster.
"No,"
she gestured, and repeated the fluting snatch of song, making sure he saw and heard no decimal multiplier. "Oops," Keff exclaimed. "This is an old thin lad, Big Eyes' dad," he said playfully to Carialle, noticing the twinkle in the elderly Cridi's eye, and deciding at once that he liked him. "No, Tad. Tadpole." "Oh, Keff," Carialle groaned. Keff snickered. Big Eyes explained Keff to her father with a few gestures, then turned to the human.
"Narrow Leg is head of current space program. Answer questions."
"At last," Keff said happily. "How do you do, sir?"
"Pleased to meet you," said Narrow Leg. "Wanting to converse on spaceships."
He described with a few graceful signs the contours of craft much like Carialle's. Keff stared. Even for a race that had unusually large and long hands, tadpoles were extraordinary. When his hand was closed, the tips of the fingers seemed to reach partway down the wrist. The gold filigree amulet circuitry looked like an ancient Chinese aristocrat's fingernail stall.
"May I hope for some increment of your time?"
"At some point I would love to compare our programs with yours," Keff said. "I expect that we'll be discussing the possibility of Cridi joining the Central Worlds for a while longer."
"Ah," Narrowleg squeaked, "a unity of many peoples. Will there be a vote?" he asked the councillors. "No, nothing will be settled today," Smooth Hand signed. "Why not?" Narrowleg asked.
His daughter made an impatient gesture.
"They say reading of archives takes time, then the conclave must discuss everything to death. We and Keff shall be hauled back here again and again. Negotiations held up because there are factions who don't believe Tall Eyebrow and Keff are who they say they are. Non-explanatory. Nonsense.
Narrowleg gestured definitely.
Of course they are. To what purpose, to what end to create an elaborate charade of this nature? Do you think such a creature as this, he indicated Keff, arose from primordial ooze without us noticing? He is from beyond atmosphere, and if you will believe your beacons, and you should, from beyond our system. Human, he turned to the Brawn, will you take me to your spaceship? I would like to see it.
I should be honored, gentle male, Keff replied. Bring him, Carialle said. He's one of the few so far who is making sense. And my partner will welcome you also, Keff added. Narrowleg looked gratified.
Not settled yet the questioning about sharing the sky clear,
Big Voice interrupted with an alarming shriek, meant to regain the floor.
Do you not realize the offense given by involuntary sharing of sky clear?
Offense? Keff asked. Hadn't you better ask Tall Eyebrow about the cooperative colony? Right now, humans and Cridi are coexisting rather well, and without much consultation you could abort an experiment that has the possibility of breaking new ground in interspecies cooperation. Big Voice wasn't interested.
We explored that sector. It is the first of our colonies we have heard from for 50 years. We want it to revert to Cridi with no interference.
50 years again, Carialle said urgently. Ask why it's been so long since there's been contact outside the system. Yes, said Keff. Why isn't space program running? All the elders, except Narrowleg, turned to glare at Big Eyes.
I have told nothing,
she signed indignantly.
He is not stupid. He sees negative indications.
Smoothhand shook his head and turned to Keff.
Too many problems, too little funding. Too many natural resources are used up,
Snapfingers added.
We have few heavy metals. Sent to colonies in centuries past get no return.
He chattered a complex series of descending notes which Keff didn't need IT's help to translate as a losing program. There were outcries of protest, and the Brawn kept turning his head to see everyone who wanted his attention.
Don't think of it in terms of immediate return,
Tadpole complained, pursing his wide lips distastefully. He turned to the crowd.
See here, my friends. You have no respect for the world as it was 50 years ago when we had a working program. You're ignorant of your own history. So many strides forward were made as a result over hundreds of years of space study. You forget your past. You do not look to the real future. Program failed. Bad use of funds. Of the best minds, signed Snapfingers. I and other members of Cridi Inward see no reason to continue burying good food under the swamp. It's a waste of time. Equipment doesn't work properly.
Big Voice took immediate umbrage.
The equipment is properly made and maintained. Well, we keep seeing anomalies on scopes like other spacecraft,
Snapfingers said, seeing that he had offended the blustering councillor.
Well, now we know that those could be true,
Smoothhand signed with a polite nod to Keff.
That is true, yet it does not change facts.
With less bombastic gestures, Snapfingers continued.
Our economy could not support any more failures. Yes, Smoothhand said, we would like to recoup losses from space program. And that is why laying sole claim to Skyclear is important to Big Voice,
Narrowleg's daughter said, making a distasteful move. Big Voice emitted his shriek of protest once again, this time with a 5 times multiplier added. Keff winced.
There is nothing wrong with honest profit, Big Voice said. If profit does not come at the expense of lives,
Snapfingers retorted. Gentles, gentles, Keff said, and held up his hands. Please. Facts. I know nothing of your recent history." Through the confused mixture of Cridi music and gesture, Keff managed to discover that the last successful launch of a spacecraft had been 50 years past. Several tries had been made thereafter, but no vehicle had managed to clear the system since then. "I've received no messages, no artifacts from other colonies," Narrowleg added, spreading his hands at shoulder level. "Abandoned? Destroyed? Technological setbacks like Sky Clear? We do not know. 3 launches, 3 expensive disasters," indicated Snapfingers. "I blame the equipment." "As do I," Narrowleg said. "No," Big Voice said emphatically. "Not in the last one. It must be because of radiation or iron storms or some unknown natural menace." Narrowleg turned to Keff. "Our space program is crippled. There is something wrong with the drives or the shielding, that it cannot carry a craft swiftly enough out of the way of space storms or protect them well. Once out of range of the core of Cridi, have to rely upon actual machinery, and it has been shoddy." "How dare you?" Big Voice demanded, embarrassed. Narrowleg pointedly turned his back on the other. "The technicians who built can ignore small faults, like badly fitting seals or insufficiently tightened components. Astronauts don't know about them, can't guard using their own devices, because range of power is limited to atmosphere of Cridi. Fault, boom, again and again, just out of atmosphere." "Storms have become more virulent," Snapfinger said. "Can we trade with the humans for better technology? We have much to offer." "There is nothing wrong with the technology," Big Voice said furiously. "No," Narrowleg said, coolly watching the yellow-brown Cridi swell until he looked as if he might pop. "Only with the construction management." Keff, ever the diplomat, wanted to follow upon Snapfingers' suggestion. This was much more of what he'd hoped would happen in council. "Yes, of course we'd be happy to offer machinery or advice or whatever you need. I know we'd love to exchange goods and ideas with you. We are fascinated with your power control system. We've never seen anything like it. Our brothers and sisters on Osran have learned to use it, and I know our government has shown an interest in what we've told them." "And you?" Big Eyes asked. "Well, at present I can't use it," Keff said, trying to explain his lack of the necessary telekinetic spark. "Modification?" One frog signed quickly to another. The topic spread around the room, even superseding the discussions in which the 3 Osranians were involved. The room filled with the cheeping of formulae and wild signing of hands. "There is virtue in the notion of trade, core technology for superior central world spacecraft," Smoothhand said, stroking his jaw with his long fingers. Big Voice protested once more, but his argument was losing ferocity as he was ignored by everyone around him. "No, not superior, I tell you. It is the iron storms." "Sounds unlikely to me," Carialle told Keff, after running her telemetry. "I didn't notice any undue amounts of radiation or that much floating debris on the outskirts of this system. I'll contact Central Worlds about ion storms in this area. Warn the Council I'm about to launch a message probe. Ask them to let it out of atmosphere. I don't want it returned to sender." Keff conveyed Carialle's information. At once there was a fresh flurry of argument, which Smoothhand quickly put down. "Of course you may communicate with your government," he said genially. "Convey our compliments and thank them for their assistance." Tadpole perked up. "I should still like to witness the launch of your message rocket," he said. "In fact, may I not have a tour of your ship?" "Tell him he's very welcome," Carialle said. "I'll tidy up. I might even bake a cake." "I'll tell him," Keff said. "Carrie," Do you know what it means that the Cridi have lacked a space program for the last 50 years? Yes, Carialle said with such gusto that Keff winced. Nothing out of system in all that time. It means the Cridi weren't my salvage squad. I can't tell you how glad that makes me. That only leaves me wondering all the more who they were. Don't worry about that now, Carrie. We're doing so well with the Cridi. Let's tackle one problem at a time. When this is all shipshape and Bristol fashion to everyone's satisfaction, I still say we should go out looking for your boojums. You bet we will, Carialle said. But I'm so relieved about the Cridi. I love them all, even that squeaking, blowhard big voice. I'll tell him so, although I don't think he'll appreciate your description very much. Well, think of some diplomatic way to tell him. I'm recording the message to CW now. See you in a few nanos. Chapter 5. Before he left for the ship with Narrowleg, Keff collected Tall Eyebrow and the others. Smoothhand, seeing that all were now on fire to discuss exchanges with the Central Worlds, adjourned the meeting. Tall Eyebrow seemed as if he welcomed the rescue. All 4 Outworlders were grateful to leave, but had to promise to appear in the Great Hall again in the morning to continue the discussion on citizenship. Narrowleg led Keff and the Osranians out of the damp hall and into what was left of the day. It had been raining hard. The air still smelled like a gym locker, but Keff took a deep breath, glad to expand his lungs. Sunshine glittered on the ornamental paving surrounding the main bog building, picking up light from bright specks of mica or quartz. The sculpted, multicolored granite-like rock felt rough and uneven under his boot soles, but the visual effect was one of undulating ocean waves, most soothing to the eye. Design was important to the Cridi. Keff appreciated their painstaking attention to detail. Plants sprouted out of pillar tops and along the guardrails of ramps. Tall buildings containing hundreds of apartment flats poked up through the thick trees, looking as though they had evolved organically themselves. Since all Cridi had access to core power and therefore could fly, entrances to the flats were as likely to be up as down, on protruding ledges of smooth stone in sculpted baskets like giant nests, carved like a child's slide through a miniature waterfall. Mosaics seemed to have been formed by stratification in the rock walls instead of being imposed upon them by artistic hands. Huge golden insects with multiple wings like living jewels hovered over V-shaped blossoms in the many planters, sipping nectar. Keff half expected one of the Cridi to dart out a long tongue and devour one. Longhand looked around her, nodding approvingly. Smallspot just sat down on the sidewalk with his long legs collapsing under him, turning his amulet, a long, thin finger-trap, between his hands. Tall Eyebrow seemed drawn and tired. His skin looked dull amid all the bright stonework. "How has it been going?" Keff asked him in Standard, once they were out of earshot of the other delegates. Clusters of Cridi hung around the pillared entrance, signing to one another, but more than one cast a curious eye toward the strangers. "I feel lost," the Frog Prince replied in the human tongue, with a glance at Narrowleg. The elder Cridi up-nodded politely, after understanding that they were having a private conversation, and turned his head the other way. Keff blessed the old one's tact. "Why?" Keff asked Tall Eyebrow.
"Technology so far beyond ours," he replied, his small face screwed up, searching for the correct words. "I am at disadvantage to show what my people have done."
"Technology isn't everything," Keff said soothingly. "You have experience and intelligence. You have overcome incredible obstacles to survive. You've rejuvenated a planet."
"And what is that here?"
Tall Eyebrow turned his palms upward.
"Nothing."
He paused at the edge of the pavement and looked up and down the main thoroughfare, passing the main bog of Cridi, the Cridi capital city. It had been raining again, and the lanes ran with multiple streams of muddy water. Around him, delegates were taking leave of one another, gliding out or upward toward their homes. Keff could tell that the Frog Prince wished he wasn't ground-bound. The taste of power over the last 2 years on Osran had spoiled the globe frog. On the other hand, the mud flow was daunting even to a human. Keff looked down and took a deep breath before raising a foot over the ooze. Tall Eyebrow, too, paused, reaching for his amulet. When he realized it wouldn't work, he glanced up at Keff with a shamefaced expression. Neither of them wanted to test the depth of the viscous goo. "Here goes anyhow," he said. "I'd better go first." "Power surge coming up in your direction," Carialle said. At the same time, Keff felt his feet arrested before they sank into the greeny-black mud. His right foot hovered, supported a few centimeters above the surface. He drew his left foot forward. The invisible floor beneath him held. A shrill whistle of laughter came from behind them. Big Eyes was lifting them and herself, using her power circuitry.
"Technology is something,"
Tall Eyebrow said gloomily.
"Go on," the female gestured. "Wish to come to ship?"
Her father, who had halted when he found that the others had dropped behind, turned to see what was going on. "How rude of you, daughter," he said, his enormously long fingers folded together.
"I apologize,"
Narrowleg signed quickly.
"I forgot. I have not met Outworlders before. I forgot you, and," he indicated Keff mainly to save Tall Eyebrow embarrassment, "would not have our advantages."
"Quite all right," Keff said politely. "Your daughter has offered her kind hospitality."
"You mean she has made herself the center of attention?"
Narrowleg signed with a humorous sigh.
"Do you think it is easy after 7 children to find one who stands out so?" "I think she would stand out," Tall Eyebrow signed, without looking at either of them, "if there were 1,000,000 children."
The female let out a tinkling laugh and put her long fingertips on Tall Eyebrow's arm.
"Gallant one," she said, when he raised his head.
They looked deeply at one another for a long moment. Grinning fit to pop his jaw, Keff held his breath. Big Eyes tented her fingertips and thumb-tips together and dipped her chin toward them.
"You're very kind. I am glad you came home to Cridi. Come, let us see the spaceship."
Tall Eyebrow, buoyed on borrowed power and love, strode proudly in the direction of the landing field, with Big Eyes beside him.
"This is most impressive,"
Tadpole said over and over again as he stumped about the main cabin of Carialle's ship.
"Most impressive."
Possessed of a great height for a Cridi, he was able to see over the edges of the consoles from the floor. When he had paced from the food processor to the view tank about a dozen times, he raised himself on a surge of power and floated. Carialle noted the slight surges of power that rose around the old frog's form as he levitated. The homeworld Cridi had such a subtle command of their power system, as different from the core of Osran as a scalpel to a sledgehammer. The Cridi generators were, Carialle estimated, as much as 5 times more powerful. Yet with all the use the locals made of the system, the local environment seemed to show no signs of deterioration or other ill effects. She would have to question Narrowleg on the technology when he was finished with his tour. She manifested her frog image next to him over the navigation station to describe what he was looking at. "Thank you for the compliments, gentle male. This indicates the benchmarking codes for this sector," she said, activating the screen to show Cridi's star in relation to the nearest blue lines. "Sector A is considered Galactic Center, and the others radiate outward from it. Tadpole had accepted the holograph without question, even addressing it directly as if it was a new acquaintance. He pointed at the numerals in the corner of the image.
So, this is where Cridi lies in your reckoning? What does this designation mean?
He asked. Keff, with the help of IT, tried to render the musical notes for the X, Y, and Z axes. Then he whistled it, and shook his head at himself. "Oh, fuss and bother," he said. "I can't make an accurate tone when it's important. Well, that's what IT is for." He rummaged around in an instrument locker and came out with the small external speaker that he wore when translation of an alien language was beyond his vocal capabilities. He hooked it into the IT module he wore on his chest next to Carialle's camera eye. "In Sector P, X equals 248.9, Y equals 1630.23, Z equals 876.
"This means 9/10?"
Narrowleg asked, pointing to one of the characters, and voiced a very high minor that indicated the negative logarithm. That led to a quick lesson in standard decimal notation, and the explanation of Arabic versus Roman numerals, which more closely approximated the Cridi system of written notation. Tadpole, a quick learner, nodded his head several times appreciatively.
"It is quick and less cumbersome for a screen of formulae," he said. "Very neat. It may serve as your first import to our world. Although I do not want my spacers to become lazy, having an easy way to express formulae." "None find it easy to serve Narrowleg," Big Eye said from the weight bench, where she sat curled up with her hands around her thin knees, drawing her red cloak closely against her body. Tall Eyebrow hunched beside her, eyes wide like a wary animal. "He works everyone too hard, himself too."
"I do nothing unnecessary," the lean old male admonished his unruly child. "Should like to have documents on numeric system." "Gladly," Keff signed.
"I will recommend partnership between human organization and Cridi,"
Narrowleg continued.
"Among those who are of sense, I carry weight."
He thumped his chest proudly. Turning to Tall Eyebrow, he asked,
"What do you call the other?"
He circled a forefinger uncertainly. The Osranian sat up very straight and put his hand before his face.
"The one who watches from behind the walls,"
Tall Eyebrow signed and spoke her name.
"Carialle."
"Carialle," Narrowleg said.
"I thank you for my tour. Now we are curious about you. You do not really look like one of us, do you? In spite of this flat Cridi, which follows me like a friend?"
"No," Carialle said, signing through the image. "I resemble Keff, but I am a female of our species." The white wall beside the visitor displayed images of men and women from infancy to old age. She erased all the others and let the adult female image remain, clothing it in the usual garb worn by her Lady Fairhollow. "This is how I usually represent myself, but I am not mobile on two legs, as Keff is." Another series of images followed, beginning with a human body, surrounding it in a protective shell, then circuitry and life support tubes, moving outward through every layer until the viewer's eye was outside the titanium pillar beside which Keff was standing. "This ship is my body. I see what is outside with video eyes." She showed some examples of cameras, "and hear with many different kinds of ears." The visitors blinked through a series of images of audio transmitters and receivers, down to the miniaturized implant that Keff wore.
"So different. So very different,"
Narrowleg said, awed.
"I am glad you have come to our world."
"But you came here for a purpose," Carialle said, resuming her frog image. "I'm sending for data regarding observations on storms and other anomalies in space, with special attention to this sector. Keff, I'm piggybacking a message to Simeon to pick up gossip from other ships that have been in this area recently. He'll give us the unofficial scuttle if there's nothing in the records. Watch now." On the holoview over the main console, Carialle showed the view from the camera over the hatch, following the second of her 4 message rockets. Keff urged Narrowleg to float as closely as he wanted to the holographic image. The ship's skin peeled back, and the bracket levered the little rocket back, then upright, like a child sitting up in bed. An inner hatch closed underneath its tail fins, protecting the other probes from backfire. Carialle sent a command, and the small ring of engines ignited, forming a cushion of fire that elongated into a red tongue as the probe lifted skyward. Carialle changed to another camera view that followed the white-hot dot up through the sky as it gained velocity. Then it was soon lost from sight. "It will take a few weeks for the message to get to the outpost of the Central Worlds," Carialle said. "I hope you can put up with us that long."
"It would be our honor, gentle female. I enjoyed that very much,"
Narrowleg said, nodding thoughtfully.
"Very much indeed."
"And now," he said, recovering his good humor and energy, "you must come to see my ship."
"I felt long ago that we must not lose the heritage of ages,"
Narrowleg said as he pointed out features of the slender ship on the launch pad.
"Space is important. I am old. I remember when the failures began. No one thought anything of it, but when they continued, most gave up all hope. Some saw it as a sign to cease travel into space. Our planet's children, the colonies, had forsaken us, and no project could succeed. Others did not agree. We launched, but the ships exploded just beyond atmosphere, or disappeared before passing the beacons at the edge of our system. I was part of those projects, and I said we should not stop. It has taken me 12 years to achieve funding for this ship, and I will not let anything stop us. The 4th time shall be fortunate."
Keff whistled at the sleek lines of the small ship. As Carialle had said, all the Cridi craft seemed to be about 1/6 to 1/3 scale to human ships, yet personal quarters were much larger in proportion. Cridi seemed to like a fair bit of headroom. Keff found he was slouching to pass in and out of hatchways, but not actually stooping. Narrowleg's technology was based upon modular replacements, a notion handed down through the generations to preserve the precious metals and radioactives. Stacks of identical bulkhead panels, numbered in the Cridi way, lay in heaps around the finished craft. "You have enough here to make another couple of ships," Keff said, kicking one skid.
1.5, Narrowleg said. "These plates are designed to fit in over 120 different positions on the craft, both inside and outside. Similar care has been taken with many other components. All circuit boards are the same size, and all plugs, too."
"Are you getting this, Carrie?" Keff asked, turning around in a full circle and aiming his transmitter up and down to cover everything.
"Sure am," Carialle said. "It is beautiful."
"If this is everything it looks like, all hope Central Worlds has always had for a precisely equal race are achieved. This is as advanced as any CW ship, and it sounds like they've been splitting space for as long as we have, but they've evolved independently. I feel vindicated, and I'm even more glad we were the ones to see this. The diplomacy wonks wouldn't give us due credit when they got back from the initial contact mission. When will she be ready to launch?" Keff relayed the question. Narrowleg let out a piping laugh.
"When the bureaucrats let me," he said. "They're still arguing about who gets credit for what."
The party re-entered the hydroponics section, the first part they had visited upon entering the ship. Smallspot had taken a great fancy to the room, arranged like a jungle garden around a large central bath, and decided he needed to see no more than that. He stood up when Tall Eyebrow appeared.
"How quiet it is in here,"
Longhand said, coming in behind. Keff listened. She was right. The incessant peeping and chirping of the technicians could not be heard once the enamelled hatch slid shut.
"This is worth recording, Senior," Smallspot signed enthusiastically. "Some day, when we are travelling the stars, I should like a room of plants with a pool at its heart." "Thank you for compliment," Big Eyes signed. "This is my design."
Touching Tall Eyebrow's hand, she drew him over to see special details.
"It is meant to be quiet during travel. Engine noise absorbed through 3 layers of paneling. Vibration cut up to 88%. Gives mental peace."
"Very impressive," Keff said.
"One has far to go,"
Narrowleg added, shaking his old head.
"One must be sane when arriving." "Keff must tell you of the game,"
Tall Eyebrow said with enthusiasm.
"How humans keep spirit in long transit."
"Uh-oh," Carialle said in Keff's ear. "This is one part I am excising from the record we are bringing back to Zeno. They'll court-martial us or something if we spread myths and legend to another species. Probably violates 100 non-interference directives." Keff, smiling fixedly, bowed to Narrowleg and his daughter. "I'd be happy to talk about it sometime. We have other modifications for comfort that I could offer."
"Gladly received,"
Narrowleg said. "I might have forgotten refinements in 50 years. Meanwhile, tell me about your propulsion system."
"Gladly,"
the Old One said. He led the way out of the silent chamber, with Smallspot reluctantly tagging along behind. The engineering section was the farthest aft, behind cargo storage and more crew quarters.
"I intend this ship to last. It has every fail-safe for survival and ultimate utility. You will see the controls here exactly duplicate those in the command center," he began,
but got no farther. A cluster of Cridi security burst into the chamber. Keff froze in place, his muscles held by an invisible suit of armor. Big Voice shouldered his way past the guards and stood with his hands clenched before Narrowleg.
"The Council does not approve of allowing an outworlder on this ship,"
he signed furiously, interspersing his gestures with angry cheeps of diminishing value equations.
"But it is of great worth to have them here,"
Narrowleg said, waving a gentle hand.
"Until the day we may fly to the Central Worlds on our own ships and show ourselves, this is the only way they can bring back word. Keff is viewing all for Carialle, and she makes a record."
"He's good," Carialle said. "Yep," Keff murmured. "I'm glad he's on our side."
"Plus,"
Narrowleg chirped, having carried on his argument with Big Voice while Keff and Carialle were conferring,
"there is undoubtedly little that they do not already know about the theory of space travel. I have requested access to the archives myself. If we preceded them to Skyclear, it was by a few 100 years. That was all. And," he added, with fierce stabbings of his remarkably long forefinger in Big Voice's chest, "they have kept up their space program, while we have allowed setbacks to keep us confined here. All this in our own people's writing. You would do well to read the documentation." "Setbacks," Big Voice said. "Do you designate the overload of planetary core 10 to the 3rd years ago a setback? Do you call the apocalyptic crash of poorly made colony ship of 85 times 10 years ago a setback?" "That was first experiment with portable cores," Big Eyes whispered to Tall Eyebrow and Keff. 4 times 10 square years of previously successful space exploration brought to a halt by disaster after disaster? Attempts to reconnect with former colonies have only begun in less than 10 square years." Big Voice stopped out of breath to pant angrily. "We now have open space to meet and interact with a people who were not hampered by constant gaps in space research," Narrowleg said without heat. This sharing will result in a loss of profit for Cridi industry, Big Voice said, standing his ground. We will not develop things on our own as we should.
Narrowleg turned to Keff.
Do all Central World's colonies have space travel?
Well, no, Keff said. We require a certain technological and social level to be reached before they can have full membership, but they don't necessarily have to have evolved interstellar travel.
Don't you see,
Narrowleg said, turning back to the angry councillor.
This could open up your market to other peoples.
You'll have to make things larger, though, Keff said, trying out a little exponent humour, using IT to describe the proportions between Cridi and humans. Big Voice was not mollified.
The council will discuss this matter thoroughly and give you their answer.
He spun on his flat foot and marched out. The guards, uncertainly, lowered their circuit-covered hands and followed.
Oh, good,
Big Eye signed behind her fellow councillor's departure.
Then we have years to talk about this before he comes back.
Narrowleg shook his head wearily.
The fellow's a stone, gets set in one place and never moves again.
What have your people done in space without the core? Keff asked.
Small core on board,
Narrowleg said, and his musical whistling described formulae, circuitry, and elemental weights.
It runs on reserve fuel, serves few Cridi intensively for a time until new core is built on new world. Until then, we walk in mud.
His eyes twinkled as a few of the crew frogs running tests in the engine room caught his signs and shuddered. There, you see, Carialle said, noting their reactions through Keff's body camera. Tell Tall Eyebrow he is a hero in spite of his clunky amulet. None of the homeworld Cridi want to go through what his people did. Keff, careful to make certain Big Eyes saw his signs, relayed Carialle's message to the Frog Prince. The praise made him glow and stand up straighter, especially when the female stared at him with open admiration. Narrowleg caught Keff's eye behind the two younger Cridi's backs, and up-nodded wisely. The message rocket streaked out of the system, shedding a burst of glowing electrons as it hurtled through the heliopause. Its passage attracted the attention of a raider ship lying concealed in the asteroid belt just inside the system's invisible barrier. "Telemetry," the ship's captain demanded. She was a lean woman with black hair and a thin nose and chin. "From the reptiles," the navigator confirmed. He stretched out a wing finger to extrapolate the path of the rocket from its source. He adjusted the computer screen to another view. The second planet had moved along its orbit, but the point of origin, based on its current velocity, was positive. "Confirmed. It came off the slime planet." "Get it," the captain said. The pilot glanced over his shoulder nervously at her, but he applied thrust while bringing the cranky old drives online. The ship decanted from the hollow asteroid and gave chase. Without looking away from the navigation screen, the captain tilted her head toward the co-pilot, who acted as communications officer and navigator. "Send a message to the other ships. Alex is closer, but Autumn's engines are better." The Thaleri officer nodded. The captain leaned closer, as if willing her ship to greater velocity. They couldn't let the probe get away. The small rocket had a good head start. It would be a miracle if they caught up with it, flying on their rackety old engines. The captain felt the vibration through her feet, sensing each time that connections missed. She was frustrated. There was never time to make the repairs correctly. They never had the right parts. Now, when it was vital for the engines to perform perfectly, they'd lose security in the system because no one had done a tune-up. The ship shuddered and groaned. Suddenly the cabin went black except for the screens. The captain clutched for something solid to hang on to. The internal stabilizers cut out for a moment, and her wrists were twisted painfully. "What happened?" she demanded, Her arms hurt, but she didn't let go. "Cohero says he's diverting all non-essential power to thrusters," the Thaleri reported. The captain relaxed, glad her face was hidden by the dark. "Maximum speed, then," she said. On the screen, the little rocket was a white dot, growing slowly into a dash. "Can we get near enough to capture it with the tractor?" she asked. "Not unless we slow it down," her pilot said. Over his shoulder, the captain could see the gauges. They were increasing in speed, but so was the probe. "Then blast it," the captain said. She braced herself. The whole deck shook as more power was drained away from life support, this time for the weapons. The white dash ahead of them shuddered slightly, but kept flying. It had slowed down just a bit. The captain urged her ship forward. "Damaged it slightly," the Thaleri said. "We may catch it now." The raider homed in on its prey. The captain stared at the streak, feeling her heart pound as it grew larger and larger. "We're on it," she said. "Prepare to activate tractor." "Aye, sir," said voices in the dark. The ship drew up on the probe. The captain watched her screens, seeing the number shrink closer, closer. "Now!" the captain cried. The ship groaned again as power diverted to the tractor ball. "Do you have it?" "No, sir," the Thaleri said. "I'm trying again." "Maximum velocity," cried the pilot's voice. "Steady! Steady!" The small streak gained detail. The captain could almost count the probe's tail fins. "Grab it!" the captain ordered. "I have a lock on it," the Thaleri announced, just as all the lights went down. Loud grinding echoed through the walls. The captain was thrown to the floor against the backs of the pilot couches. Suddenly the cabin lights came up again, and a siren wailed under the floors. "Engines failed," the pilot said apologetically. The crew groaned. The captain pulled herself to her feet. "Can we catch it?" she said, staring at the screen. The streak had dimmed to a small spot. It gained velocity as it flew, shrinking out of sight. "No, sir, we've blown half a dozen power connections. Can't go anywhere at all until it's fixed." "Damn," the captain said fervently. "Call Alex. Have him come and give us a tow back to the base. Call Autumn to chase—" "Never mind. She'd never catch it. We'll have to put out a general message for any crew on its path to intercept it. Can we at least tell Marina where it's going?" "It's definitely heading toward Central World, sir," said the pilot, after a glimpse at the navigator's screen. "That's all I can tell you." The captain sighed heavily. "Give me an open channel. I'd better send right away. Bad news doesn't improve with waiting." Chapter 6.
"See how easy and less cumbersome this is?" Tall Eyebrow said a couple of weeks later, as he and Keff made a quick breakfast in the ship before joining Narrowlegs and Big Eyes at the spaceship facility. Longhand and Smallspot had left early for meetings with conclave members who wanted clarification of questions they had regarding the archives. Tall Eyebrow had managed to beg off meetings about minutiae, preferring to save himself for constitutional debate and conversations about trade. He was relieved that the council accepted his excuses, allowing him to devote more attention to gaining insights on current Cridi technology, and, not incidentally, to spend more time with Big Eyes. With his knees curled up next to him on the round bench seat, he stretched out his hand and closed his fingers. The food synthesizer turned on and produced a bowl of greens. As the hatch opened, the bowl flew of its own accord to the table and set itself before Tall Eyebrow with a loud clatter. Some of the contents spat at Keff, who jumped up and brushed at his tunic. The Frog Prince grinned sheepishly. "Forgive. I am having to refine my heavy touch in order not to crush what I reach for, or send myself flying high up in the air. But I like it," he said, holding up his hand and turning it so the gold circuitry twinkled in the cabin light. The Council has promised to send sufficient circuitry plus full plans to update the core of Osran. It may be possible that all shall have amulets once again, including the mages and magesses.
"Do you think that's a good idea?" Keff asked. "You know most of them will just use it for selfish purposes." He reached for the last of the toast. Carialle was amused by his food choices. Everything he had eaten on the ship for the last several days had contained some stiff fibre. He complained that he'd had enough mush in the Cridi diet, and if he could avoid eating the live insects which were considered a local delicacy, he'd just as soon do so. "You don't have to give them the new system," Carialle said. "Let the humans keep using the old amulets."
"No."
Tall Eyebrow threw that suggestion away from him with an outthrust hand.
"We will all learn responsibility together."
"Attaboy," Keff said. "But long-entrenched privilege is hard to give up."
"True. They have coped well, though further temptation may be hard on them. We will no longer be without oversight from your government. Is that not correct?"
Tall Eyebrow signed before picking up his fork. He took one bite, then laid the fork down again to talk.
"Nor of mine. I look forward to seeing how well my people can prosper with more core utility. The transformation of our living quarters will be absolute. More access, more water, better irrigation, less threat from natural pests. We must learn more of the language of science to better communication, Osran-wide. I will give the teachers a current lexicon for teaching the younger generation. We older must pick it up as we go. But we have learned well how to use the amulets. After all these years, our theoretical models proved to be accurate."
"Good plans, all," Carialle said. "It's nice to be vindicated after all your hardship," Keff said. "And now that you're in contact with your homeworld again, the transference of technology will be easier."
"Ah, yes. But what a world we return to! Technology advances beyond our dreams."
"But even we humans have some of these things they're giving you," Keff pointed out.
"It isn't the same," T.E. said. "These beings look like us. We feel they should be more like us, but they are not. It is almost as if we are a different species after so much time. It is confusing that they look like us, but do not think like us. They are more wasteful of resources than we, except in the space program. It is worrying. I do not want our people to become so profligate."
"It'll take more than one generation to do that," Keff assured him.
"The Cridi here do not understand why we have not progressed as they have. I am only able to show that, after a long slide backwards, we are regaining our footing, and that does not impress them."
"It impresses us," Carialle said. "You held on to your culture, even your science, with no possibility of relief in sight. That kind of determination is most admirable. Central World certainly was bowled over by our reports."
"But in our own nation, we are only country bumpkins," T.E. said,
pronouncing the standard phrase in his high-pitched squeak. Keff blinked his eyes several times. Carialle could see he was controlling his face to keep from bursting out into understandable but inappropriate laughter. "Don't let them get you down," she said. "After all, how often are you going to see any of them ever again when we take you home?"
"I don't know,"
T.E. said. His face was a study in mingled regret and relief.
"Big Eyes is—"
His hands paused briefly.
"An interesting person."
"She likes you, too," Keff said.
"But she talks so fast."
T.E.'s posture showed despair.
"Everyone talks too fast."
He settled down dejectedly on the round bench, with his legs curled up.
"I am a relic."
"You're not a relic," Keff said. "The Cridi have had it easy, and you virtually lived in a desert war zone. You can't expect most of them to understand what you've been through." "Besides, you're doing an admirable job," Carialle added. I've been keeping an ear on the transmissions and watching the other delegate members whenever I can hook into the mass communication signals. The airwaves are full of interviews with the delegates, portions of the transcripts from the archives, footage from the floor of the main bog, colour commentators, the full budget extravaganza. The general consensus is that you are an articulate and strong leader with an admirable mind. Even the council members who don't agree with you are very impressed with you. T.E. studied the floor for a minute, while his mobile face went through a series of peculiar grimaces: pride, embarrassment, hope, joy, and shyness. To cover the moment, Keff spoke up eagerly. "And me?" "Well, they still think you're a talking dog." "What?" Keff's face fell. "I'm joking," Carialle said. "I am joking. You're the flavour of the month. You're the most popular man on Cridi." "I'm the only man on Cridi," Keff pointed out. "We're lucky there's a free press here. Force of popular opinion will sway the council members who are against us," Carialle said. "You wait and see." As Carialle had predicted, once word had spread around Cridi of their arrival, the public arena had discussed the situation, dissecting it to its very smallest particles of meaning, and had decided that they believed Tall Eyebrow and his party to be truthful about their odyssey from Osran. Public opinion was split on whether or not to try and reclaim Skyclear, but all were in favour of trading with the vast human empire which had been their unknown neighbour for centuries. As the sole representative of the Central Worlds, Keff was their model. Young Cridi he saw in the streets had begun to wear clothes like his, and adopted his posture, even some of his mannerisms. Some even dyed their skin to match his. The hue was disconcerting on hides normally ranging from yellow-green to brown-green. But the human trait that spread the fastest and most generally was a smile. Strange Cridi smiled at him in imitation of his own crinkly-eyed, dimpled-cheek grin. It was all the rage. Keff sat in the evenings with Carialle, watching the news programmes, including video of himself, usually shot from the knees up, so that his face was telescoped into an isosceles triangle. The commentators discussed with terse movements and much cheaping of navigational and trigonometry the location and profusion of Central World systems. One even pointed out, to Keff's surprise, the system settled by humans that lay quite close to them on the other side of the R-sector benchmark. That was the original trading post that had been the site of Carialle's disaster. Keff watched Carialle's reactions closely, but she was too involved in the ongoing negotiations and recording gigabytes of data for Zeno to be troubled by her memories. Keff and the Osranians were invited all over Gridik and to the other cities on Cridi by homeworlders eager to meet the long-lost travellers and the alien stranger. Every day there were invitations to visit various societies or venues, to talk about Skyclear, or space travel, or the Central Worlds, or humanity in general. Big Eyes assigned herself the task of social secretary for the four, partly as a courtesy service, but partly, too, to be able to spend as much time as possible with Tall Eyebrow. With a humorous eye she weeded out the frivolous invitations, or those which, she said,
would not be useful or fun.
The best of the invitations still made for a very full programme. Keff and the 3 Osranians spoke to 3 or more groups per day. He doubted that every civic group wanted to see him or the 2 junior delegates, but Tall Eyebrow had generously insisted on their inclusion. Privately, Keff thought that the Frog Prince wanted Keff and his 2 companions nearby for confidence. Tall Eyebrow didn't need anyone to lean on. Once he began speaking about the conditions on Osran, the agriculture, the people that he led and loved, he was transformed from a nervous, sometimes melancholy figure to a dynamic speaker, or rather signer. He stopped asking Keff and Carialle to take him back to Osran, and began to acknowledge that he deserved his place among his ancestors' people. Keff and Tall Eyebrow also made a point to spend much of their free time with Narrowleg at the Cridi space facility. The elder enjoyed talking space with Keff, and by extension with Carialle, exchanging ideas and techniques.
"Human technology is good, very good," Narrowleg asserted. "Refinements we have forgotten or never known, worth having."
"There's also a few wiggles that I haven't seen," Carialle said. "I've racked my databases, but I've never before seen a system that allows a planet's worth of temporary power supply to be carried in a cargo hold. If the Cridi government is willing to share that, it'll assuage a lot of hardships for settlers on primitive colony worlds, giving them a pad to work from until they can establish their own systems. The insurmountable trouble is remote control, that's all." Narrowleg had the foresight to arrange to have a reporter present at most of the conferences between him and Keff, so that all Cridi was party to the discussions. Over the next weeks, Keff and the others were feted, feasted, and fawned over to exhaustion. "I'm almost sorry I'm so popular," he confessed to Carialle, as he sat through yet another luncheon, where he hunched cross-legged with his meal balanced on his knees. The wooden plate, either a serving platter or a hastily manufactured piece made in proportion to his size, held an unappetizing mess of green such as Tall Eyebrow and the Osranians favoured, alongside a small clutch of wiggling larvae. Keff, Tall Eyebrow, and his retinue were at the main table in the centre of the large room. The Frog Prince, between Smooth Hand and Big Eyes, seemed more relaxed than he had before. Occasionally, Keff felt an invisible hand tap his knee. When he looked up, Tall Eyebrow met his glance, then tilted his head in the direction of this or that conversation. No longer was Skyclear considered a remote concern. Quite a few local manufacturers and business frogs were discussing the possibility of setting up shop on the colony. Longhand was fielding such a question from an increasingly insistent Big Voice, who had spread before her holographic photo displays and sheets full of graphs and text.
"But all this, exchanges and imports, must wait," Gentle Male Longhand protested. "We have no hard currency, and our own exports are few and doubtful at present. Wait a few years until we have more concerns going, so we can deal with you on a more equal basis."
Big Voice was undaunted.
"I am eager to secure favorable siting for my manufacturing plants. It means jobs and opportunity for Cridi there. Such things should be settled as quickly as possible. Would you approve of investment from outside? An advance of funds, perhaps, against future interests?"
Longhand let out a peal of laughter.
"We have nowhere to spend this imaginary money, Gentle Male. All we may do is add your name to the roster of those interested, and we will be sure to speak to you early when we have anything to offer. You must wait."
Keff, missing none of the important details of the conversation, because it was all in sign language, smiled to himself. Big Voice wasn't the only one with an eye toward future profit, just the most persistent. A female, in gold torque and bracelets, rose to her feet and clicked insistently in her throat for attention.
"Gentle females and gentle males," she signed in full formal language. "We are privileged to welcome the stranger from the Central Worlds. Please give him your kind attention."
"Thank you, Madam Chair Frog," Keff said in standard, adding the appropriate courtesies in sign language. "I come to you today to offer your people—" The Cridi media also clamoured for interviews. Keff did his share, but he urged the commentators who came to him to take advantage of the returnees instead. The most important event of all took place several weeks after the CK-963 had made landfall. 10,000 Cridi were packed into a low room like an amphitheatre, hundreds of meters long. The rows of seats were sloped so that the huge audience could see the stage at the bottom, but the ceiling was quite low. Keff lay on his belly to watch, facing downward in one of the side aisles, sweltering in the high humidity. He had been warned to wear his best tunic, and he had done so. To keep from getting it dirty, he'd snaffled a few huge ear-shaped leaves from a handy plant in the lobby, and used them as a ground sheet. Long, reed-like fronds stuck out every which way from the edges of the leaves. Keff had to push them to one side, and finally tuck them under his body to see.
"Just like it was when we first saw you,"
Tall Eyebrow said, showing his sharp little fangs in a broad grin, his black eyes glinting, pointing to the waving tendrils.
"In the high grass on Osran."
"I was more comfortable then," Keff said, grinning back. He had to prop himself on his elbows to sign. "The blood's rushing to my head. Try to make this one brief, won't you?"
"If I can, friend Keff, if I can."
Smoothhand, on his way down with Narrowleg to take their places at the table on the dais, saw this exchange.
"Do not be in such a hurry to bring this meeting to an end," he said, pausing beside the human and patting him on the shoulder. "You will enjoy it more than any other meeting you have attended."
"What do you mean, sir?" Keff asked. But the old amphibioid would say no more. He put his finger to his lips. Keff shook his head wryly. "He's got a secret," Keff said to Narrowleg. "A human would do exactly the same thing. Interaction between Cridi is so like that of my own people that I'm seeing parallels to our civilization everywhere."
"Some would not like you to say so," Narrowleg said with a twinkle in his eye. "But I see it as natural that two such gregarious spacefaring races should ally."
As he saw pleased enlightenment dawn in Keff's face, he too put a finger to his lips and hurried after Smoothhand. "Did you see that, Carrie?" Keff said. "What Narrowleg just said?" "Unless I read that entirely wrongly, I think we have ourselves an A-class applicant for membership," Carialle said. "Good one, Sir Knight." "Phew!" Keff breathed out gustily. "For once the brass is going to be pleased with us." He beamed at all of the delegates gathering on the stage, at anyone passing by. His mood was so expansive that he didn't mind moving half a dozen times to accommodate the placement of video pickups and audio cubes. This transmission was going to be beamed worldwide. Kev hoped his view of it was sufficiently good so that his copy could be broadcast throughout the central world when they got home. All 8 chief councillors, plus the 3 Osranians and Narrowleg, were seated at a long, low table facing the audience. 2 small panels of 3 members of the press sat to either side. Smoothhand began in the way that Kev had become used to over many weeks, greeting the visitors and welcoming them to Cridi. He alluded to the sacrifices that all 5 of them had made to be there, and to the struggles of the Cridi population on Skyclear. Tactfully, he made no mention of the debate over exclusivity to the colony world. Muttering and surreptitious hand-signing in the audience proved that they knew he was leaving it out. Kev knew the question wouldn't be settled quickly. Smoothhand continued.
"The question was put to the population regarding membership in the Central Worlds. The conclave has been receiving so many favorable votes that the council, even our skeptical members," he nodded toward Big Voice and Snap Fingers, "have agreed to hear more about the subject. Will the large stranger Keff come forward and address the full conclave?"
"With pleasure," he signed. He rose to his hands and knees, removed the camera eye he was wearing, and attached it to the wall of the auditorium facing the stage. "Can you see properly, Carrie?" he asked. "Perfectly," she replied. "Recording for posterity. Good luck, my parfait and gentil diplomate." Keff turned and crawled down the steep slope to the stage, amid loud applause mingled with chirps and creaks. Eyes shining, Tall Eyebrow stood up as Keff approached. Big Eye sprang to her feet. Narrowleg, moving more slowly, rose next. All the other councillors followed, Big Voice and Snap Fingers reluctantly, until the entire panel and the audience were slapping out their acclaim. Carefully keeping one hand over his head to avoid bumping into the low ceiling, Keff stood up. He looked out over the audience. 10,000 Cridi sat before him, but the entire planet was watching or listening. Keff beamed and waved to the ones he knew, feeling like he was standing on the doorstep of destiny. A few young Cridi in the audience, some dressed in human-style tunics, levitated and turned somersaults in mid-air for joy. Others cheered and cried out standard phrases they had learned from Keff's media interviews. Smoothhand signalled for quiet and signed to Keff to begin his remarks. While the others sat down, Big Eyes remained standing to repeat Keff's speech aloud. "Thank you for your kind reception," Keff signed, and was amused to hear the phrase reduced to a few notes and trills in the female's high-piping voice. "The Central Worlds is an organization of member states whose purpose is to provide a stable government for the benefit of those planets and stations within its borders. The Central Committee, or CENCOM," he enunciated the words and heard Big Eyes repeat it, "is dedicated to reaching out to every people on every planet. To those that have reached a certain level of technological and social advancement, we offer full membership. While my partner Carialle and I have found numerous races alien to ourselves in our travels, we always dreamed that one day we would locate that civilization, that people which had evolved in parallel to ourselves and were of an equal level in all ways, so that we could be friends and allies instead of benefactor, patron, or in some cases, a right nuisance." There was a patter of appreciative laughter. Keff smiled. "If indeed you are pleased that the Central Worlds and Cridi have found one another at last, you owe a debt of gratitude to Tall Eyebrow. He and the leaders who came before him have preserved Cridi culture on a remote outpost against the most incredible odds, helping it to survive until we discovered it. He is responsible for leading us here so we could be with you today. In the last few weeks, I've seen a lot of your planet. I admire your culture. I have seen examples of your art, particularly evident in the architecture and gardens of this beautiful city, and strides forward in science. In particular, I want to mention the core power system, an advance which has never been duplicated in the Central Worlds. You can help us to move into the future. I think we can also help you. And together, we can help support the people of Sky Clear. Thank you very much." He sat down cross-legged next to the dais. 10,000 pairs of hands pounded together, filling the amphitheatre with sound that grew louder and louder until the very walls seemed to shake. Keff shot a glance at the council. Tall Eyebrow sat proudly erect between Narrowleg and Big Eyes. Big Voice was conferring energetically with the councillors on either side of him. Smoothhand let the applause go on, then raised his hands for silence.
"I am sure you have many questions for the tall stranger, now to be called our friend, I hope," he signed, with a slight smile toward Keff. "For now, let your sign be counted. If you approve the approach to Central Worlds, send your vote to your precinct now. Thank you all." Reporters hurried forward from the side tables and the audience, swamping the panel. Free-floating remote cameras buzzed over their heads and zoomed from face to face, gathering reactions like a species of psychological honeybee. The air was full of flurried gestures and excited Cridi voices. After weeks of intensive training in the spoken language, Keff understood more of the verbal exchanges than ever before, and he was delighted with the response.
"Can you hear it, Carrie? They want it. They're going to join us."
Carialle sounded amused. "Don't count your chickens in advance, Softshell, but I think you're right. You should hear some of the scuttlebutt going about on the amulet airwaves. I'm recording the best ones for you to hear later. Maximum Joy and Maximum Profit was the one I heard from Big Voice's media aide."
"And here's the man himself," Keff said, seeing a solemn delegation forcing its way toward them through the crush on the platform. "Good gentlemale."
"Tall stranger,"
Big Voice signed very politely.
"I have exchanged tentative words with Longhand with regard to the spacecraft concession for Skyclear. Should this proposition now before us come to pass, I would be concerned that a human delegation might put in a rival bid for choice sites."
"That's the nature of business throughout the universe," Keff signed cheerfully, teasing the pompous amphibioid. Clearly shaken, Big Voice tried again.
"Would not Central Committee consider priority for primary sentient species?"
His hands fluttered desperately, trying to gauge Keff's response.
"Or partnership?"
Keff grinned and relented. "Central Worlds would not take away the rights from one member species in favor of another," he said. "If you can get an exclusive agreement from the Cridi on Skyclear, the CENTCOM won't interfere with that at all."
"Thank you,"
Big Voice signed gratefully.
"Thank you, tall stranger, Keff."
He moved away, once again in pursuit of Longhand. Tall Eyebrow, having observed the whole thing from his place on the dais, grinned to show his sharp white teeth. Keff gave him a wink. More media types swooped in on him, signing or singing questions from all sides. Keff tried to answer them all in turn, knowing he was getting some of the words wrong in his haste, hoping it wouldn't matter. The IT earned its keep that day, translating his spoken replies into Cridi music, so he could carry on 2 conversations at once.
"Will other humans come to Cridi?"
was among the most frequently asked questions.
"Will we be able to visit your worlds?"
"You will be most welcome everywhere you go," Keff said. "In fact, we will expect a return visit just as soon as Narrowleg's team finishes constructing their first spaceship." He turned to gesture with an open hand toward the old male, who stood half a head taller than every other Cridi in the room. He stiffened with pride.
"That is right, and only right," Narrowleg said, "that we should make our first visit to our new allies in our own spacecraft. And you may take my word straight to heart. We will be ready."
The reporters chirruped excitedly, obviously adding color commentary. Smoothhand moved to the center of the dais then, and held up his long wrinkled hands.
"The tabulation is finished," he signed,
and announced the figures. The numbers were so large that his voice rose almost out of Keff's range of hearing. "Did I get that right, Carrie? 20 million in favor of membership? Unless your program here split a chip, those in favor of the Central Worlds was 25,697,204, against 3,402,110. Smoothhand repeated the good news to the crowd, who echoed it as they danced in the aisles.
"The measure passes! The measure passes! We join!" "Sit down! Sit down!" the elder signed. "There is one thing left to do. Please, may we have your attention?"
It took some time until the jubilant Cridi settled back into their seats. The senior counselor turned to Keff.
"This is a great moment for our people. Not only have we rediscovered our lost children, but we make a bond with new friends."
He signaled to an aide to come forward. The silver-talked frog glided swiftly onto the stage, bearing 2 long rectangles of a high-gloss wood. On each was engraved a long screed in an incredibly tiny and intricate script. Beside the Cridi language was the text in Standard. Keff looked up in surprise.
"I helped the engraver with the correct wording,"
Tall Eyebrow told Keff.
"I took it directly from Carialle's file of such documents. You will find it in order, I promise you."
"And I took it from the databanks of your more than unusually helpful IT," Carialle said in his ear. "You see," Keff said sublingually, "in no time you'll look back on the days when you used to laugh at my program." "I don't see those days receding behind us, Keff," Carialle said sardonically, "but in this case it came through."
"Is all in order?"
Tall Eyebrow asked, concerned. "I'm absolutely certain it's all right," Keff said reassuringly. "I have never seen an official government document look so beautiful."
"You honor us,"
Smoothhand said, bowing over his moving hands. At each side of the document were blank blocks enclosed in festoons of scrollwork, images of vines, flowers, insects, and birds. Keff figured out that those were the signature blocks when he managed to decipher his name, picked out delicately in filament-thin characters, running in a border around the right-hand block. The aide floated over the heads of the crowd and laid the squares of wood neatly beside one another in the center of the table. Smoothhand followed to stand with one long hand touching each. Smoothhand nodded to Keff to join him. The crowd of reporters parted, flowing back into the main audience. Keff fumbled at his tunic pocket and drew out 2 small devices. "I'm so excited I nearly forgot these," he said. "These are short-run permanent recorders, which I would like to use to immortalize this moment for the CENCOM. One is a gift to you, to keep in your admirable archives."
"We thank you for your thoughtfulness," Smoothhand said. "Your request is granted. Set them where they will catch all of this great moment."
"Well," Keff said, picking up the silver scriber the aide handed him. He tested it against his palm and found it sharp-edged enough to skim off a layer of skin. "This is it, Carialle." "This is it," she agreed. "A moment for all the Central Worlds, and for us as well. Go for it, Sir Galahad." "I do it all for you, Lady Fair." He grinned to himself and nodded to the senior counsellor. Smoothhand looked out across the sea of faces.
"All of you bear witness to this moment, in which we find we are not alone in this great galaxy, but among friends."
He took his scriber and incised his name in the left-hand block on both blocks of wood. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. He signalled to Keff, who stepped forward and bowed over the first of the documents. "Hold it," Carialle's voice said sharply in his ear. "Don't do it." Keff stopped, arrested with his hands centimeters above the wood. "Why not? What's wrong, Carialle?"
"What is it?"
Smoothhand asked, seeing the human's mouth moving almost silently.
"Is something wrong?"
"Carrie?" Her voice in his ear was as crisp and sharp as an artificial intelligence-generated construct. "Don't sign a thing. The entire deal is on hold. I have just received a message back from the CENCOM. There's a ship at the perimeter of this system, and they are here to take over negotiations. We are off this mission as of now." End of Side 3. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 4. The Ship Errant by Jodie Lynn Nye, continuing on page 124. "What?" Keff demanded. "They can't do that." "They can and have. The CENCOM sends its compliments, but we are ordered to step back to avoid any unforeseen difficulties. It's the Inspector General's doing. I am so mad that I could just flame out." Keff didn't like the edge in her voice. "Try and stay calm, Lady Fair. I'll get out of here and come to you. We'll discuss this." He looked up at the crowd, who were fluttering surreptitious messages at one another, and at Smoothhand, clearly wondering what was going on. Swallowing his concern for Carialle, he forced a smile to his lips. He hoped his growing command of the Cridi language would sufficiently support him through this delicate moment. "Gentle males and gentle females, I sincerely beg your pardon," he said, setting down the scriber. A few in the audience gasped at his action, and he made a gesture intended to show humility. I have just been informed that, the diplomats senior to Carialle and myself have just arrived in your star system. This is such an important matter that they wish to take part in this ceremony themselves. If you will forgive this terrible breach of manners, may I beg a short delay until they may join us?" Smooth-Hand's face, compressed into a frown of concern, opened up in comprehension.
"Ah," he squeaked, "I see. With the greatest of reluctance, friend Keff. I see no reason why not to allow. We know and trust you, but we understand the pressures of state."
There was a general murmur, only partly of agreement, from the rest of the council. Keff heard undertones of distrust and dismay beneath it. Big Voice scowled and crossed his arms, as if to say he'd assumed all along the humans would back away at the last minute. "Thank you, Councillor Smooth-Hand, and all the rest of the conclave, gentle females and gentle males. I must go and prepare for the arrival of our senior delegates. We'll be back as soon as we can. If you will excuse me." He barely waited for the council to signal their assent before he was running up the aisles in a crouch. "Hold on, Lady Fair," he murmured, as he ran out of the hall and into the muddy street. "I'll be with you in just a moment. Don't do anything rash."
"I'm not going to do anything,"
Carialle said, but her voice rose in volume and pitch until he winced.
"But Dr. Senate Maxwell Corey is going to pay heavily for this. I am not crazy."
Chapter 7. Tall Eyebrow caught up with Keff about 20 meters outside the door and swept him up on a wave of core power.
"I will take you swiftly to the one who watches from behind the walls," he said.
The two of them flew up over the jungle-fringed city blocks toward the space field. Luckily for Keff's atmospheric acrophobia, he had no attention to spare for looking down. He had enough on his hands trying to calm down his partner, who kept up a steady stream of diatribe in his ears.
"Muck-faced, baby-eating, cephalitic bastard," Carialle kept saying. "First he rigged me with a booby-trap, illegally, without my knowledge, and set it to go off without waiting to get full data on the situation. Now he sees to our disgrace before the entire Cridi population. What's next?"
"I'm sure we can work out the mistake," Keff said, over and over again. "Just exactly what did they say?" With admirable control, Tall Eyebrow brought them to a perfect landing on the ramp of the ship. Keff threw a bare nod over his shoulder for thanks and ran inside.
"Oh, they were polite," Carialle said.
Her voice beat double on his eardrums, coming from the cabin speakers as well as his implant. When he cringed at the sheer power of her vocal volume, she relented and turned it down, deactivating the mastoid bone receiver entirely.
"So sorry, but orders are orders."
Keff plumped down in his crash couch. Tall Eyebrow hovered sympathetically near Carialle's titanium pillar. "Let's see the message," Keff said. The screen in front of him filled with the hailing graphic used in all Central World's fleet communiques. It vanished, and the image of a man appeared. His long jaws and heavy eyebrows made him look melancholy, but his voice was a pleasantly warm tenor. "CK-963, this is the DSC-902. Respectful greetings. I am Captain Gavon. I am sending you a tight beam of messages entrusted to me by the Central Committee. I know the content of these data files. I want to assure you in advance that I regret the intrusion as much as you do. Standing by." The messages followed. As Carialle had dreaded, the first was from the head of explorations, Dr. Michael Brinker-Levy. His pleasant, dark-skinned face glanced out at them from the screen. He gave them an apologetic smile. "Carialle and Keff, we have just received communication from the Inspector General for your sectors, Dr. Corey. He had an emergency buoy that you had launched at this point." A star chart overlay his face. "The internal recordings from telemetry showed you were in no physical peril at the time,
but nevertheless show dangerous adrenaline and toxicity levels in your system, Carialle. No updates and no further messages from you were received, except for a routine query for a databank search you sent recently. Nonsense, Keff said. The IG must have heard from Sprim and MM within microseconds. And what about your complaint for illegal circuit tapping?
He oversees all queries about illegalities and improprieties in this sector, Carialle said bitterly. And who is watching the watchman?
Brinker-Levy continued. I have also had a complaint on your behalf from the oversight agencies Sprim and MM, citing personal interference from the Inspector General. Under normal circumstances, I would be able to take those into account first. Because you're engaged upon such a delicate negotiation that affects matters at the highest levels, if there is anything wrong, and your judgment is in some way impaired, you must understand we cannot take chances, and at this distant remove we have no way of judging for ourselves. Please cooperate in every way with Captain Gavon. He is a good man, and will need your help. Your knowledge of the Cridi culture and language are unsurpassed, and I have always been satisfied with the job you do. Here he smiled, even if you are a little unorthodox. I will take up the subject of your complaints while you are on your way back to Central Worlds, and send you updated information in transit. On the way back? What is he talking about? Keff asked.
There's more, Carialle said. This was on the sideband.
The visual didn't change from the graphic left after the end of Brinker-Levy's message, but a resonant voice broke over the speakers. Hi, Gal, Simeon said. Greetings from SSS 900C. I received your query. I'm at a loss for natural causes that would have destroyed 3 starships. No abnormal outbreak of iron storms, comets, or other anomalies observed in your pinpoint area. I'm uploading to you all the data I have for the last 50 years. There's not much. Some of it's your own. That spot between P and R sector is rarely explored. I'm piggybacking on Exploration's message to you because I heard some scuttlebutt you need to know. Maxwell Corey's out ringing doorbells again. The first probe caused quite a sensation. Plenty unorthodox. He was going to be in deep space dust with Sprim until the second probe arrived. The data on it was garbled, and your voice sounded woozy. That added fire to his insistence that there's still something wrong with your mind, and you need specialized long-term mental care. I sincerely hope not. He's arguing at the least you're severely overwrought. Keep it together, Gal. Greetings to Keff. The graphic faded, and the unwelcome sight of the Inspector General's mustachioed face flicked into being. Keff found himself unable to resist a sneer. Maxwell Corey's vendetta against his partner had attained foolish proportions over the years, and he was becoming tired of the pompous bureaucrat and his implausible hobby-horse. A dozen shrinks had proclaimed Carialle sane, but this control freak could not acknowledge the truth, would not acknowledge it. The tragedy was he might be able to prove it by forcing her into unwitting admissions, recording angry outbursts, and twisting data to suit his purpose. CK-963, Carialle. In light of your 2 communications with the Central Worlds, I am ordering you to SSF-863 for a full evaluation. You will brief the replacement team in full and return immediately when you have received this message. Maxwell Corey, out. The screen blanked. Keff relaxed a little, realizing that his hands were ground into tight fists, and he was standing on the balls of his feet, as if ready to meet an attacker. Captain Gavon's face reappeared, his long face sympathetic. "I am sorry," Gavon said, and the catch in his voice showed Keff the diplomat was under a tremendous strain. "We'll be with you in a matter of hours. Gavon out." "They can't do that to us," Keff said. "We'll fight them, Carrie." "Carrie?" Carialle didn't answer. She ignored the input from her screens
antennae, and camera eyes. For a moment, just for a moment, at the sound of the Inspector General's mocking voice, her long-buried subconscious had flashed back to a memory she thought had been destroyed with her first ship, feeling not so much as hearing a slight vibration from the hull above her as footsteps stopped, as if someone was laughing at her helplessness. "No," she said to herself, pulling back into the inmost security of her shell. "I will not let myself be forced. I am not mad. I'm cured," she cried. "I'm cured! I'm cured! I'm cured!" But the tapping and the sounds of her own screams came back to her. She started counting the seconds again. 1, 2, 3. Her power levels all dropped for a dizzying, frightening millisecond. Carialle snapped out of her reverie and went back on full alert. All scopes were back to normal. She wondered what had happened. Then she became aware that Keff was pounding on her titanium pillar and shouting, "Carialle, answer me! Carrie!" "What happened?" she demanded. "I felt a blackout." Brawn staggered backward, limp with relief. Tall Eyebrow blinked your power just once. I'm glad it was enough. "It was," Carialle said, vastly relieved. "I needed the shock. Thank you, T.E." She made her frog image appear. It sketched a graceful half-bow and spread out its hands. The frog prince swept a self-deprecatory palm across. "It was nothing. I was worried." "I was going to pull the fire bell in a moment," Keff said. "We lost you there, lady." "I'm sorry," she said. I was back there again. I was counting. Maybe in a way that bastard is right." "He's not right!" Keff shouted. His normally cheerful face was a furious shade of red. Tall Eyebrow, hovering beside the Brawn, shook his head vigorously. "If I could teleport in a blink to where he's laid up, I would find the nearest lavatory and stuff his grinning face down the head. Don't you worry. This is all a mistake. We'll show them the flight path and explain to them what happened. Let's tell Gavon the whole story. I'm sure all he knows is the gossip that's floating around, not the facts." "I'm not giving up my mission," Carialle said. "We have earned this. We've earned the trust of the locals. We shouldn't be removed from the mission. I want to see it through." "So do I. Let's send a message to Gavon and ask him to reconsider. He can keep us here as aides, and then we can go back to CW." Keff threw himself into his crash couch and scooted it up to be right in front of the video pickup. Carialle calculated the location of the DSC 902 and put all she had behind the tight beam message. All they could do until Gavon replied was wait. During the time that passed, a few of the Cridi who had been in the amphitheatre when Keff had to leave drifted by to visit and to make their compliments. A few of the councillors were sympathetic. Unexpectedly, Snapfingers was one of them.
"I am in business," he signed. "I came up from the merest clerk to my position now as Second Continental Chief. I hate it that bureaucrats would take an assignment away from you. That should not happen. It shows a lack of confidence in you, which I wanted you to know was an error on the part of your superiors. If you were Cridi, I would be proud to have you working for me."
"You are very kind," Carialle's amphibioid image said with its hands.
"I mean what I say," Snapfingers returned. "We are on opposite sides of the expansion question, but that does not mean we cannot be friends." "Good people," Tall Eyebrow said as the councillor departed. "I am proud to know them."
"You are one of them," Keff assured them. Narrowleg arrived just as Carialle received Gavon's reply. Tall Eyebrow quickly brought him up to date in sign language, while Keff and Carialle listened to the message. Captain Gavon's thin face looked more haggard,
and his long jaw was set. "I have received your transmission. I regret that I have no slack to cut you. Very, very sorry. This is not my idea. I have to follow my orders too, you know. They are unequivocal and absolutely clear. I sent the messages on in advance so you could prepare." "Damn," Keff said, watching with chin propped on his fist. He saw the record light pop on and sat up straight. "I am sorry too," Carialle said, sending on a reply. "We did appreciate the extra notice, but it doesn't change the situation here. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you must see how this affects us."
"And what about the psychological effect on the native population of replacing a trusted team with strangers?" Keff put in earnestly. "You must let us stay. We can be of inestimable help to you." Carialle sent the message, all the while muttering, "Rotoscoped animated bastard from a bad grade D psycho-horror flick in 2D. "I don't mean Gavon," Carialle said quickly in Keff's ear. "I mean the IG."
"What is he?"
Narrowleg asked, listening with interest but no comprehension to Carialle's stream of invective.
Tall Eyebrow attempted to translate, but gave up almost at once, as the spare knowledge he had of standard colloquialisms failed him. Carialle realized belatedly that she had left open the communication channels to the frog sign language image and swiftly blanked the wall. "The Inspector General has authority over our department, and he has a personal grudge against Carialle," Keff said, explaining more simply. "He is responsible for having us recalled, and the other team taking our place."
"We have no choice," Carialle broke in. "We'll have to lift sooner or later."
"Maybe I can slow down IT so we have to stay through the negotiations," Keff offered.
Carialle's laugh was bitter.
"Ha! IT doesn't need to be slowed down. The holes in it leak data like a screen door." "That's not fair, lady. IT's been doing a wonderful job here."
She was instantly contrite. "I know, that's true. I'm upset."
"You must not leave,"
Tall Eyebrow said, gesturing frantically, his black eyes wide.
"We may never see you again. How will I and my companions return to Osran?"
"Gavon will take you," Carialle said. "We have no choice. We're off the mission."
"Or I," Narrowleg said. "My ship is all but ready to launch. I would be proud to escort you home. Besides," he added with a shrewd and amused glance, "my daughter would not forgive me if I shortened your time together."
Tall Eyebrow looked somewhat mollified and a little abashed.
"But what about trade between my world and yours?"
Narrowleg asked Keff.
"That won't be affected. Even greater authority for decision-making rests with Gavon. We're not really diplomats. Our usual job is exploration of unknown space. Normally, we file the preliminary report on a potentially sentient race. We've never been the follow-up team before."
"We prefer you," Narrowleg said. "We understand one another, you two and I. A diplomat might not be such a seasoned risk-taker. We may not cooperate with this replacement. I can get the Council snarled up for years to delay."
The high-pitched voice described a geometric progression. "Don't. Gavon's a good man," Carialle said. She was pleased by the Cridi's offer to side with them, but disliked the idea of fighting her battles unfairly. "Don't blame him for this. Let's see what he says about letting us stay on to help." 2 hours passed. Keff received more visitors from the conclave, and later served a synthesized meal to the Osranian delegates, Narrowleg and Big Eyes, who turned up again in the late evening to sit with Tall Eyebrow. As he ate, Keff kept his eye on the chronometer, impatiently willing a message to come to beat the next turn of the number. "Where is it?" he asked.
Gavon's reply should be on a shorter return loop as the ship nears us. The interval ought to have been no more than half an hour by this time. Isn't he speaking to us? Perhaps Simeon's data is incomplete, and there is a dangerous anomaly in system, Carialle said, her voice remote from the ceiling speakers. I'm resending. Nothing came. Keff cleaned up after dinner and listlessly did his exercises on the rotoflex with an interested audience of Cridi commenting on the swell and slide of his muscles. Carialle found the rhythmic clang, bump of the weighted pulleys a soothing, mindless pattern. Then all at once it irritated her. She opened input to all her antennae. She strained her ears for transmissions on the CW ship's frequency, putting the audio of her receivers onto speaker for the others to hear. Keff stopped his deltoid flex and eased the pulleys to a resting position. He looked up hopefully at the sound of static. Nothing, Carialle said. Perhaps Gavon is coming all the way in without speaking to us again. Nasty, Keff said. He reached for a towel and wiped his face. I thought this would be amicable. Maybe I won't give him all my files. Let him figure out the subtleties between this and this. He made a couple of signs that Carialle, searching the IT database, found to be the symbols for hunger and a mild obscenity regarding mouths and filth. Longhand looked shocked. Small Spot abashed. Tall Eyebrow and the two Cridi natives grinned widely. "Wait!" Carialle exclaimed, getting a tickle from her long-distance receiver. "Here's something at last." The data thread was weak and badly garbled. Carialle boosted it and checked the frequency. It was the same Gavon had been sending on, but the audio portion was mostly static. "Day. Intruders. May." Keff sat up. "Carialle, that sounds bad. Isn't there any more?" "No." "Play it again." Now Carialle strained out a few more of the harmonics and static and boosted the gain. The message welled up out of the speaker, then faded away again. "Day. Intruders. Mayday. There was nothing more. "Something's happened to them," she said. "In the sidebands. I'm hearing the ID pulse from their black box, but no ship noise in the low registers, and no more audio messages." "Intruders!" Keff exclaimed. "They were attacked? How many? Who was it?" He looked at the Cridi, who shook their heads, signing nervously between one another. "We've got to help Gavon," Keff said. He shouldered back into his tunic, immediately all business. "Our fellowship is in trouble. They might need life support, assistance." He dared not think of the worst reason the DSC-902 had stopped sending, but concentrated on the possibility of saving the crew. "I'm starting launch prep now," Carialle snapped out. She activated the control board and quickly counted green lights. "Tall Eyebrow, Narrow Leg, you'll all have to go. Big Eyes, will you please tell Space Command we request permission to lift? We have an emergency on our hands." "I will," the young counselor signed, then became still as she squeaked out vocal information through her finger-controlled transmitters. Carialle heard her voice repeated on first one, then a dozen personal frequencies as the message went out to the command center and members of the conclave via the core of Cridi. "I will come with you," Tall Eyebrow said, turning to look from Keff to Carialle's frog image. Keff shook his head. "Stay here. We could get caught by whatever happened to them, too," he said. "I won't risk you getting hurt. We'll come back as soon as we can." "I will go now," Frog Prince insisted. "You may need me." He turned to sign at the local Cridi. "How long?" Narrow Leg asked Keff. "How long until you go?" Keff glanced at the board. "Minutes." "Wait. Give me 10." The old Cridi levitated and flew out of the airlock. He began his high-pitched warbling, too. Big Eyes glanced up, surprised, then followed her father. They were back within the promised 10 minutes, but not alone. Behind them sailed a large crew of Cridi workers, bearing with them tools and a round device the size of a medicine ball, and an impressive tangle of flex, tubes, boxes, and clamps. Keff peered at it. "It's a ship's core. But we can't use it, sir." He waggled his fingers loosely. "I can," Tall Eyebrow said, holding up his hand, on which the new finger stalls gleamed. "Let me help. You have done so much for me and my people. You may need more than you have." "Let him come," Carialle said, interrupting her preparations. "Our tractors may not be equal to what we might find out there, and we're unarmed." Keff's face blanked with shock. "Your salvagers? You think that's who's out there?" "It's a possibility. There have been several other disappearances. No space anomaly," Simeon said. Carialle pointed out. "We're in this sector. I feel there's a connection, but to my personal disaster. It's just a guess, Keff. I have no positive data. I couldn't sell it as a certainty." "I trust your guesses more than other people's certainty," Keff said. "I've known you these 16 years. The miniature core was installed by Narrowleg's crew with remarkable speed and efficiency. Carialle felt its power signature and set up a program so it wouldn't feed back on her own systems. It responded well to the technician who tested it, putting in his own frequency number, and to Tall Eyebrow, whose new circuitry was tied in as well.
"Its range is 18,000 kilometers, the shipbuilder said, with equal references to the X, Y, and Z axes. "Enough for our planet, plus layers of atmosphere, plus error factor."
"That means getting in right on top of the DSC 902, Carialle said. "We'd better not miss. I'm calculating their possible location based on the time signature for their last transmission. I must work from that assumption." Keff felt stricken, but he nodded. Big Eyes waved for attention.
"You have permission to lift when you wish."
She looked at Tall Eyebrow.
"I go too."
"No," Keff and Tall Eyebrow signed at once. "You could be in danger." "We don't know what's out there," Carialle snapped out. "No more arguments. Will you all clear the decks? Keff, TE, secure to station."
"Go in peace and safety," Narrowleg said. "Return with honor."
He turned to Carialle's pillar, as he had seen the others do.
"We will assist your launch."
The technicians backed away from the blank panel behind which they had secured the core. They all flew out of the airlock as Carialle shut it on their heels.
"Come back,"
Big Eye signed simply to Tall Eyebrow. Then she was gone. "Damn MC," Carialle growled as she lit engines. Flames gathered under her exhaust cones between the landing fins, wreathing her in light. All her indicators read green and on go. This wouldn't have happened at all if he hadn't decided I was about to go rogue. He should have believed me. There's something out there, and it's hostile. Outside, she observed shadows of Cridi behind the windows of the low buildings at the edge of the field. Farther back, in a great ring around the field, frogs stood or levitated or hovered in their saucer craft, waiting and watching. The infinity of audio broadcast frequencies, both private and public, filled with chatter and speculation, hoping for the first successful launch from their planet in half a standard century. "Here goes." She applied thrusters. Carialle felt the invisible hands holding her down to the surface of the planet drop away and gather at the foot of her ship. "Ready," Keff said. Tall Eyebrow cheeped an affirmative. "Brace yourselves," she told the human and the amphibioid as she applied thrust. "Watch your necks." "Necks?" Keff asked. Why? His question became a strained cry as the G-force pushed his head back. Within half a second of putting on her own engines, Carialle felt the envelope rising under her skirts. It felt like everyone on Cridi was helping to push her into space. The force shoved her hard into the sky like an extra booster rocket, bringing her to breakaway speed in record time. Flames from sheer friction danced down her sides as she cut through the atmosphere and emerged into space, yet her internal temperature remained stable. The cores, both inside and outside the craft, were protecting her. She felt the exosphere seal behind her, planetary ozone readings returning to normal within milliseconds of her passage. The additional thrust cannoned her forward. She was moving 60% faster than she could have gone unassisted. The shields strained against the additional pressure, but were fully capable of holding. She lit her own full engines, corrected course, and opened all her receivers, hoping for word from Gavon's ship. A quick slingshot around Cridi, and she was on her way. Chapter 8. "This is the end of the ship's ion trail," Keff said, reading the telemetry monitors. The CK-963 zigzagged the empty space between the orbits of the last planet and the asteroid belt that marked the border of the Cridi system. They were within 500,000 clicks of the planet, a dusty, battered rock rimed with iron oxide red and nickel oxide blue. The sun was a faint flicker of yellow over Keff's right shoulder. "And this corresponds to the last coordinates from which they transmitted to us," Carialle said. "But where's the ship?" She scanned space around her. There was a little debris and a very small amount of residual radiation from the right kind of material, but not enough to tell what had happened. The DSC-902 appeared to have crossed the radio pores and disappeared into thin vacuum. "If the ship was disabled, it couldn't have drifted far," Keff said, staring at the astrogation tank, searching it for artifacts. "If it was towed, where's the engine trail for the other ship?"
"What if Gavon was remotely pulled away?" Tall Eyebrow asked, showing the circuitry on his long fingers. "The cores," Carialle said. Keff let out a low whistle. "The pirates who killed them have cores." "That's why somebody has bottled up the Cridi space program," he said. "The cores have a limited range, but incredible power inside that radius. That technology alone is worth keeping a secret from the rest of the universe." "I think you're right about the why," Carialle said. "We still don't know who, and at this moment I am more concerned with where." She was silent for so long Keff wondered if she had suffered another memory flashback. He waited for a long time, then cleared his throat. "Carrie, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Carialle said, a little too emphatically. "Apart from being burning mad, I'm just on green. I may not like having another ship come in and usurp my mission, but damn it, I will fight my battles myself. Somebody captured or destroyed one of our vessels, and I am damned well going to know who. Nobody messes with the Central World ship on my turf." "That's the spirit. Evil highway brigands who prey upon the helpless shall not prevail. We will sally forth and beard the miscreants in their den," Keff said, thumping his chest. He kept his voice light, hoping that her train of thought would not lead Carialle back to her memories of isolation. "We shall slay all who do not beg for mercy and swear allegiance to the CENCOM." Carialle was amused in spite of her worries. "Thank you, brave Sir Keff. But seriously, who are they? Not Cridi. They wouldn't be shooting at one another, at least not without giving a reason. And it certainly can't be other humans. There's never been any contact with humanity in this system before." "That is what Narrowleg and the others assure me," Tall Eyebrow said.
"And word would have gotten back to Central Worlds about the frogs if someone was ambushing their flights and stealing from them.
We'd have begun to see artifacts that no one could explain,
Little spaceships, Carialle said. Who could resist the core technology? All 3 of the last Cridi missions had cores on board. So what does that leave? Keff asked, feeling the tingle of excitement. Another race? Another space-going alien race? It might be, Carialle said cautiously. It's a big universe. But first we must prove that the disappearance of this ship wasn't mere accident, and that it wasn't bad engineering that slew 3 Cridi vessels. They explored the outer reaches of the heliopause. Space was pointedly, echoingly empty. Carialle picked up faint traces of engine trails, some ages old by the pattern of their decay. It seemed that most of the Cridi missions, at least as far back as they'd used an ion drive, had exited the system in this direction. It led, not incidentally, directly toward Osran and away from the bulk of the central worlds. Her entry into the solar system was a quarter of the way anti-clockwise around the sun, so the new wake she was forming behind her was clear and undisturbed. She used it to check the strength of the trail she was following. "Aha!" she said, as they arced out toward a group of jagged moonlets dancing along in the asteroid belt. "Now I am picking up fresh indications from another kind of space drive, not Cridi." Keff stared at the astrogation tank. Tall Eyebrow wriggled up next to him to see. Carialle put the view on full light spectrum analysis. The Brawn darted a finger toward the lines that sprang into relief, crisscrossing the holographic display like spiderweb. "I see it. There are hundreds of them," he exclaimed. "Someone else is in this system."
"Very strange," Tall Eyebrow signed. "They've been traveling through here for years, but no one has ever made contact with a second planet. They must have been able to tell someone was living there. The noisy airwaves alone would have told them that, even if they couldn't understand the transmissions."
"They wouldn't exactly come visiting if their only motive was robbery," Keff said. "Wait, these are all cold. They're years old." "Not these," Carialle said, illuminating 3 traces that converged on an asteroid cluster. "Those are new." Keff peered closely at the faint image in the tank, then pounded a hand flat on the console. He had spotted movement. "Carry, reverse course, quick!" Almost before the words were out of his mouth, Carialle had looped the ship around. She was heading for cover behind a pocked moonlet before they could sense her. 3 strange ships flew out of crevices and holes in one of the asteroids, and were making straight for them. She kept video cameras aimed aft as she looked for a hiding place. Keff studied their pursuers. The ship's design looked familiar. Long, tapered cones bracketed with emplacements for landing gear, communications, and weaponry, but all were old and in poor repair. Flying junk heaps, he thought with a sniff. His monitor still didn't show a sensor lock from their pursuers. Their sensors showed radiation leak from 2 of their engines. One was nearing critical point as it poured on power to catch up with them. They were almost ridiculously under-maintained, but Keff felt no urge to laugh. "Hurry, Carrie!" By comparison, the CK-963 was an angel on the wing. Carialle cornered wide around 2 halves of a broken rock 10 times her size, then hugged in close behind a flattened sphere, searching for a ravine or a cave she could duck into. The sphere's sides were solid. She tried slipping past it unseen to another huge rock, shaped like a flatiron. One of the intruders was waiting just beyond the great wedge's lip. Carialle grimly turned as sharp an angle as she could in the opposite direction. A red light, infinitesimally small, bloomed on the pursuer's hull. "Brace!" Carialle cried out, as the energy bolt struck her amidships. The blast tore straight through her shields as though through cellophane. Painful heat ran along her sensors, which then mercifully shut down. Damage control monitors showed her an elongated oval tear in her dorsal hull. Whoops sounded as the alarm went off in the cabin. Emergency systems kicked into operation at once. Keff kept himself from being thrown across the control console by gripping the crash couch's armrests and hanging on with all his great strength. Tall Eyebrow, hovering, had nothing to grab onto, but pivoted deliberately in the air and somersaulted into the padding of the other couch. The straps rose up and surrounded him like an octopus seizing prey. "Wish I could do that," Keff said between gritted teeth. Tall Eyebrow whistled an apology. The pilot's couch engulfed Keff in safety harness. He expelled his breath in a long sigh and let go his grasp on the armrests. "Thanks. How bad is it?" Keff asked the air. "Hull, breach, minor, already being fixed," Carialle said shortly. The automatic repair system quickly pressurized the sector and filled it with self-hardening polymer metal compound. Nothing vital had been damaged, but Carialle wondered how many of those hits they could take before being destroyed. Her nerve endings still stung. She fed somatotropins to the injured part and increased her sugar levels slightly. Keff shook his hands to help the blood flow to the white and pinched palms, then slammed his fist down on the record button to send a message to CW. "Mayday, this is the CK-963. We are under attack by 3 vessels, origin unknown. I am uplinking video of these vessels, plus other data we have gathered regarding the disappearance of a Central World ship in this sector. If we are unable to escape, send fleet ships to the Cridi system at once. We have already taken damage. I repeat, we are under attack. Uh-oh." The screen caught his attention as the red light on the enemy ship appeared again. "Carrie, they're shooting again." I'm moving, Carialle exclaimed. The ship zigzagged as well as it could to avoid the coming barrage, but she couldn't move far to any side. There was no way to dodge another blast. "Our shields aren't meant to take this." The Frog Prince once again put his newfound power into operation. His hands whisked back and forth in silent commands. Carialle felt the core within her walls hum. Suddenly, her hull felt as if it had been dipped in transparent padding. The next bolt of energy, invisible to the naked eye, exploded in a burst of white light against her side. Keff and Tall Eyebrow were jolted around in their couches, but the ship sustained no damage. "Thanks, T.E., Carialle said. "You just earned your keep." The globe frog signaled a shaky, "You're welcome." The enemy, obviously taken aback that its volley made no impact, sent 6 bolts in rapid succession. Carialle attempted to avoid them, but 2 of them hit her, 1 in the tail and 1 close to the airlock. The white light from their impact momentarily blinded one of her cameras, and the cabin lights faded down for a second. Carialle took the moment of the blast to slide into a narrow alley formed by a winding DNA strand of floating rocks. The next blast missed them, exploding a meteorite that peppered the hull noisily with sand. Carialle maneuvered through the belt, hoping to keep the distance between her and her pursuer. It vanished among the rocks. "How long will your shield hold?" she asked Tall Eyebrow.
"I do not know," he said. "Perhaps long enough, but a sustained volley might overstrain it, especially if they have a core too."
"I'm sending that message to Simeon and the CW right now," Carialle said. "If we lose, no one will ever find us. It'll be weeks, if not months, before the message gets home. Someone has to know about these people. They've obviously been using the outskirts of this system as a hideout for years, and no one knew about it." "You did," Keff said grimly. "An unhappy surmise, unluckily turning out to be true. At present, that's no satisfaction," she said briskly. "Are these the ones?" Keff asked, with a concerned look at her pillar. "Are they your salvage squad?"
"I don't know," she said. "I was blind then."
"Do the engines match the configuration?" Keff asked. "Did they make physical contact? Can you recognize the vibration, frequency emissions?" "I don't know. After the attack, I know my sensors went skew-whiff, so I might have been filtering all I know through bad information. I'll only know if I can get one of them to walk on me again. I'm damned if I'll ever let that happen." She recognized that her voice had grown terse, and made an effort to pull herself together. The moment of indecision and resolution took only microseconds, but she knew Keff had noticed the hesitation. "I'm fine," she said, making the Ladyfair image appear on the wall. The peach-coloured veil from her hennin floated softly around her face, which wore an expression of peace. Keff gave it a sceptical glance, but nodded. Both of them had to concentrate right now on survival. As they wove through the asteroids, 2 blips appeared ahead on long-range scan. Carialle wondered if her new equipment was more sophisticated than theirs. Could she see them before they saw her? It might mean the difference between escape and destruction. Carialle studied her telemetry. Where could she turn to avoid them? Nothing truly safe offered itself. A sharp turn in any direction threw her into the teeth of the celestial meat grinder. Suddenly a gap opened to starboard. She took it, nipping in just before 2 bolts lanced through the space she'd been occupying. "This was probably not a good idea," Carialle said. "One lone, unarmed ship doesn't have a chance against a force of 3. We've got to get out of here." "We still have to find the DSC-902, Keff reminded her. "Even if we can just locate it before we get away, that'll be a help. I'd rather rescue them if we can." "I'm with you, oh brave one, but we need to survive this mission to be of any use to them." She broke off to dodge the first ship, which appeared on the other side of a rock full of holes like Swiss cheese. It fired a few times, through one hole, then another. Carialle avoided them all, but felt stone shrapnel ping against her hull. The enemy ship spurred after her. She fled, only to find the lone ship had radioed the other 2, who appeared on either side of her at the next wide spot. Carialle calculated the period between spiraling rocks and ducked upward. The 3 ships, unable to maneuver with her skill, plummeted forward. Carialle widened the gap between her and the enemy to 6 planet widths by diving down and through the asteroid belt and coming out south of the plane of the ecliptic. She made a note of where the 3 ships were, and turned back up and into the stone dance at some distance from them. Her sensors indicated that the enemy had figured out what she had done and were coming after her, but she was ahead of them now, scanning for traces of the DSC-902. "Do you know they're fast, but their equipment is ancient," Carialle said. "I might be able to outlast them in hide-and-seek, if only we don't get in the way of sustained fire." "Your engines are better than any of these brutes," Keff said, anxiously watching the aft monitor. One of the ships, blip number 2, was outside the belt now, pouring on velocity to catch up. "We can outdistance them. Maybe we can outclass them, too. T.E., can we convince them we've got some heavy armament?"
"How?"
"Grab one of those rocks as we go past, and sling it backwards toward this fellow." The globe frog looked worried.
"It will mean relinquishing control of the shield," he said.
"We'll have to chance it," Carialle said. "My shields are 92% intact, and none of those old pots can match me for maneuverability. Go ahead." The thick padding around her vanished suddenly, leaving her feeling chilled as if she was exposed to the cold of space. Hastily she rebuilt her defences. Carialle felt a momentary drag aft and to port as Tall Eyebrow hitched his power to a rock about 3 meters across and pulled it out of the dance. It sailed along behind them like a puppy. Carialle turned on all her dorsal thrusters in a sudden burst and turned on her belly, heading back toward the pursuing ship. Tall Eyebrow made a pushing motion in mid-air. The rock spiraled up from Carialle's tail and flew in a tightening pattern around her body toward the enemy. With the extra momentum behind it, the missile appeared to elongate in flight. The enemy ship had only seconds to avoid collision. It veered to up and to starboard. Tall Eyebrow reached out to the end of his range to alter the rock's course to match. It got to within 100 kilometers of the enemy before the lasers exploded it.
"I missed,"
Tall Eyebrow complained. "Phew," Carialle said. "They have got fast reflexes." "More, T.E. More!" Keff shouted, as the pirate recovered itself and fired its weapons at them. The Frog Prince threw the shields back into place just in time. Carialle swept deeper into the asteroid belt and let a cartwheeling rock take the brunt. In the meantime, Tall Eyebrow picked up more chunks of debris to use as weapons. They circled around Carialle's middle like a planetary ring. "The other two ships are coming," Carialle warned. "If we can disable this one, I can probably outlast the other two." "We might be able to rely on psychology," Keff said. "If we're wrong and they don't have the cores, seeing us throwing rocks around by remote control might make them back up." "We can only try it," Carialle said. "I'd better show my pretty face, then." She dove out of the belt, coming out above ship number 2. 1 and 3 weren't far behind. Burning her thrusters for an extra burst of speed, she got ahead of ship 2. Tall Eyebrow used the inertia to help launch a series of stone projectiles, one after another, spiraling them down over Carialle's tail and into the path of the other. The enemy snaked widely, shooting at the speeding rocks. Tall Eyebrow had chosen a good variety for his missiles. Some burst into gravel, some with heavy metal content, slagged along the edges but kept spinning. One whirled with saw-blade-like inexorability straight into the path of ship 1, which pulled straight up in an acute arc. The molten rock narrowly missed its tail fins. Ship 2, wound too tightly among the asteroids to flinch, took a pair of fragments amidships. Carialle saw the leak of atmosphere escape from the side of the hull. It streamed out in a haze alongside the exhaust. For the first time she picked up transmissions from the raiders. She couldn't comprehend the language. "Keff, listen to this," she said. Keff tilted his head as she reran the recording and raised his eyebrows at the staccato rhythm of voices. He couldn't understand the deep voices, but he comprehended the urgency. "That's an SOS," he said definitely. "T.E. struck something vital." "Hit them again, T.E., Carialle said. "Aim for the engines." The Osranian continued his bombardment. Because of the limitations of the core, he had to depend on a target maintaining its trajectory from the time he let go of a rock. With his superior grasp of spatial relations, Carialle only had to make certain he had a constantly updated overview in the astrogation tank. Keff, a fascinated but helpless bystander, led the cheering section each time one of Tall Eyebrow's missiles found its mark. Battered and leaking, Ship 2 eventually dropped back and out of the race to nurse its damaged hull. Now that Carialle had been proved that her ship wasn't helpless, the other two ships became cagey. They flew a wide pattern alongside her, peppering her with laser fire, trying to herd her into planetoids. Carialle's shields fell to 68%. Now they were engaged in what Keff recognized as a true space battle, fought with atlases instead of micrometers. Carialle focused her telemetry on what lay ahead. The going was more difficult here. If they picked up missiles to throw, she would have to remain on her own shields. Ancient comets had passed through this part of the belt again and again, chopping the asteroids into pieces, ranging from those meters across to particles almost as small as dust. She worried that she might sustain a breach. On the good side, the cloud of dust seemed to cut off visuals of her to the other ships. On her scopes she saw them veer around uncertainly. Their medium-range sensors were nowhere as good as hers. "We can't get them both at once just tossing boulders," he said. "Can we set up a kind of chain reaction? What if we spin a big rock, the biggest one T.E. can handle, into one heading the other way? Could we get it to ricochet back toward the Joy Boys back there? Then we can attack the other more directly." "I don't see why not," she said. She homed in on a set of nearly spherical fragments ahead and bracketed them for Tall Eyebrow to see. "How are you at playing pool?" Carialle let herself be seen on the enemy's scopes by surfacing out of the dust clouds. The other ships obligingly took the bait and spurred to catch up with her. All their strategy for keeping their distance from her was dropped. They meant to kill. "This had better work," Carialle said. "Otherwise we'll have to run and hope that the core holds out until we can make Cridi atmosphere." With almost a casual deflection of power, the Frog Prince set his chain reaction in motion. The cue ball, a stone sphere 12 meters across, was set spinning into its fellows. Most of the rocks it hit split off in a dozen directions, obvious, easy for the ship's following to avoid. The 8-ball, a rock dark with magnesium oxide, cannoned forward, gaining velocity toward a quarter planetoid raddled by the eternal passage of fragments. With delightful precision, Tall Eyebrow had aimed his shot toward an obliquely angled valley. Carialle saw the 8-ball hit one angle of the corner shot and deflect onward, and then she was past it. The other ships paid no attention to a rock that appeared to have missed. Tall Eyebrow had gathered up another stream of small rocks. He shot them at one ship, then the other in 2s and 3s with varying degrees of success. It kept the enemy too busy to fire straight at Carialle or to pay attention to where they were going. Carialle led them around and back along the trajectory she wanted them to follow. To make sure they could keep up, she dropped velocity slightly, daringly. They passed the alley down which the 8-ball hurtled. Ship 1 was too intent upon Carialle, or perhaps its sensors were too confused by the dust and the flashes from its laser barrage, to pick up the huge rock until it rolled almost straight into its aft section. The 2 ventral engines imploded, setting off a chain reaction like the lit fuse on a stick of dynamite that destroyed the rest of the ship. Carialle heard an outcry on its audio frequency, then silence. Ship 3 must have picked up that last futile message, for it broke off its attack. "What's it doing?" Keff asked, watching the ship veer deeper into the clouds of debris. Within seconds it was out of visual contact. "Is it coming around to sneak up on us?" "Not unless it's going all the way around the orbit and coming at us from the front," Carialle said. "It's running away." She slowed down and made her way cautiously out of the asteroid belt. A further check showed Ship 3 really was fleeing. It had put the full width of the belt between itself and Carialle. "It's gone. The field's all ours. Congratulations, T.E. It was your marksmanship that saved the day for us." The Osranian tipped a hand, self-deprecatingly. "Stop being so modest. You're a genuine hero, and I'm going to tell the world when we get back to Cridi. I'm turning around to see if we can pick up traces of the DSC 902. She swung off sunward from the belt and turned a huge circle. "Call this your victory roll." The frog image repeated the concept with difficulty. Tall Eyebrow ducked his head. "Carrie, we've done it," Keff said, dusting his hands together. "That'll neutralize the pirates in this system. Killing 2 and scaring off the 3rd. They'll never shoot at a ship in this place again. If they ever troubled you, you've evened it out now. Probably saved the future of the Cridi space program, too." "I'm not satisfied," Carialle said firmly. "I want to be certain that they are the ones, were the ones. I want to see them face to face. I have to know." She paused, waiting until the adrenaline in her system evened out. "And then I want to haul them back to CENTCOM and prove to that insufferable bureaucrat and his flunkies that I was not hallucinating. Then I'll be satisfied." They returned to the asteroid clump where they first saw the raider ships. Carialle searched for the ion tracers, now slightly disturbed by their passage in battle. Behind the cluster of rocks was a confused knot of trails. Carialle and Keff flew back and forth, trying not to destroy the delicate veins as they read the order of the events that had gone before they arrived. "Looks like they were here before," Keff said thoughtfully, sitting at the console with his chin in his hand. "Then they went away and came back again. Where did they go?" "I think this is where they waited to ambush the DSC 902, Carialle said. Look at that mass of exhaust particles. Those 3 ships accelerated to get there, then sat a long time before kicking out. They did it twice. The second time when they came after us. They did grab the ship with a core. Look at the hard thruster emissions from 2 ships. But what happened to the DSC 902's emissions? Keff asked, studying the star chart. Tall Eyebrow let out a little gasp and planted both hands firmly over his mouth and nostrils. That's it, Carialle said. Suffocation. They sealed it up in a force field like T.E.'s shield and carried it away. But where did it go? Carialle bracketed the traces that led away from the cluster. If I follow the tangle correctly, they went galactic clockwise. Not far from the original point of contact, the celestial fragments grew larger until the belt alongside which they were travelling looked like a gigantic string of brown-red pearls. The spider-webbing of ions led from every direction to the largest one. Even from a distance, the artificial structures there were apparent. "A base!" Keff exclaimed. "Give us a close-up, Carrie." The facility looked like a travesty of the spaceport on Cridi. What must have been a small fuel depot huddled beside a prefabricated dome of extreme age. Both were riddled with pockmarks from meteor strikes. Around them lay debris Carialle recognized with a sinking heart as sections from destroyed or dismembered spaceships. The most recent wreck was frosted white. The residual moisture from the life support system of the DSC 902 had not yet had time to leach away in vacuum. Its hatch and all the cargo bay doors stood open, unspeakably lonely and vulnerable. Lights were on inside. "Oh, no," Keff whispered. Tall Eyebrow murmured a tiny sympathetic creak. "The hull shows 6 breaches," Carialle said, pulling a close-up of the imploded hull plates, showing black holes partially opaqued by the film of ice. "You can see what happened. They held it in place, and they peppered it with laser fire. See how rough the holes are? They were using a mining laser, not weapons grade. I'm getting no trace of radiation from the engines. It looks like our 3 friends stripped out the drives. No signs of life." "Bodies?" Keff asked. Without a word, Carialle magnified a small section of the asteroid's surface. What Keff had taken for a heap of short lengths of tubing in the faint light from the distant sun were 6 human bodies. The expression on the staring faces was that of surprise. Keff swallowed hard. "Those bastards!" "There's more," Carialle said. She shifted focus to another one of her cameras. They were above the base now, able to see the ruins on the other side of the structures. Carialle showed them pieces of tiny ships strewn like discarded toys. "Even their cores couldn't protect them," Carialle said.
"Cridi, they did not crash?"
T.E. asked, smashing one of his long hands down on the other. "They did not crash," Carialle replied grimly. She showed them the parts of the ships. On extreme magnification, the pair in the main cabin could see that the pieces showed little damage except where the laser holes were evident. "And the crews?" Keff asked subvocally. "Dead," Carialle said, without elaborating, but she made a comprehensive recording of the pathetic scatter of small bodies in protective suits near the landing pad. Carialle wished she could not see them. At least she could spare Keff and T.E. that, and showed them the bodies from a distance. Keff and T.E. fell silent. "I hope we blew up the ones carrying the cores," Carialle said. "This is what the CENTCOM should see. What happens when that extraordinary power falls into the wrong hands?" 4 ships, Keff said sadly. "All destroyed."
"More,"
T.E. signaled suddenly, pulling handfuls of air towards his chest. "What do you mean?" Carialle asked. The Osranian leader tapped the side of his head.
"Observation. Please put the pieces in the air for me, like the puzzle."
Ah, I get you. Carialle blew up the parts of the ships and placed them in holograph form before him. With lightning speed, the Frog Prince reconstructed 3 small ships from which pieces were missing, but there were parts left over that could not possibly belong to any Cridi ship. Among the leftovers, Carialle recognized a nose cone and landing fins of an obsolete model of a human-made ship. She constructed a hologram of the completed ship around the screen image. Keff gawked at Tall Eyebrow. "How did you do that?" he asked. The Osran shrugged modestly.
"Observation,"
he repeated. "That spatial talent of his," Carialle said. "Extraordinary. I'd like to see his people engaged in engineering design work with ours."
"But see what is left," T.E. continued. "It is like yours, but not like."
"It's old," Carialle said. "Do you recognize the model, Keff? It dates from 50 or 70 years back, about the time that Cridi got bottled up." "So a Central Worlds explorer might have found the Cridi before now," Keff said thoughtfully. "These pirates destroyed them before they could get back to report on their findings." "Maybe they didn't find Cridi," Carialle said. "What do you mean?" "These thieves don't live on this rock," she said. "They can't. There's no facilities, no supplies, barely any air. They didn't simply intend to destroy the ship, or they would have left the hulk floating where it died. These unknowns are ambushing and robbing starships. This is a chop shop, a staging area. They come from somewhere else. They go somewhere else with the stolen booty. Doesn't it make sense that it's right here, in the system?" Keff's teeth showed in a feral grin. "It does. We'll find them. We can't let these brutes get away with mass murder." He poked a finger at the shining strands in the holotank. "Shall we see if those ley lines from the engines lead anywhere?" Chapter 9. "Planet 5, Carialle said, turning all her video screens to the view of the dark hulk silhouetted by the distant sun. "The traitors live right here in the Cridi system." "Let's take them," Keff said, leaning forward and slamming his fists together. In the navigation tank, strands of ion emission joined hundreds more in a skein around the black sphere, like webs tying up a fly. That was the center. So close, and yet no one knew it was here. "Have you brushed your teeth and said your prayers?" Carialle asked, interrupting his concentration. "We can't destroy a base by ourselves, let alone a planet." "No," Keff sighed, sitting back. Reason had been restored. "But we can get data to instruct a CW fleet. Let's see what's down there." Keeping in the widest possible orbit, the ship circled around to Sunside. It looked an inhospitable place, but there were sure signs of habitation, and the 3 moons, each the size of old Earth, could have concealed fleets of pirates. Carialle listened on the frequencies she had observed the 3 assassins using. She picked up a familiar drone. "Landing beacon," she said, putting the sound on audio for the others. "So far nothing else. If there are detection devices out there, I'm risking having another force come boiling after me, so I'm keeping thrusters ready to run back toward Cridi if necessary." "What power emissions are you reading?" Keff asked, studying the astrogation tank. "Not much. If they have any industrial complexes, they must all be underground. Residual decay in a lot of places on the surface, probably power plants from purloined spaceships. Another refueling depot in the midst of one enormous junk heap. Radioactive dumping ground 10 degrees north of the equator, far from any of the heat vents." "Read this spectroanalysis," she said, putting up a chart on one of her screens. "The atmosphere has a hefty ammonia content."
"Our archives say this burns us,"
Tall Eyebrow signed, looking at the molecular diagram.
"Also, smells bad."
"Then I'll need a full breather suit," Keff said, perusing the screen with a critical eye. "Oxygen, grav assist, maybe take one or both of the servo drones with me in case the gravity is too much." What are you talking about? Carialle asked.
I want to have a close-up look at the people who were just shooting at us, Keff said.
But Carialle recognized the gleam in his eye. He'd looked the same way whenever they were sent on assignment to a planet suspected of sustaining life. He pointed at a spot on the planetary map, a field of craters near the refueling depot.
If you set us down there, I can get in and gather data and be out before they know it.
Wait a minute, Sir Knight. Yes, we may have encountered a brand new sentient species, but that doesn't mean you should fling yourself into their midst.
Carrie, think of it. It's unprecedented. 2 intelligent life forms evolving in the same solar system and never meeting. Think of the furore at Alien Outreach. Think of being the only brainship team ever to bring home a prize like that.
Keff began to see glory before his eyes, to hear the congratulations in his ears. Carialle interrupted his reverie. It's too dangerous. May I point out you just mentioned that these are the same people who were just shooting at us, who murdered the crews of at least 4 starships, and who may have tried to kill me 20 years ago? Surely the ship sent messages with our description in video bits to home control on one of these obscure frequencies I've been trying to monitor. We'd be too easy a target landing near their spaceport, and I don't think they'll buy I come in peace from the ship that just destroyed 2 or 3 of their craft. If you get caught, they'll kill you. I won't land.
I haven't forgotten any of that, Carrie, but we can accomplish a great deal if I can infiltrate them successfully. We do need data to support a Central Worlds deployment. I'm good at camouflage. All you have to do is land us very quietly in a nice, deep syncline and give me sufficient data on the terrain. I'll find a bivouac. It'll take time for the CW ships to reach us.
Keff's eye was distracted from the intractable face of Carialle's Lady Fair image. He turned to stare fully at the navigation tank.
Carrie, jump! There's a ship coming up astern. We can hide behind one of those moons, maybe loop around to the night side. Hurry! Why aren't your proximity alarms going off? Damn it, he said, hammering a fist down on the console. I thought we scared that 3rd ship into next Tuesday.
He scanned the scopes looking for convenient asteroid belts, planetoids, or ion storms in which they could lose themselves.
There's nothing. We'll have to run. Can you read any armament?
Keff! Carialle shouted, blinking the displays on and off to get his attention. It isn't the pirates. It's the Cridi. You'll recognize their configuration by the time it gets into range. Tadpole persuaded the Cridi to launch their new ship in our defense.
What?
Keff felt his jaw drop open with shock.
Why didn't you tell me?
You've been raving so much I didn't have an edgewise to fit in a word. Longhand is transmitting to me from the other ship. IT is translating her sign language to me, but it's slow going with their rotten screens. Narrowleg and the others scrambled as soon as we accomplished a successful takeoff. They want to back us up. Smallspot and Longhand persuaded them to launch in our defense. They came along and they brought Big Eyes among others. I'll play you the audio. It's very amusing. I can hear Big Voice chirruping madly in the background behind everyone else. Big Eyes comes? Tall Eyebrow signed, pleased. Keff looked appalled.
No, send them home. This is too dangerous.
They have better defenses than we do, Sir Knight, Carialle said patiently. Besides, they want to help us. I think they recognize the risk they're taking.
We can't let them, Carrie, Keff said.
Suddenly the small ship came fully into focus. It looked very small and vulnerable. He dashed a hand through his hair and stared desperately at the screen.
The pirates are armed to their masticatory appendages.
And a moment ago you wanted me to land in their midst, Carialle said sweetly. Keff had a sudden, heartfelt temptation to kick her pillar.
I'm trained to take risks, he said. The Cridi are not. Why did they come?
Why? Sir Keff, you spent over a month convincing the Cridi to sign on with Central Worlds as a member nation with full privileges. You did a good job. They've taken the concept of alliance seriously, and they mean to back up what they say. How can they prove they're our equals and allies unless we let them? But not like this. Then how? I help, Tall Eyebrow put in with a quick sign, before Keff could object. They, too. See? Carialle asked. I'm proud of them. Keff wasn't convinced, but suddenly the rust-coloured planet off Carrie's starboard side looked more menacing. It would be useful to have backup. CW fleet ships were months away. If they scrambled tomorrow, it would still take weeks to close the distance. He glanced at Carialle's pillar. Was it unanimous? He asked. By no means, Carialle said. Snapfingers and his brood think they should mind their own business. But look at the ones who are risking their lives, who weren't sure that ship would even break atmosphere safely. But there they are. Keff glanced up slyly through his eyelashes. Big Voice came too. Believe it or not, he did. Keff raised his hands in surrender. All right, but Alien Outreach isn't going to like this. Then they can lump it, Carialle said firmly. Would they rather have the pirates running around loose? This is the Cridi's necks on the block, too. It's their system, and for the last 50 years they're menace. These pirates took their freedom and killed who knows how many Cridi astronauts. The Cridi have a right to be here. You're correct, as always, Carrie. Let me talk to them. I'm going to eat crow. He sat down in his padded seat before the console. The 1028 square grid appeared on the screen and coalesced into a rough mosaic of the face of Narrowleg. Captain, Carialle and I welcome you back to space.
We are successful,
the elderly Cridi squeaked, and IT echoed his tone of triumph.
It flies. It is sound.
I never doubted it, Keff signed with a grin. I've never seen such careful construction. I'm glad you're with us. He cleared his throat, then emitted a short series of chirps. X equals Y. X plus Y is greater than X. X plus Y is greater than Y. We are equals, and the two of us together are greater than we are alone. Narrowleg nodded his head.
That is evident. You honor us, circling this planet. What must we know about it?
Carialle spoke up. We have traced the path of the villains who attacked the diplomatic ship. We have no fleet, no heavy armament, so all we can do is gather information and send for help from the Central Worlds. We plan to infiltrate the planet's surface. Narrowleg's cheeks hollowed, and the faces of the Cridi behind him paled to mint green. They looked terrified, but all of them squeaked up at once.
Tell us how we may help.
I didn't want them down here with me, Keff said sublingually, hunkering himself down further into the crevasse, beyond the outskirts of the building they had designated as the spaceport. I wanted them up there, where they could use their core to help protect us, and you. Nonsense, Carialle said. There's a delay in response time, even from space. I want them where they can be on the spot if you need them. Keff didn't protest, but the sound of the plastic globes rolling along the rocky surface of the planet sounded louder than thunder to him. Tall Eyebrow paddled at the head of a party of scouts, heading around toward the other side of the compound. Big Eyes kept up gamely behind him, besides Small Spot and her father, but most of the homeworld Cridi frankly cheated and used their amulet power to levitate their new globes. They bobbed along behind the toiling group, sitting at their ease in the bottom of the transparent spheres. "Darn it, T.E., tell them not to do that," he growled into his helmet's audio pickup. "I know the extra gravity's uncomfortable, but I'd rather take a chance on movement being spotted than extraneous power transmissions." It was bad enough that the Cridi had to use the core technology to keep the water in the globes from freezing on this cold world. They risked detection of their ship with every deviation from strict survival. They might at least put down a physical twitch as indigenous wildlife, if there is any. What a bleak place. 100 meters away, the lead globe stopped and spun in place. The water inside sloshed upward. Tall Eyebrow made a few signs quickly and with authority toward the other globes. Keff was reminded abruptly that the insecure visitor to the Cridi homeworld was also the leader of the exiled Osran-born Cridi, who kept his population together, alive and sane, in the most dangerous and deprived of circumstances. He admired the way T.E. threw in a tactful sign or two that alluded to the difficulty of using a travel globe, but added staccato chops for absolute necessity. Reluctantly, Big Voice and the others lowered the spheres to the ground. The lead globe rotated 180 degrees, and the party set off again, more slowly, but more loudly. Keff flattened himself down so that he could no longer see them. He studied his target. There appeared to be little activity, but Carialle had detected at least 4 life forms in the building. She had a hard time finding body heat traces. The planet's surface was cold, but it was dotted with hot spots where volcanoes and geothermal vents broke through. Structures placed over these took advantage of the natural heat. Most of the population had to be below ground, with only a few exits to the open sky. It was impossible to pick out individuals. Ammonia-oxygen flares ignited occasionally, and as swiftly blew out. Carialle cursed as one trace after another that she was tracking suddenly vanished. Gravity was approximately 1.5 times standard norm, bearable for short periods. The spaceport was a ridge, the edge of a huge crater filled in over eons with dust and debris that had solidified into a flat plain. Architects had bored into, or more likely out of the side of the hill overlooking the plain, and built onto it. Carialle reported that heat traces from inside the building registered at least 35 degrees centigrade. That sounded much nicer than the surrounding landscape, which was bare and dusty, where it wasn't covered with discarded junk from hijacked spaceships. "What do these people eat?" Keff wondered out loud, his voice sounding hollow in his survival suit. "Look at those domes, built to catch every meager ray, even magnify it," Carialle said. "Perhaps our ammonia breathers photosynthesize and live on water." "Or the cities below ground are full of hydroponics," Keff said. "I don't see enough domes to support a breeding population of mitochondroids." In spite of the peril and the anger he felt at the pirates, he and Carialle had dropped back into the game they loved to play, anticipating the facts about an unknown race. "Is it possible this planet was a lot warmer once? Or do you suppose we've discovered silicophages?" "It wouldn't be the first discovery of mineral eaters," Carialle said, after running through her memory banks. "But it would be the first one that attained sentience and space travel." "In stolen ships," Keff said flatly. "What do we know about them so far?" "From the emissions of the ship Tall Eyebrow damaged, body temperatures in range tolerable by humans, between 20 degrees centigrade and 40 degrees centigrade. Size from my readings in the structure ahead of you, they are larger than humans, but smaller than lions. Anything else, I must await data from you and our party of rolling frogs." "Add to that, intelligent and dangerous," Keff said, nodding, but keeping his eyes pinned on the dome. "Well, I can't wait here forever. T.E., I'm moving. Watch the building and stop anything that comes in after me."
"I hear,"
the small voice said in standard, over the helmet speaker. Staying flat on his belly, Keff crept over the rise. On the other side was a steeply sloping valley. Long-departed rivers, or perhaps the celestial pressures of planetary formation, had crazed the plain with shallow canals. Keeping low enough to remain out of sight to occupants of the largest structure, Keff crawled on hands and knees. Fine silt, undisturbed for eons, rose briefly around him, then settled out in the heavy gravity, burying his tracks. Parked a dozen kilometers away beside the Cridi spaceship in a lonely valley, Carialle watched his progress simultaneously on her charts and through the body cam he wore on his tunic. "You're coming to a T intersection," she said, as Keff paused and reared up on his knees so she could see his precise location. "Take the left branch. No, the left one. The right one leads straight into a deep thermal vent." Keff made his way along the turnings, wrinkling his nose against the clouds of dust, even though he knew they couldn't penetrate his protective suit. His heads-up display told him the half-meter-high bank of fog into which he crawled at a low point in a ditch was heavy with ammonia and traces of other gases reduced to liquid. He gulped. One breach in suit integrity, and he was a green icicle. Never mind. He was committed to his mission. In some small way, he was helping Carialle to lay the ghosts of her past, as well as ridding the Cridi of a menace and avenging the deaths of the Central World's diplomatic personnel. A moon in its second quarter rose on the horizon and crept up the sky, throwing a little more light on his path. His canal dipped sharply as he crawled another 10 meters, then light from the moon was cut off. In the blackness, his suit lights went on. He paused, waiting for the prickle between his shoulder blades that would tell him he was being watched. Nothing. "You're almost underneath the building now," Carialle was saying. "If you go around to the right, you'll be in front of that hatchway." Keff's back began to ache from the heavy gravity. He paused with hands on knees. "It looks a long way up," he panted, staring at the black shape above him, picked out by distant pinpoint stars. His lungs dragged in oxygen. "What are you building up all of those muscles, if not for an effort like that?" Carialle asked dryly. When she started making ironic comments, Keff could tell she was the most worried. He just shook his head. In an instant, the aches in his lower back and thighs went away. "Just oxygen-starved," he said. "Just a moment." He reached into the gauntlet of his right glove for the control pad and turned up the nitrox mix slightly. The faint hissing sound was a comfort. In the gloom, the building over his head looked ominous. The slab on which it was built had been slagged out of a lip of the ridge, so the people inside had at least stolen, if not evolved, heavy pyro-construction equipment. Keff heaved himself up. The domes began at a meter above the platform, giving him an expanse of blank wall against which he could conceal himself. End of Side 4. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 5. The Ship Errant by Jody Lynn Nye, continuing on page 167. Ahead of him, the platform widened out away from the domed windows to an apron that bore scorch marks from repeated launches and landings. Limp, metal-bound hoses lay on the ground in skeins. They led from the putative fuel tank which stood on pylons around a fold of the ridge from the domes. To protect the glass from explosions, Keff thought, with an approving nod to the designers. A dusty, accordion-pleated hood was bunched up around the entrance to the building. It seemed to be long enough to extend all the way to the edge of the platform. Not at all sophisticated, but it would scarcely ever need major repairs. He took the video pickup off his suit and held it up against the bottom margin of the clear wall. "Can you see anything, Carrie?" he whispered. "Aqua foliage," Carialle replied. "Spiky, like evergreens. No, more like fan coral. I can't see anything moving, even on infrared. My sensors are still picking up those same 4 body traces. No one much seems to come up to the surface. If they're anything like us, it's too cold for them up here. I'm 10 meters from the entrance. Where are you, T.E.?" Keff asked his suit mic.
"We see you, other side of edge,"
the globe frog's voice piped.
"Under by tank container."
"Back me up." I am going to try and enter. If I am not out in 15 minutes from the time of my entrance, come in and help me. At that point, revealing we have core technology will be moot."
"Sir Frog waits,"
the small voice said. Keff grinned. He crawled the rest of the way to the rough plascrete arch. The entrance resembled an airlock, devoid of any security devices Keff could recognize. The pirates must have been very confident that no one knew they were here. "Where are the guards, Carrie?" he asked. "All 4 are deep inside," she said. "It looks like your best chance." Keff nodded to himself. "Here goes." He stood up against the inside edge of the arch, hidden momentarily from sight of anyone in the dome. Carefully he turned around. Inside a metal frame, 2 flat bars jutted out from the wall. "I've only got a 50-50 chance of cocking up," he said, and a childhood sing-song bubbled up from memory. He waggled his finger playfully between the 2 bars. "My mother said to pick the very best one, and you are it." With that, he stabbed the upper bar. It moved easily under his finger, depressing flat to the wall. Immediately behind him, something heavy and soft dropped to the ground. Keff spun. He was now curtained into the enclosure by a metal and plastic mesh. Hissing erupted from the wall side. In a few moments, a door, large enough to admit a cargo container, slid upward. Keff listened before he stepped inside, turning up his external mics to the maximum. No alarms. No one seemed to have heard the airlock open. "Looks like I'm all right," he whispered. "For pity's sake, be careful," Carialle said in his oral implant. He nodded, knowing she would pick up the physiological signs of the small movement. A blinking light on the other side of the threshold urged him forward into another sealed pocket of air. Keff stepped through just as the heavy door slid downward. It closed silently, which surprised him more than a solid bang would have. He heard more hissing, then the curtain and its fender rose, revealing the interior of the dome. A few spotlights stabbed their beams down at the floor, but mostly the arboretum was lit by the faint, distant sun. Bristly growth sprang out of flat, low dishes made of black ceramic on the shiny floor. The plants themselves, if they were plants, were a riot of neon blue, ultramarine, teal, acid yellow, and interplanetary distress orange. Keff winced. "Yak," he said quietly. "Their taste in horticulture is nightmarish." "I told you so," Carialle said. "The colours suggested to me that the atmosphere inside was ammonia-heavy, like the outer atmosphere. But it isn't nearly as saturated as I thought. My spectroanalysis shows that it's much more dilute, less than 1/10. You could almost breathe it." "How am I doing?" "You're still alone," Carialle said. "That's strange," Keff said absently, peering around. "Look, could that be furniture?" He turned so the video pickup on his chest was facing some metal and fabric constructs in a group amid the riot of spiky sea-colored plants. "I would say yes." Carialle studied the forms and ran projections on an ergonomics program in her memory banks. "Something that prefers a sling to a seat. There's no bag. So possibly not upright in carriage. It lies supported. A quadruped? Then why wouldn't it simply lie down on pads on the floor?" She drew image after image of arrangements of torsos and limbs, and rejected them all. "Here are some divan pillows," Keff said. He turned to face fuzzy, covered pads the size of his bunk. "They're huge." "Phew!" Carialle whistled in agreement. "Keff, sit on one so I can see how much a body of your weight compresses the material. I need an estimate on what made those dents." Keff complied, plumping down on one as if exhausted, which indeed he was beginning to be. He sat and gasped for a moment. The heavy gravity was telling on him. He hoped the Cridi were faring all right. "Let me see," Carialle said. Keff rose and gave her a good view of his impression from different angles. My estimate stands. I think they weigh about 200 kilos apiece. I am not staying long, Keff said positively. Beyond the seating arrangements was an arched corridor. Like the platform outside, it had been flagged through the mountain with a melter drill of some kind. Down the passageway, Keff spotted the reflected flicker of blue and white lights. It looked familiar. He listened carefully at the entrance for a long time, then tiptoed toward the source of illumination. He passed closed hatchways, with the same framed control bars in the wall beside them. At the sudden sound of escaping air, Keff flattened himself into the nearest door frame and held his breath. The noise stopped with a wheeze and a bang. "Probably a compressor," Carialle commented. "Primitive." Keff nodded, the back of his helmet tapping against the wall. The echo bounded off both ways down the empty hall, sounding like water dripping into a pool. He waited a moment, then slipped noiselessly into the corridor once again. His heads-up display told him it was 3 degrees warmer in here than it had been in the atrium. He was undoubtedly already under the lip of the excavated mountain. He looked forward to exploring the labyrinth of caves that underlay this building, but with a suitable escort of CW militia for backup. "Here's your glow," Carialle said, as he counted the 8th doorway. "Computer screens," Keff breathed, peering around the frame. On a low table that had once been a galley counter in a Central World ship sat antique CPUs and square monitors. Boxes of jumbled chips and tapes and data solids sat on the floor beside the table. He edged in so the camera eye on his chest would send the image back to the ship. "More salvage," Carialle said severely. "That is a year-old Tambino 90-gig unit. Those are CW special issue screens, and those input peripherals are from half a dozen different systems reaching back 1,000 years. And yes, some of that discarded junk is Cridi." Keff glanced around, wondering how far away the guards were. "Could you crack the data storage system?" "Sonny, I cut my diodes on tougher stuff than this. Hook me up and we'll copy everything in the memory. That'll give CENTCOM plenty to go on." "What about viruses?" "Not to worry. I'll isolate the files in a separate section and make them read-only outside of that drive base. I have all that spare memory installed for our diplomatic mission. Using it for hacking an enemy system is much more interesting than using it for lists of trade goods and historical texts, wouldn't you say?" There was fierce satisfaction in her voice. "Use the port IT has been attached to. That should be sufficient. You can use the same memory later for language translation." "Right," Keff said, starting toward the setup. He put one knee on the hanging sling. Suddenly the computer emitted a loud beep, then a siren wail. "Oh, no!" he exclaimed, leaping backward. "It's got a proximity alarm. Do they hear me? Are they coming this way?" He stared at the doorway. "Don't panic," Carialle said, her voice changing to a deep baritone to be heard over the shrill alarms. "I don't hear any high frequencies from motion detectors. It might be a timer." "It has attracted attention. I hear something." Keff's audio pickups detected a faint shuffling sound. "They're coming this way." He put one eye around the edge of the door and flung himself backward when he saw a huge shadow looming toward him. "I'm trapped. TE, keep out. I'll get free if I can." "I hear," the Osranian's voice said, sounding worried. "Right you are, Sir Knight," Carialle said suddenly. "All 4 bodies are moving toward your location. We've got a visitor coming from space, too." "What?" "Looks like Ship 3, she said. It's alone. I'm tracking. Updates as available. You hide now!" The shuffling sounds grew louder. Keff cast about frantically for a place to hide. He threw himself behind stacks of storage containers just as the feet reached the doorway. Stifling groans of pain from the ribs he bruised in his headlong dive, he flattened himself against the wall and hoped the barrier between him and the aliens was stable. "They're big ones, all right," Carialle's voice said very quietly in his oral canal. 250, 170, and 210 kilos respectively. The fourth one has gone through to the domes, probably to watch Ship 3 land. "No way out," Keff said. "Not yet. Your respiration and blood pressure are up. Take a few deep breaths. Take a drink of water. How is your oxygen supply?" "Okay," Keff muttered sublingually. He heard a slight sound coming toward him and held his breath. He cursed both CW Exploration and Diplomatic for not allowing their ships to carry even defensive weapons. A stun gun would be useful right now in extricating him from this place. The brutes would kill him with the same lack of pity they showed the crew of the DSC-902. The sound continued past him. The next thing he heard was dragging, one of the aliens hauling in a sling from the atrium. They planned to stay in this room probably until Ship 3 landed. It took a mental effort to restart his breathing. He dragged in a gasp of air, then held his breath again. "They can't hear you," Carialle reminded him calmly. "Your helmet muffles sound effectively." "I know," he whispered. "But because I can hear me, I think they can. I'll relax." Keff turned up the gain on his audio pickups. The aliens were talking. Their voices were surprisingly musical, deep, resonant, like the call of brass horns. He tried to separate the sounds into words and decided he didn't yet have enough data to go on. The hail from the approaching ship came in over the speakers faintly. Apparently Tall Eyebrow's improvised missiles had done some damage to the ship, because the transmission kept cutting in and out. He sensed concern in the voices of the ground crew. Minutes dragged by. His muscles cramped because of the awkward position in which he lay, but he didn't dare shift to ease them. Sweat began to trickle out of his hairline, over his face and neck, and down between his shoulder blades. It itched infuriatingly. He blinked his eyes to clear drops off his lashes. The chatter of voices both within the room and on the distant ship reached a crescendo of agitation. Keff thought he heard the words "Central Worlds" in passing, but decided he was trying to read too much into the meaningless multisyllabic babble. Suddenly there was a hush in the room, and he felt the ground shake. The dome made a grand echo chamber for the boom the ship made when it landed. 3.5 on the Richter scale at the epicenter, Carialle said. That ship had no boosters left to soften touchdown. TE did good work. It probably won't be able to take off again. "We ought to disable it entirely before we leave here," Keff whispered, "just to make sure." Hissing and groaning from the airlock compressors heralded the arrival of Ship 3's crew. The ground staff greeted them with unmistakable relief. A couple of them hunched past the gap in the boxes behind which Keff was hiding. He heard the hubbub of vocal greeting and the shifting of feet as they went through their handshake-equivalent ritual, whatever it was. The Brawn maneuvered himself so he could peer through and got his first glimpse of the aliens. He realized with a shock that their faces were just slightly farther from the floor than his. They did walk on all fours. He willed the new arrivals to stay where they were, and as if they could hear him, they did. At first he saw only partially opaque helmets and vast protective suits. One by one the aliens sat back on invisible haunches, took off the helmets, and shed gauntlets. Keff vibrated with impatience, until one of them moved in front of the gap again. "Big, flat faces," he told Carialle in staccato bursts of narration. "Weird eyes. Sleek head widens to neck. Sandy pelts. Slightly fuzzy, like the garden cushions. Claw hands." One of them moved too close to the cartons and shut off his view with a slick, oversuited shoulder. Keff withdrew his head very slightly and waited. The body moved away, and the fabric of the coverall slid downward to reveal the creature's back. "Carrie, they have wings." Carialle's voice was a businesslike hum in his ear. "Vestigial wings? That says a lot about the devolution of this planet's bios." "No," he hissed excitedly. "Full-sized wings, like bats' wings, but with longer fur." "Do you know what that means?" Carialle asked, astonished, adding up the facts in a microsecond. "This planet isn't hollow. There's no air mass to support flight. Its surface gravity is huge. That means there are no underground passageways, no millions of separately evolved sentients living cheek by jowl with the Cridi. That's why the difference in the air quality between outside and inside. They're strangers. This is an outpost, too. Where do they come from?" "I don't know," Keff whispered. He shifted to get a better view, feeling the boxes with his gloved hands to make sure they wouldn't slip. He found another gap, closer to the computer setup, and applied his eye to it. "I keep seeing flashes of claws and talons. I think there's a pair of vestigial fingers on the wings, where primary feathers would be, beside that pair of hands on the forelimbs that is used for manipulative as well as locomotive purposes. I'm getting a glimpse of heavy haunches." "That would explain the slings," Carialle's voice said. "4 hands. Fascinating." Keff heard the ticking of claws on the smooth floor. One of the aliens paused just on the other side of the containers, giving Keff a good look at it. The Brawn peered at the set of the narrow head, the placement of the wings on the broad golden back, the noble, handsome face. "You know, they look rather like griffins." Carialle immediately accessed the Myths and Legends handbook, found the cross-reference for griffins, subhead griffons, then cross-referenced it to encyclopediae and classical works from the European subcontinent of Old Earth. Those griffins had eagles' beaks and lions' tails. These have no nose but those mouths, if they are mouths. The griffin, answering a query from one of its unseen fellows, spread the halves of its upper lip, and Keff blanched at the sharp white fangs behind it. "That's the mouth, all right," he said. "We need to file a report with the CENTCOM, but first I have to get out of here." "How?" "I don't know yet," Keff said. "We will come to help," said a faint voice in his helmet. "TE, no," he whispered into his audio pickup. "Stay out. Carrie, tell them no. Don't let them." The sound of his own voice dropped like a pin into the silence of the room. Keff felt the prickles race down his back. He looked up to find a griffin staring down at him, surprise in its vertically striped eyes. He scrambled crabwise away from it behind the boxes, but there was nowhere to go. The alien followed on all fours, tracking him on the other side of the crates. Panicking, Keff kicked over stacks of containers. They fell heavily, breaking open to scatter components across the feet of the aliens. He dove across the last stack and rolled an upright position in the corner, hands ready to strike. "You're right, Sir Knight," Carialle said. "They do look like griffins. Be careful." 6 of them stood in the room, with the rest crowding the corridor. All of them gawked at him with big, flattish eyes, faces expressionless. None of them moved, but with the advantage of big muscles and wings, they could wait until he was vulnerable. Keeping one hand up in defense, Keff felt his way along the wall, hoping for an escape door, though he'd known this room was a dead end when he had entered. They tracked his progress calmly, unemotionally, waiting. Their assurance prompted all sorts of horrible scenarios in Keff's imagination. He panted, and his vision swam with blackness around the edges with the difficulty of drawing a deep breath. One of them moved at last. The lead griffin, the one who had found him, started toward him with wings and spike-like fingers spread. The foreclaws, balancing out the big haunches behind, had fierce talons over 10 centimeters long that ticked on the shiny stone floor. Its big wings obscured the beasts behind, so Keff couldn't tell what they were doing. Mustering for an attack? Keff flattened himself against the bulkhead, preparing to spring, wondering if his unarmed combat training would help. Where did you pivot to throw something with 4 legs and an unknown center of gravity? Would tossing it onto its wings disable it long enough for him to escape? The great beast loomed up closer and closer. The top lip split to show the sharp, gleaming fangs and a strip of orange-pink gums above them. The creature was saying something, but Keff could only hear the pounding of blood in his ears. In the distance, Keff heard the sound of rushing air. The griffins in a body turned to look. Keff blessed the distraction. He took his best opportunity and sprang over their heads. He had miscalculated the drag of the extra gravity and fell in the midst of the enemy. Half the aliens were distracted by the noise coming from the domes. The rest turned back to Keff. A couple of them grabbed for his arms with their foreclaws and wing hands. He rolled away, shaking hard to get loose. The long nails scrabbled on the fabric of his suit. He thought he heard his sleeve rip, and winced. He stood against the wall, panting. More hands reached for him, and his eyes registered a confused blur of wings, claws, and eyes. He grabbed a wrist and twisted. One of the griffins cried out. Another added its howl of surprise. Keff, flat on the floor in a jumble of boxes, raised his head as 8 globes full of Cridi sailed into the room in mid-air.
"What takes so long?"
Tall Eyebrow's voice said very clearly in Keff's helmet. "T.E., I told you to stay out," Keff shouted. To his surprise, the griffins froze in place when they saw the Cridi. Their eyes were wide, not with amazement, Keff thought, but with loathing. "Slay 'em!" The word issued with clarion power from one throat and was echoed by all the others. Every griffin rose to its hind legs and lunged for the Cridi. Tall Eyebrow stared at the charging griffins for one astonished second, then Big Eyes' globe batted his from behind, sending it careening out of the way just before a griffin landed on it. More of the lithe aliens leaped straight for Big Eyes herself. Narrowleg's globe shot in front of his daughters, and the griffins showed their long teeth. The 2 globes revolved around one another and bobbed straight upward, with 3 griffins snapping and clawing for them. "Hey!" Keff shouted, throwing himself into the fray. "Leave them alone!" He bounded in between 2 griffins who were on their back toes, giving them almost 3 meters of reach, clawing for Narrowleg's pilot, whose globe had retreated to the safety of the ceiling. One of the griffins spread its wings, knocking Keff sprawling, and accidentally batting another griffin in the back. The alien who had been struck turned away from Smallspot. The Osranian was cowering underneath the computer desk. He scooted out from his hiding place and hurried to hover behind a pile of boxes beside Longhand, under siege from an alien who reached with long wing fingers around from one side of the stack, then the other. Another griffin dove for the 2 exiles. Keff gathered himself up and launched, ramming the first griffin under the right wing with his shoulder. It turned a surprised look on its face, its powerful wings battering at him. Keff felt his helmet skew, and the next breath he inhaled hurt. He coughed painfully. He kicked the griffin in the chest, and to his own amazement, sent it sprawling backwards on its tail. The beasts were bottom-heavy. He assessed and docketed this fact, wondering why he was thinking so slowly and why he heard a roar coming from under his right ear. He felt sick. "Keff, seal that," Carialle ordered in stentorian tones. Keff's head was ringing from nausea and the volume of her voice. "Keff, can you hear me? Your suit has been breached. You're breathing ammoniated air. Are you all right? Keff?" "Yes," he gasped shortly and coughed again. He retched and caught himself before he threw up. His hands fumbled for the neck of his suit, and he refastened the flapping lip of plastic. Clean, sweet-tasting nitrox flooded his face. Gratefully he drew in lungfuls. "I'm all right. I am. Truly." Carialle's voice melted with relief. Thank goodness. Keff didn't have time to regain his full strength. 2 more griffins had joined the pair, jumping at Big Voice.
"Aid!"
shrieked the plump counsellor.
"Aid squared!"
The other Cridi globes, led by Tall Eyebrow, levitated to assist their compatriot. Swats from claws and wings sent them scattering like a bunch of marbles. Big Eye's globe hit the wall and bounced to the floor. The young female lay in her ball of water, her dark eyes staring at nothing. A griffin, spotting her helplessness, tensed its muscular haunches and prepared to spring. The feral grin split its lip. "Grab them!" Carialle shouted in Keff's ear. "How?" Keff asked. "Tell the Cridi. Catch!" Keff turned and caught Narrowleg's eye. The human clapped his cupped hands together and pulled the invisible handful toward his body. The elder Cridi nodded sharply. "Sense." Narrowleg's single word echoed through every Cridi amulet. He pointed the fingers of both hands at the griffins, and they froze in place. The springing griffin stiffened in mid-air and dropped heavily to the floor on its belly. The room grew abruptly silent. 10 ornamental, hexapodal statues in various warlike attitudes glared silent hatred at nothing. "Nice work," Keff said. He took a deep breath and sank to the floor. His legs, now aching from lack of oxygen, no longer wished to support him. He felt his sleeve for tears. It was intact. "Good job, everyone. Are you all right?"
"We? Yes," Narrowleg said. "Not used to self-defending. Thank you."
Keff only nodded in return. Every other movement hurt. The Cridi gathered from every corner to assess damage. Tall Eyebrow rolled hastily to his lady friend's side. An invisible hand scooped up some of the water in Big Eye's globe and splashed her cheeks with it. The female blinked. She sat up and turned to smile at him. Tall Eyebrow almost collapsed with relief. Big Eyes clicked her globe gently against his, palm outspread. He opened his hand gently on the inner surface of his sphere, matching hers palm to palm. The 2 of them floated over to rejoin the others. Keff grinned indulgently. Big Voice's container was scratched where it had struck the corner of a metal container, but it was not punctured. The stout counsellor was voluble in his relief, babbling and waving frantic signs at all of his fellows and Keff. The others, though frightened by the attack, were more curious. Narrowleg studied the captured aliens closely. He was struck by the hate on each face.
"Their pulse is fast,"
he commented to Keff, near him on the floor.
"Anger. Who?"
"I don't know," the human signed. "We've never seen this species before."
"How many?"
"Only 10, what you see here," Keff said.
10?
Big Voice squawked, waving his hands in the confines of his plastic globe.
"Thousands. Millions. I thought to be torn alive."
"Hush!" Big Eye snapped. She turned to Keff.
"Why no more?"
"Because they don't live here," Keff said. "They're invaders. This system is, only of Cridi. These come from elsewhere."
"Of course, this system is ours," Big Voice said. "Of course."
He floated away, muttering about the piles of computer equipment and speculating on their value.
"Cridi alone." "His mind is clouded,"
Narrowleg signed, sympathy on his old face.
"Too much to understand at once."
"Most interesting body structure," Carialle said, as Keff looked around at the captives. When the Brawn had his breath back again, he hauled himself to his feet. "It feels almost obscene to be able to examine living creatures this way." "Yes, but it's the only way to study them without getting torn to ribbons," Keff said. "They're strong. Did you see how fast they were moving, even in this gravity? They'd be super creatures on a standard planet." "But they're not natives of this one," Carialle said. "In spite of those magnificent wings, they couldn't fly up to get at the Cridi on the ceiling."
"Terrible monsters,"
Tall Eyebrow signed. He had stayed by Keff as the human took detailed video of the griffins.
More than any in the game we play. Why much hate?
I don't know, Keff said, but I don't think we'd get much of an answer out of them if you released them now.
What fearsome beings!
Longhand signed, her eyes enormous. Smallspot, colour returned to his face, nodded vigorously in agreement. Narrowleg rolled in close for a good look and bumped against Keff's leg for attention.
These are the destroyers of spaceships?
Keff shook his head. Ones like them, perhaps. I have no idea if this crew have been around for 50 years.
We should destroy them,
Gaptooth, one of Tadpole's crew, signed, his small face set.
Kill us!
We can't do that, Keff said quickly.
Why not? Big Eyes demanded. They killed some of your people. Their friends or ancestors killed ours. They die.
No, Keff said. We don't do things like that. I can't execute anyone. That's against my code of ethics, as well as my instructions.
Why?
Narrowleg asked, but the question was not for Keff.
Ask them why.
I can't, Keff said, raising his hands to show helplessness. I don't speak their language. It would take time to learn theirs. We can't keep these beings like this. I'm frustrated, but any further action is out of my hands. It's up to my superiors to make a decision like this.
Not our superiors,
said Big Voice, catching Keff's sign out of the corner of his eye.
We are superiors.
But you are under my instructions here, Keff said, signing with strong gestures. It's always possible that we could be making a mistake. The matter deserves investigation. All the Cridi broke out in protest. Narrowleg held up his hands.
Let us be guided by those with experience in such matters. What should we do?
We'll disable their spaceships so they can't leave. That will make sure they're here for the CW inspection ships to find. We can search for armaments, and in the meantime try to discover clues as to where they came from. I want to know more about them too, Carialle said. This is just an outpost. There is no superior intelligence directing operations from here. I want to hunt them back to their source, find the big fish. I have unanswered questions too. Keff repeated Carialle's words to the Cridi. In the meantime, let's glean what we can from this site. Chapter 10. Move in closer to the face, Keff, Carialle instructed, as he walked slowly around the largest griffin. I want a good look at that upper lip. Keff did as he was told, with the Cridi in close attendance. They stayed huddled beside him, as if in need of his protection. Keff found it ironic, since it was their power that was keeping them safe at that moment. More ironically still, core power was also keeping the griffins alive. The Cridi had made up their minds that the aliens must be condemned to death. Only through a lot of talking and pleading had Keff argued that one couldn't kill them while they were helplessly frozen in place. The mutterings for revenge abated somewhat. Keff was relieved. With luck, an inspection team could be dispatched quickly from a nearby station to arrive within a few weeks. The matter needed to be investigated before the Cridi decided to take it upon themselves. Very interesting, Carialle said, as Keff shifted the camera eye upward. I think that those apertures in the gum line are nostrils. Yes. On the infrared level, I'm seeing warm gas expelled at regular intervals. Admirable dental sets. Whatever their species evolved eating, it fought back. It was nearly us, Keff said. Docket everything and time-stamp it, so we can send word home to exploration. I don't want anyone else scooping us on the discovery. He walked up behind one being whose long tail was flung up over its back. The tip seemed to twitch, and Keff eyed it suspiciously. You are certain that they can't get loose? He signed to Narrowleg. Held perfectly, the old Cridi said. Internal pulses may move, but not body. Can they see us? Keff asked. 80% probability, yes. Very interesting, Carialle said, as Keff passed the video pickup around and under the creature's torso. What beautiful musculature! Look at the evidence of a sophisticated circulatory system. I'm taking internal images to find out whether those organs and orifices around the backside and underside are generative or excretory in function, or a combination. If this was a terran animal, I'd call it a hermaphrodite. All of this is an educated guess so far. It's a pity we can't ask them. Maybe medical information is in the database, Keff said. It's time we cracked it. Tall Eyebrow stayed with Keff. The rest of the Cridi split up to explore the dome structure. Confirming Carialle's guess, they found no access to below-ground excavations except for heating tunnels that vented to the surface on the ridge high above the domes. The Cridi, recovered from their adventure, were enjoying being the first of their race to explore a new world in 50 years. Keff heard the triumphant chirruping of their high voices echoing in the empty stone corridors. The two councillors, Big Eyes and Big Voice, documented the building and furnishings in their admirably minute shorthand. Under the baleful auspice of gargoyle wings and fangs, Keff sat down on the sling before the blue, glowing computer screen. He followed Carialle's instructions to disconnect the I.O. port for his universal translation device and hook it to the computer's small processing unit. Carialle fidgeted nervously as Keff made the connection. She checked her data security systems over and over again, looking for potential leaks. She had no wish to allow an alien bug to run rampant through her memory banks. Surely the protections in her chips were sophisticated enough to circumvent any intrusions. Just in case, she added a further layer of noise suppression between her own memory functions and the empty bay she had prepared. "Ready?" Keff asked. "Ready," she said. "You're online, Lady Fair." He sat back in the sling, and she saw a flash of gauntlets as he crossed his arms. Opening the peripheral to the alien computer, Carialle activated the Tambino's hard storage. She allowed first a trickle, then, when nothing bad happened, a flood of memory to upload. "There's a lot of garbage," Carialle commented, watching bits of data pass or fail to pass through some of her screens. Bad bytes bounced away, disintegrating into sparkle. Now and again she saw a spray of them like a meteor shower when the crystal structure of the disk matrix was violated. They've been experimenting with that keyboard, but they didn't know how to purge bad files or compress over bad sectors. I'm dumping them." "Wait," Keff said. "Keep them. I might get some linguistics clues out of them." With a sigh, Carialle rescued the data and put it in a separate memory column. "All yours, Sir Knight, and on your own head be it." She began to see graphics and maps appearing in the data stream. "I think we've located the original astrogation program." The Central Worlds Exploration Service logo, as familiar to her as her own engrams, appeared again and again at the head of files. She ran comparisons with her own memory base at half her normal hyperspeed to make certain she was processing all of the data carefully. Graphics of star systems blinked by rapidly on her optic and neural inputs in tandem with the screens in her main cabin and in the Griffin's control room. The square script that took the place of standard notation was unreadable, but it was impossible to confuse the star maps for anything other than what they were. "Do any of them mean anything to you?" Keff asked. "Is this a record of their own people's exploration? Do they overlap with CW astrogation?" "Yes, they do overlap," Carialle said, narrating absently as she checked her internal directories. She allowed various diagrams to linger in the tanks in turn long enough for her Brawn's slower consciousness to register them. Too much. That's an actual space station, And that's a colony system. And that's an asteroid belt with a mining center. All this stuff is in Central World's records. I can't believe in identical exploration patterns, even identical flybys of every single system. That would suggest there are thousands of these junk ships flitting all over the galaxy unnoticed. This information must have been in the database when it was stolen. Some of the files have been accessed recently. The Griffins must use it to look for targets where they pick up their merchandise.
The mining lasers they used on us, Keff said grimly, nodding. They must have forced one of the early victims to show them how the computer system works. What about their own star system? Where do they live? Does anything stand out? Can you pick out the one that doesn't belong?
Of 100 billion systems? I don't keep full files from exploration. Naturally not. They wouldn't fit in my database, and if they did, it wouldn't leave me room for anything else. But I do have an index. It'll just take some time. Look at this, Carialle said about an hour later. Keff stood up from where he'd been doing stretching exercises on the black stone floor and clambered back into the sling. The Cridi, having exhausted the curiosities of the dome, crowded around him. They ignored the Griffins. Carialle accessed Keff's monitor and put up 3 columns of entries. All of these match exploration files I possess, but they date from around 10 years ago. There's nothing newer, except for a couple of files I don't have, Carialle said, highlighting the entries. I want to see the inside of that ship. Let's cross-reference these with the Navicomp on board. I have an itch in my diodes that says one of these is the lucky number.
Well, let's spin the wheel and find out, Keff said, rising and laying a hand on the monitor in view of her camera eye. Carrie, does this setup control life support in any way?
Carialle sent the tiniest filament of a feeler out of the protective shell she had made for herself and threaded it down through Keff's cable into the alien database. Beyond the wall, the power fed through a comprehensive filter from a horribly dirty source, probably a thermodynamic-based turbine. She shuddered and backed away from it. This computer had once controlled many other unit systems. The residue of standard language programming still resided in the CPU, showing titles such as Galley, Engineering, Medical and Electronic Mail, Personal, Crew. Carialle felt anger which she quickly extinguished. Retribution for the dead humans and Cridi would come in time, but not at her hands. She let the tendril explore the only other open door that existed in the memory unit, a roughly hewn portal bristling with bad data. It led to an open communications node and the landing beacon. She guessed by the microseconds it took to reach it that the node lay hundreds of kilometers away on the planet's surface. "No," she said at last, "not that I can see. It's a database and ground control, but nothing else."
"Good," Keff said. "I won't kill these people, but I don't want them telling anyone we've been here."
He turned to the Cridi and made a twisting gesture with both hands. The Cridi responded tentatively at first. Narrowleg used his amulet to rip the cables from the wall, precipitating a shower of sparks. Tall Eyebrow tore apart the umbilicals joining the peripherals to the main unit with a delicate pop, pop, pop. The other Cridi watched. Big Voice, still suffering from shock, put out a tentative hand. He raised the screen a couple of meters in the air and dropped it. The screen flickered slightly. He picked it up again and dashed it to the ground, almost under the nose of one of the Griffins. The plastic smashed into particles on the stone floor. Big Voice floated above it, looking triumphant. "There is for my near death," he exclaimed, his shrill voice rising. "That for the ships who disappeared." His unholy exultation roused the others. They tore apart the computer components with wrenching gestures, scattering pieces all over the room. Keff, Tall Eyebrow, and Narrowleg watched with dismay and astonishment as civilized engineers and statesmen wreaked destruction with wild eyes and flailing hands. The outburst was over as quickly as it had begun, and the Cridi stood about in their globes amid the ruins of the computer, looking ashamed of themselves.
"Reaction,"
Narrowlegs said at last, his hands quivering just a little.
"It was bound to come. We must leave before the temptation to further revenge becomes too strong."
Keff agreed. He shepherded the Cridi out of the ruined control room and into the corridor. He heard no sound but the lonely boom of his own footsteps and the wheeze of the air compressors as he followed the Cridi toward the arboretum. In the corridor, the remaining 4 aliens who had not participated in the brawl were bunched just outside the door, arrested in the act of leaping forward. Keff felt a shudder. He had been frozen by core power himself, and felt sympathy for the beasts even if they were killers. Although their faces didn't change, he sensed their reproach and their anger. "Let's do this quickly," he said, turning away. "I don't like leaving them like that." In the arboretum, Keff pushed his way through the spiky blue foliage to the front of the dome and looked out. The gangway was still attached to the side of the damaged ship, leaving no gap to the outer atmosphere. "How did you get in here?" he asked Tall Eyebrow. The globe frog pantomimed through the side of his travelling sphere the raising and lowering of a curtain, a door, and another curtain. To demonstrate, he rolled across the glossy floor to the edge of the flexible airlock. Without touching the controls, the Cridi raised the heavy bumper and vanished underneath. Keff heard a faint peeping sound inside. The others floated or rolled after him. "Aren't you going to raise it enough for me?" he asked through his helmet mic.
"Too thick, stiff,"
Tall Eyebrow's voice said in standard over Keff's helmet radio with polite regret. Shrugging, Keff dropped to his knees and crawled under the lip. As soon as he was through, the bumper thudded down. Surrounded by round obstructions that currumed into his knees, Keff rose to his feet and used his suit-light to find the controls. He hit the frame bar. The great door rose. The Cridi scooted through in a party, with the Brawn striding along behind. Keff waited, holding his breath, until the second curtain lifted. Before them, the tube extended out toward a distant light. What illumination there was ran in faint parallel lines along the ceiling. Keff listened, heard nothing, then let himself exhale. "It feels like I'm in a suspense drama," he told Carialle. "Think of it as another M&L game," she said. "I read no live bodies in the ship. Unless they're capable of telekinesis like the Cridi, they can't trigger any traps on you. Go slow, and I'll look for peculiar chemical or heat traces. Aim the video pickup toward anything suspicious." The Cridi abandoned any attempt to paddle their globes up the flexible walkway and levitated a meter above the floor. Big Voice jockeyed his way into point position.
"I shall be the first to go in,"
he signed with a self-important cheep over his shoulder at Keff. "All right," Keff said, with Carialle's reassurance in mind. He caught Big Voice's eye and signed, "You're an observant man, a frog. You look out for danger." The pompous counselor's eyes widened, and he shot back to the group.
"Danger is for humans to detect,"
he said emphatically. Keff bowed, concealing the grin that poked out both sides of his mouth. The tube swayed with every step Keff took. The jerking movement made him cough, and he remembered how it felt to take that deep breath of alien atmosphere. Nervously he checked the right side of his helmet seal every so often to make certain it remained closed. A clear panel protected the same kind of 2-bar control on the spaceship's side. As Keff raised his hand to it, the panel slid away. He punched the top button and waited. Obediently, the hatch slid upward, revealing a plain, square airlock. Keff gasped in recognition. "This ship is definitely salvage," he said. I know where the model came from. It's human-made and half a century old." He felt along the wall with a gloved hand, looking for the small screw plate that should have been just inside the hatchway, but his fingertips found only a couple of small holes where the rivets had been pried out. "They must have constructed the whole ship part by part," Carialle said critically. "The controls appear to be retrofitted, but this airlock came off a much larger vessel." "Appropriate, since they're larger beings," Keff said. Once he and the Cridi were inside, he looked around, turning his body so Carialle could see everything. The airlock closed, pressurized, and released the group into the main cabin of the ship. Keff showed the camera eye the shabby walls and the meagre assortment of furniture. "They haven't redecorated recently," Carialle said. "No doubt about it, though," Keff said. "They've been shopping at Central World's carry-out. We're on to something that the CENTCOM will want to know all about." The inside of the ship was Spartan. Everything was intended for function, with no concession to aesthetics. The slings and benches in the main cabin were worn, and the impact webbing attached to them sported patches in many places. Wall panels, cobbled together from a dozen ships, showed cracks and crazing where the enamel wasn't simply chipped away. Everything Keff saw was old. Even the mismatched floor panels showed worn and dented surfaces. The Cridi emitted small cheeks of interest. Keff let out a low whistle. "What a lot of junk," he said. "Where's the up-to-date machinery as we saw in the domes?" "Status," Carialle guessed. "This ship might be far down the pecking order and gets what's left after the seniors take their pick, or merely lack of opportunity. Pirates can't maraud through the rich part of space without people noticing, and we'd know if anyone reported rapacious griffins."
"Ours is so much nicer,"
Narrowleg signed with pride, gesturing around at the ship.
"This lacks continuity. Could not be safe."
"He's right," Carialle said. "I don't know how this thing flies without blowing up. It was leaking high rad like the proverbial sieve while it was chasing me." "How quiet it is in here," Keff said, glancing around. The Cridi huddled in a corner, signing to one another. No sound, except the burbling and occasional mechanical crunching of machinery, broke the silence. "I'd better make sure the griffins didn't leave us any armed surprises." Two broad doors were set into the walls, one in the wall to Keff's left, leading forward, and the other directly opposite. He signed to the others to wait, and went to the aft door. It opened onto a corridor, narrow only by Griffin's standards. Tall Eyebrow signed a quick question at him. Keff shook his head. "I want to take a look before I let anyone else roam around," he said. "It might be dangerous." The Cridi signalled assent and stayed close together near the airlock. The rear section was divided into cargo and sleeping quarters. The bunk room, for it was clearly that, contained more of the divan pillows, plus a few small possessions enclosed in nets on hooks on the walls. Loops of webbing attached to the hull sported frayed fibres. "Looks like the artificial gravity goes out all the time," Keff commented to Carialle. He fingered one of the bundles, identifying a scarf, some ornamental jewellery, and a soft fuzzy object that he guessed was a child's toy, almost worn out with love. "Homey, isn't it?" Carialle said tinnily in his ear. "You'd never guess that these were bloodthirsty pirates who murder and rob with such efficiency. It took them only hours to strip the DSC-902. Keff shuddered and backed away. Suddenly the small bundle seemed macabre to him. The sanitation room bore no resemblance to the one that had been yanked from a CW cargo liner. The facilities were altered to accommodate Griffin parts, and the shower had once been 2 units welded together. To Keff's surprise, the chamber was spotless. Even the corners had been scrubbed out ruthlessly. He pointed to a residue filling one of the cracks in the enamel. "Soap," Carialle said after a moment's analysis, "or as near as makes never mind." "It's all so old," Keff said. "It still strikes me a trifle pathetic." He went through to the cargo bay. It was full of straps and mounts hanging at all angles from the bulkheads. Keff recognized the configuration. It was used for securing odd-shaped and delicate cargo. He felt naked shock when he saw that some of the artifacts bound into the shock foam cradles were of recent CW manufacture. He recognized life support equipment, booster engine parts, even coils upon coils of communication cable. One of the containers lashed into place bore the logo of the DSC 902. Something inside him twisted into a solid knot. "Pathetic," Carialle said. "You're right," Keff said, fighting words past the lump. He was angry and surprised at the intensity of the emotion. "They're not worth my sympathy. I have work to do." He searched through the cargo area, yanking open bulkhead cabinets, then went back to the dormitory and poked through every bundle, every drawer and niche. At last he tried turning over the bed pillows. His gloves slipped on the furry surface, but he seized a fold of the cloth and wrenched upward. They were remarkably heavy, and he found himself sitting on the floor next to the third one, panting. "Keff!" Carialle shouted in his ear. Her voice sounded alarmed. "What are you doing?" The Brawn glanced up as if suddenly aware of his surroundings. "I'm looking around," he said. But he knew his voice didn't sound convincing, and Carialle, from nearly 16 years of experience, wasn't convinced. "You're looking for something of mine, aren't you?" she asked, her voice soft. "You want to find proof positive that these are my salvages." "Well, yes," he admitted, feeling sheepish. He got to his feet and looked down at the sad, lumpy bedding. He kicked it with a toe. "Sir Knight, you're my best friend and the finest protector a lady could wish for," she said firmly. "But the frogs are waiting, and it would be cruel to leave those aliens playing statue for much longer, even if they are killers. Let's finish up and get out of here." "But what if there's something here?" "Someone else will find it, not us," she said firmly. "My gut level, as much as I feel anything down there, is that we've seen all there is on this ship. Remember that these might not be the same ones." "I'd hate to think that there were two bunches of pirates roving around out there," Keff said. But he turned and went back to the main cabin. "Coincidences have occurred before," Carialle said, but now Keff wasn't convinced. "In any case, these are the foot soldiers. I want the top bird." "What is it you want to do?" Keff asked. But he already knew. It was what he wanted as well. "I want to find their home system," she said. "I have to know what kind of culture fosters a history of mass piracy." "Right you are, my lady," Keff said, then paused. "You know, diplomacy in Maxwell Corey ordered us home. That message they sent with the ship said to relinquish the mission and return." "But they're that for a game of soldiers, to quote you," Carialle said at once. "They just want me back under their eyes so they can prove me mad. Everything changed when the Griffins attacked the DSC 902. Their orders no longer apply. I need to follow this lead up so I can show them the truth once and for all." "But if these aren't the ones?" Keff asked. "Then I'll know. But I'll never find out if we go back. The IG will slap me into protective custody, another highfalutin name for mental confinement. I'll never be satisfied with a remote report. I have to know. I have to. In the meantime, we're in pursuit of piratical perpetrators." The peas popped explosively in his ear. "Are you with me?" "Always and forever," Keff said. Resolutely, he strode back to the main cabin. With the Cridi in tow, he went into the fore corridor that led to the bridge. The computer system was substantially like the one in the dome. All parts were of human manufacture. Some showed hardware, especially the input peripherals. The Navicomp, an ancient model of the kind used by vacuum miners, had been augmented by several different and mutually exclusive hard memory storage units. This group knows how to program, Carialle said. I wonder why a race with the capability to get into space doesn't build its own equipment.
Why buy the cow when you can get the milk? Keff sat down on the sling with Cridi hovering on both sides. Ready? He asked Carialle.
Ready. He hooked into the information transfer port and waited anxiously with one hand on either side of the small screen, staring into its depths, while Carialle sifted the contents of the hard storage. He could only sense fleeting impressions of individual star system maps as she read the memory and copied it into protected database. We have a match! Her voice sounded triumphant. 3 star systems put in relatively recently.
What are they?
Keff said, as the graphics appeared in the 2D display. No can tell, Sir Knight. They're in an alien typography. The keyboard must have been altered to create their symbols. There are 68. Your first clue to their language. Enjoy. Keff groaned.
Do you mean this is a dead end?
Not at all. There was a long pause, and the star spun by again, accompanied by coloured screens full of square letters. The flight recorder shows that 2 of them have been visited more than once, and you'll never guess where one of them is.
I give up.
Right next door, the binary mate PLE329JK6, straight across the lowermost boundary of P sector. I followed the visual log entries, and I could identify half of the visuals from my personal memory.
That's incredible, Keff exclaimed, then paused.
No, that's logical. Why else would they go to so much trouble to prevent a lot of traffic in this part of the galaxy? My thinking exactly, Carialle said. So that's where we go. We try it first, and if it's wrong, we go on to the next one. One of these has to be home base.
Right, we try them one by one, Keff said.
Tall Eyebrow and Narrow Leg had been watching Keff curiously, hearing half the conversation. Keff looked at them guiltily. He'd forgotten that he was not alone, and his companions were intelligent, and motivated.
Where to go next? This map?
The Cridi captain asked, pointing at the screen with a long finger.
You should all go home now, Keff said. I thank you for your help and support, but I can't ask you to do any more.
But we would do much more,
Narrow Leg signed, his old eyes wise in the wrinkled green face.
You have done much for us, opening the way. Together we defeated. You seek a voyage to unknown to find truth. We wish also. We go with you.
But your own people need you for defense, Keff said. It's one thing to have you accompany us in your own system, and quite another to subject you to unknown danger. Your ship is not prepared for a long space voyage. You, with respect, you lack training.
Give us training, then, Narrow Leg said. We need also to find this truth. Many lives were lost. Ships, years lost also. I want explanations. If you say they are not to be found here, then we go to where they are. I will train them, Tall Eyebrow said, tapping himself on the chest. To survive, I know this. Ship is ready, interstellar travel, Narrow Leg said with a throwaway gesture. All supplies were loaded on board at departure. As for defense, my crew are assembling 2 more ships from old ones and new parts. Cridi will be defended in atmosphere and out of atmosphere.
Keff shook his head at the old male's expansive signs.
Captain, it'll take a long time to reach our destination, and we may not even find what we're looking for at this first stop. It could, no, it will be dangerous. I can't let you take such important conclave councillors as Big Voice.
Narrow Leg didn't miss the subtlety. He rolled a beady black eye at Keff.
That fat one will be all right. There is no time to waste. We must not divert back to Cridi. You must be after the villain's track to source. We come too, Tall Eyebrow said, sweeping his hands to include his 2 companions and Big Eyes. Yes,
Big Eyes agreed with a brilliant glance at him.
We follow Tall Eyebrow. Experience twice in space.
Harry, we have to pursue this to the end, but they don't.
I'm torn, Carialle said. We could use the backup.
It won't come from CW for ages, even providing they know where we are going, which they do not, and we're not armed.
The Cridi want to be our allies.
On the other hand, I don't like it that they're entirely without experience. Particularly, I do not like flying interplanetary distances with a possibly explosive emotional problem.
Big voice? Keff asked sublingually, without moving his lips.
He's the only one who's manifested openly so far. Who knows if any of the others will destabilize during a long trip?
Tall Eyebrow had not missed Keff's eye passing from Cridi to Cridi.
I vouch for each, he said in Standard. They will not fail.
I think you'd better ask them, Keff said, both in Standard and Sign.
Tall Eyebrow looked a question at Narrowleg, who raised his thin shoulders eloquently and let them drop.
Big Eyes made a tentative sign, then glanced at Keff. He heard a faint peep as one of the engineers spoke through the amulet link.
Privacy, Carialle said.
Right you are, Keff said.
He turned his back on them and studied the navigation tank.
After a brief conference, punctuated by shrill exclamations and much rolling about the deck, Keff felt a tap against his leg. He looked down at Tall Eyebrow.
It is decided. We will come with you.
He looked at the other 7 Cridi.
We are all willing to go. The crew also.
Big Voice at the front of the group nodded vigorously and favored Keff with a human-like smile.
I wish to come. Otherwise this one, he pointed to Narrowleg, blames me